Sasha, way out of right field, bro. What's up?
You'll never get to the actual truth because you're already starting on an assumption that you could never possibly show is true to begin with. So how
Jesus
could
is
you?
Lord. He's King. Christ is King.
Funny enough, I just mentioned this, but Piche,
who's
Je
king?
suis Dodo, Je suis
Well,
Dodo
like,
is king. Go
just
ahead.
because
I almost
we
feel like this other
declare-
guy's almost disrupting a little bit with this. Like, I
Yeah,
think
just
were
because
talking
we
way about
declare something, even if we're totally convinced of it, doesn't mean that it's true. Like, I get that you're totally convinced of that, dude, but I'm not. And you can't present any evidence other than your conviction of how convinced you are. So you're never going to convince me.
What would I have to do to convince you?
All right, well, I think we should read some scriptures on that note.
Okay, pick a scripture, Jeremy. I'll pick one. Genesis. It's my favorite one. Genesis 19:5. Okay, I have something to present to Jace, and I've done this a few times, but I'll try it again. Damn it! I just tagged you. What is your thoughts on STIRP, the Shroud of Turin research project?
Well, what do you mean? What are my thoughts? You could research anything you'd like. I'm all for that. But you have to be honest about your findings. That's all.
Okay, so I posted their conclusion after investigating the cloth for I think it was like 2 weeks or something like that. 1981. If you could please read it, tell me what you think.
Well, you guys have brought this up to me before, right? They claim they found some kind of haploid human genome.
Well, I think that's just the cloth. We're not getting into the blood and all that stuff. I just what I posted. That is my claim. Only that. Nothing more than that. Thank you. But by using the X-ray testing, right? That's for X-ray tests. Yes. I thought that was interesting because they also use that. It's been used in the investigation of crime scenes, even. And I, this is my personal opinion about it, that if somebody was wrapped, let's say somebody was killed the way, by what's it called, crucifixion, and they were wrapped in this cloth for who knows how long, uh, the cloth would be ingrained with, their blood, and it would almost match wherever the blood was on their body, which would have been probably their head and their hands. And so, what's Jesus? I mean, it being Jesus is irrelevant. I think that it certainly could show that a person was wrapped up in it, though, for sure. I think that's kind of what it shows, that you see like a face and arms of a person. But I mean, that could be any. There was, how many people were crucified? Lots of people were crucified, so it's kind of hard to say that was Jesus.
I don't think any archaeologist denies anymore that crucifixion was a thing, especially in the Roman times. There used to be a little bit of skepticism on if crucifixion was a real thing that happened, but now I don't think there's any shadow of a doubt. They've found plenty of evidence for it. But yeah, the claims that it was Jesus, like how could you know that? The thing that you posted here is only talking about that they found hemoglobin, which, yeah, of course, if it's an albumin, which are both present in human blood, you can't make any kind of like personhood determination of who that was from those two things. You could just tell that it was a human, that the blood is of a human being. But other than that's not even genetic material. Those are just proteins.
And that's where I didn't ask
for any identification, edification of who the man was. I didn't ask for that, right? The observation that was posted, and to read it, to be clear, we can conclude for now that the the shroud image is that of a real human form of a scourged, crucified man. It is not the product of an artist. The blood stains are composed of hemoglobin and also give a positive test for serum al- albumin. Albumin. Now, the aspect of who it is, right? Who is the man that was in fact scourged, crucified, and then in fact pierced, right? That's where scripture steps in and says, this is who it is, right? Now, the best part about that entire process is we have on written record the man that put him to death, Pontius Pilate, as being in charge of Jerusalem at that time. So, I mean, like, all the clues are there. We don't have to necessarily say, hey, Jesus, right? But scripture does step in and say, this is who it is, and this is what happened to him by giving testimony from a standpoint of all these multiple witnesses with the scourging at the pillar and him being ultimately crucified at the cross.
But Killian, right? Archaeologists and anthropologists don't deny, well, primarily archaeologists, don't deny that Jesus may have existed, right? His actual existence, I don't think, is in question. Now, there's other biblical characters like Moses whose existences are definitely in question, but I don't think Jesus is. What is in question is the claims about him, about these superhuman things that he did, be like turning water to wine and other miracles of the such, right? That's what's in question. And we also know that more than just Jesus was crucified. So, like, from the image that it could have been Jesus, but from the data, the statement that you posted, there's no way to tell if that was Jesus or not. You can only tell that it was a human being. There's proteins, albumin, and hemoglobin from a human. Other humans, other than Jesus, were crucified in the Roman Empire. Many of them.
Thanks for the conversation, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
JS, will you show the same skepticism when it comes to evaluating the ball Earth claims? In other words, that we're living on a curved surface that's in vast motion to empty space. Will you show the same skepticism? That's what I'm talking about. You developing, not waiting for me to develop an alternative model to test your views against. I'm just wondering.
Yes, we should have the same level of skepticism for all claims. I mean, obviously,
Okay,
every
so
person has their own little biases, but you should do your best to minimize those as best you can and stay objective.
you experience life on a, you've experienced the Earth's surface in motion. Does all of this just make sense in your brain as opposed to your experiential life?
But the globe claim, Pete, is not that you should feel the earth moving, right? That would be kind of like, to me, that doesn't make any sense. Whether you think you evolved or you were created by God doesn't really matter. Why would you have the ability to sense the earth's motion? Like, you would be motion
Okay,
sick all the time. It would be a
right,
miserable existence. That doesn't make any sense to
right.
me.
I'll answer you because the idea or the mathematical justification for the Earth not moving only came later after the establishment of the spinning ball. So when we talk about the word motion, we're all familiar with terrestrial motions. We know when we're in motion and when we're not, and when we can compare the two, right? Yeah, when it comes to the Baller claim of that we shouldn't expect to feel motion, that's an advanced consideration on the basis of that the ball is already established in motion, and the mathematics then justify well the experience, which is we don't feel the motion. So could it be that the Earth's surface is not in motion? I think so.
Yeah,
I
of
think every
course.
flat earth
That's
thinks
why I
so.
said we should start. There's two, two possibilities from just basic observations that you can make. Right? There's the possibility that the Earth's surface is not in motion and is stationary, and then there's the possibility that it is in motion and that it's just the forces you're experiencing are not strong
Okay.
enough for you to actually interpret, right? Because as I said, that would be a miserable existence. Right. So you have to begin to make further observations that can lead to one unique conclusion rather than both.
Yeah, with the least number of assumptions. So what's your next step then? So I make the claim, let me just have a back and forth with you momentarily. I'll make the claim that I'm living on a surface that isn't in motion. The reason we don't feel any forces to a greater degree is because the Earth's surface isn't in motion. So what your alternative claim is that the Earth's surface is in motion. So what's the least number of assumptions you have to come to or incorporate to justify your claim?
Well, my next step would just be to develop something that measures motion, right? And just can we measure the motion of the Earth? Yes or no?
Right. So, what instrument can I hold in my hand right now to tell me that I'm moving on a certain position on Earth in relation to
There's,
Ring laser
latitude and
gyroscope.
longitude?
yeah, you already know what I'm going to point to.
Yeah, but
There's
that, hang on, I can't
ring
hold that in my hand.
lasers. There's fiber optic.
Glucose
Yeah, but I
pendulum.
have to be in motion for that. I have to be in motion for that. I'm just talking about some sort of simple instrument in my hand lets me know that, as opposed to being at the north center where I'm going, a relatively slow motions in rotational fashion to I'm 50 degrees here in Limerick in Ireland, as opposed to it at the equator. Then, is there any simple instrument I can
Yeah,
just hold
you
to let
don't
me?
have to be. You don't have to be in motion, Pete. You could just set a ring laser gyro on your table, and it will pick up. As long as you haven't, zeroed it out, it'll pick up the rotation of the Earth, the drift from
Very
that.
expensive. A very expensive
Earth
piece of equipment, but
perception.
the problem is
Yeah.
though, the flat earther will say, I will say to you, one second, Kosho, I will say to you though, that there's certainly something in motion. So we can't just sort of separate the Earth from what's going on above us. And of course, on a flat Earth, it's impossible that the stars can be of the same composition that you say. So, for instance, a pizza Earth in the midst of empty space with all the stars, stellar distances being consistent, right? No, that's impossible because we'd never experience any deviation
Here.
then. The distances are so exclusive, right? So we can rule that
Here, a ring
out. We,
laser.
we
A
have,
ring. No, you can
go
rule
ahead.
what you just said out because a ring laser gyroscope doesn't measure that. So at all, it doesn't measure the movement of other things. It measures the movement of its frame that it's in. That's
Where is
it.
it used? Where is the
It's
ring
not
laser?
capable.
Okay,
It's not
let me ask
capable
you
of
this.
measuring some other frame.
Where is the ring laser gyroscope predominantly used? Is it in airplanes which have taken deviated from the Earth to terrestrial surface?
You can use it in airplanes. You can use it not in airplanes.
Well, where else is it
Doesn't
used
matter.
then? Can you tell me some
And
terrestrial?
yeah, whenever it's used in an airplane, it's used to measure the frame that it is. Okay, that's the frame it measures because that's the one thing it can do. It can measure the frame that it's attached to or moving with, like that it's resting in. I mean, so it can measure the frame of
Surely,
the plane. It can't measure some other frame.
surely, surely the flat earther. This is this thing. This is what I'm trying to bring it back to as well. It's not that one model is right or wrong. It's just different models, and we just base those models then against our experience of reality. But surely you recognize that the flat earther will say that all the skylights are moving and the Earth is stationary,
I know, I
and
know. Flat Earther will say
yeah,
that
the
because you
opposite for
just
the
said
baller.
that, Pete. You
But the
just said
opposite for
that.
the
I just
baller. So the
responded to
baller,
you.
yeah, but hang on. I just said that. But yes, the flat earther, when you take a ring laser gyroscope on a plane, now you're engaged in different considerations because you have to place those in both models. If everything is moving in unison above us for a flat earther, maybe there's an energy in play that's causing this expression, and you have to take into account then the ring laser gyroscope deviation according to relative positioning. Is that not just a
But you're
fair
not
enough
getting that.
consideration?
No, it's not fair. It's not fair at all
Why
because
not?
you're not getting what I'm saying because that's not it's not capable of measuring that. If the Earth were stationary, the sky was rotating around us, the ring laser gyroscope would not pick that up. It's not what it's made to pick up. It's not what it would pick up. It picks up the movement
Is
of
it
that
picking
frame
up
that it's
anything
in.
on the on how's it yeah, how is it picking up anything on the plane then? What's it picking up the earth, the motion of the earth?
Because if the frame is moving or changing its orientation, it will be able to pick that up. Meaning that if the gyroscope is attached to the plane or it's attached to some office desk in a building, and the building that that's on the Earth is actually rotating, it'll pick that up. Or if the plane's rotating or changing orientation, it'll pick that up. If for some reason the uh, the gyroscope is dangling in the and some other frame somewhere else is rotating, it's not going to pick that up. It doesn't make any sense. There's no mechanism for that other frame to direct the gyroscope to have some kind of reading. There's no interaction there.
Yeah, Pete, it
Well, I think you're
needs
actually defeating
the
yourself there.
physical.
Yeah.
It needs the detector itself to physically move and change the path length in order to pick up a reading. So when you have it on like an airplane or a ship, right, those things are moving. They're changing the location in space of the detector, and that's why it will pick up a reading. But then when you have it on your desk in the lab, it's also picking up a reading because the Earth is rotating, changing the location of the detector. It's not able to pick up some outside, like Kosho said, frame of the sky. So even if the sky was moving, that would have that's not moving the detector inside the gyroscope.
Right. Like if you had a ring light in the middle of an eye of a hurricane, you had a hurricane rotating completely around the gyroscope, and the gyroscope was staying stationary on the mountain or whatever. It's not going to pick it up. There's not a mechanism to allow it to pick it up.
Let him respond, because we did say a lot.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Oh, I was just going to say to Jays, if you have this living laser gyroscope on your desk as you're centered at the north center, or you're centered at 45-degree latitude or 90-degree latitude, will it pick up precisely the different motions of the Earth? In those circumstances, it's just sitting there. I don't think it will. Just my answer. I don't think it will. We'll be able to detail you that you're moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, whereas you're only moving at 2 miles an hour, close enough to the north center. I don't think it will, but please correct me if it actually would.
It's not picking up. It's not measuring linear velocity. Although
Yeah.
they're
Go ahead, Kosho, go ahead.
no, it's measuring rotational velocity. That's why it picks up your 15 degrees per hour. It's not picking up. It's just not measuring its tangential or its linear velocity. So the answer is no, Peter. But there are mechanisms to do that. You said of Foucault's pendulum, because the pendulum is going to precess depending on its orientation in reference to the pole. Yeah, you could. I think there's ways to use gyroscopes. So like a gyroscope on your phone, even though it's not sensitive enough to measure the rotation, it can measure the rotation or the orientation. So if you had it pointing north or something, like it's got an XYZ um, um, readout, so it'll tell you how much you're processing. So if you add them all together, it'll tell you that you're rotating 15 degrees per hour. But you can actually measure each axis, and so you could technically tell where you were, but it'd be like more of an inference than a direct detection.
Interference, maybe.
But
Yeah. I'm not even criticizing you in a sense. All I'm just making note of is your lack of development of an alternative explanation. And here you are in the midst of a stationary flat Earth forum. And I think in general, maybe not admitted by all, but the flow of the ether is responsible for the deviation in terms of gyroscopic or ring laser gyroscopic considerations. That's just an alternative consideration within an
let me ask you a question, Peter.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Just be honest. Do you think? And I know it's a silly question to ask you specifically, but Do you think that it's a good strategy, or do you think it's fair to maybe discard any any alternate explanations that uh, are conclusively impossible or conclusively false? Like, wouldn't that
Oh,
be the fair strategy to
yes,
discard
yes, it would.
just those that,
Yes,
that
it
you,
would.
you
But
yeah, okay, well,
yes, yes, it would. Let me answer.
that's all that's being done here. We're not entertaining.
Yeah,
We're
let
not we're
me
not
answer it.
not entertaining alternative. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let me answer. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, it would. But you have to deem, first of all, what's exclusively impossible. The flat earther will say to you, though, that, listen, my life experience is that I'm on a surface that's stationary, and I'll rule out your determination, which is I'm on a surface that's moving, but not just moving in one fashion or two fashions, but multiple fashions at extraordinary speeds that I have no hope to appreciate. So, yes, I would rule out the ball earth immediately, spinning ball earth. Absolutely. Look for an alternative explanation for the deviation for the focus pendulum and the ring laser gyroscope. What say you?
What say me?
Yeah, you don't have to say anything
It's just
because you
it's
know
silly.
that it makes sense. You know it
You
makes
just you
sense.
said you're discarding the because of no reason. What I said was discarding the things that are conclusively false. Now you have to present how you say that the globe is conclusively false for you to throw it out when it's not shown to be false at all. I don't know what you're talking
But
about.
your basic, yeah, but your basic determination goes against every man, woman, and child's experience on this earth, which is we're dealing with a stationary surface. So because it's so
Okay.
extraordinary in terms of your great, one second, please, because it's so extraordinary in terms of your greater model encompassment, I can rule that out immediately. Even if it is true, then I can't relate to any of your determinations because it goes against my experience.
It goes
So
against
yeah,
your basic determinations, as you said. And so you're advising everybody to just be basic, have basic determination. That's your advice
yes,
because
that's the
that's okay.
basic.
Well,
Why do you think a flat earther is a flat earther, Bud? Because water is always flat when still. I know there's a problem with that. But yes, the flat earther returns back to basics. That's exactly what the flat earther does in general.
You kill me. You have summarized my observations of what happens in these forums perfectly. Pete.
Nice
There's
one.
no
You're welcome.
truth
You're welcome,
to that,
Jay.
right? Like
You're welcome.
I'm looking not just here in general in life. I'm looking for what the truth is, what the factual information is, the accurate information that has practical application, right? But you are not. You're just you want alternative, making alternative ideas and hypotheses, and just going off of what you can find that supports that and ignore
Yeah,
the
bud.
rest.
Well, one problem, what you said, Jay, is you're in the Flat Earth Forum. As you said, you've been in here for 8 years, so you're trying your damnedest. You haven't convinced anyone. And at the same time, you're trying to bring us back to basic considerations and be able to rule out what the mind of man or the experience of man will deem impossible, which is, well, you're shooting yourself in your foot because the spinning
Well,
ball
I'm
Earth
not
is
here
impossible.
to
It only works in
convince.
theory. It only works in, and let me tell you this, it only works in theory, and I've already decoded it in a sense that the theory is built on the foundation that you failed to display, which is that the Earth's surface is in motion. When you say that the Earth's surface is in motion, going against our experience, then the ball develops by looking up at the sky. That's the way it works, bud.
Pete, I'm not here to convince anyone. You're free to believe whatever you want to believe. Right? If you want to live in a make believe world, I could care less. As long as you're not in an authoritative position where your make believe beliefs are going to impact other people, I have no problem with that, which unfortunately, all the freaking, at least in the southern United States, that is a problem. All these creationist politicians making rules for everyone, and it's severely impacting them. But nonetheless, right, I'm more here for the psychology, Pete. I'm not here to convince you. I'm studying the psychology of these things.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'm not a creationist, though. I'm if you describe me as anything, as a destructionist, I guess, because this world is broken,
you're so
divided.
silly, Peter. Come on, man.
Not silly at
It's
all.
like
I
when
hate
people say they're
called
not
silly, but
flat
I'm not
earthers.
silly.
I know people say they're not flat earthers, but they actually are. They just don't like being called that. But when people
I'm not.
when people are classifying people as creationists, basically just mean they don't believe in evolution. They believe that the people were put here, distinct from other animals and all that kind of stuff, and like they were all designed, by a conscious designer or something kind of that kind of thing. So, but you don't believe in
I agree
evolution.
with that. I agree with that. That's a necessary part. I actually sang a song tonight over in Fakeologist, which was, I was pointing out that it's not just the main body, the title, which is Man on the Moon. It's everything detailed throughout the song is listening fakery. That's why he invokes Andy Kaufman, who's notorious for his faking. He said he'd fake his own death, which he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hang on. Here's a great one, Kosho. One of the lines is, "Mr. Charles Darwin had the balls to ask." I'm only after figuring this out in the last week or so, which was that the only way mankind's evolution could come about, according to Darwin, well, not according to Darwin, but according to Darwin's theories anyway, is with the evolution of the ball. So he had the ball to begin with, and then the evolution of man, according to your own belief tenets, came about. Evolved. Yeah, go ahead.
He's not a rapper. That's not a rap song. There's not double entendres in there. He's talking about his nuts, man. He's talking about his. He's not talking about the ball and ball earth, Peter. It's not. It's very silly.
He's
But
talking about the
Killian,
balls, and he's
okay,
talking
but
about the
Killian played
balls,
that
and
song. Killian broke down that song at the beginning of his presentation. Actually, I think
oh,
about.
really? Oh, really? I'd love to hear Killian. I'll have to have a chat with Killian about that
Well, I don't
because
know
I
if he
think
broke it.
I
He
break
didn't. He
down
didn't
that
break it
song.
down.
I need
He
better.
didn't. He didn't break it down so
I can
much.
break it
Yeah,
down. Yeah, go ahead.
no, I was just saying I don't want to
Break it down better
misrepresent.
than
He didn't necessarily break it down per se, but he played it and he kind of he went over part of the lines. But he can explain it more himself. I don't want to misrepresent it.
What the hell are you talking about, bro? Or heck,
Didn't you
sorry.
didn't you have a presentation where you played that song at the beginning of it?
Oh, REM, Man
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
Moon. Yeah,
That's
dude.
what the hell I'm talking about. Yeah.
If you believe they put a man in the moon, yeah. I mean, you can pull up the lyrics and listen to it. But yeah, Man in the Moon, REM.
Well, Peter's saying that there's a line. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Kosho. Go ahead.
No. I was going to say Peter, he's coming up with ideas behind how he used Darwin's balls and the lyrics of that song. And somehow he's referring to the ballers.
Darwin's balls. What?
Give me a quick sec. I'm pulling up the lyrics right now, and yeah, you're right. I mean, there's a couple things in there that point to it, which is an interesting place to be where you're looking at it from that perspective. Give me a quick sec. Yeah, so Andy, did you hear about this one? Wait a minute. Yeah, so he makes reference to Andy Kaufman in the beginning, in the wrestling match.
Let me sing it, Killian. That's what I was trying to say. Yes, all of the lyrics entail fakery. All of them. Man on the Moon is just like the what do you call it song? Californication. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Okay, that's the introductory fakery, right? But the rest contains similar. And what I made reference to was, let me just sing it. Moses when walking in a staff of wood. The staff of wood. Yeah. I'll just sing it quickly, right? Newton got beaten by the apple good. That's a brilliant one. Newton got beaten by the apple good. Yeah. Here we go. Egypt was troubled by a terrible asp. Yeah. Here's the point. Mr. Charles Darwin had the balls to ask. Yeah. And then it goes, if you, yeah. Andy, did you hear about this one? So he's telling Andy Kaufman, the faker, did you hear about this new fucking joke on people? So everything is a joke on us in a sense. Should we believe it? It's not just if you believe they're putting a man in the moon, nothing is cool. If you believe any of the rest of the stuff that's mentioned, then it's not cool as well. But that's what I was mentioning about Mr. Charles Darwin had the balls to ask. The only way that mankind's evolution could be detailed is with the acceptance of Earth kind's evolution. Okay.
I got news for you, dude. And this might be controversial, but I'm not afraid to say it. REM sus.
Jeremy tells me that you suck, Kosho.
Don't
Pete, did
forget
you know
about
that Darwin has,
and well,
Darwin proposed two mechanisms, right? Like he had a very basic understanding of evolution, especially human evolution, compared to
Yeah.
what we understand nowadays.
Yes, I'm aware of it.
So, are all of the thousands and thousands of scientists since Darwin who have studied human evolution and biological evolution in general, have they all just been wrong or deceived? Or
Yes, yes, they have. And I will just say to you, you're in a flat Earth forum, so all of the scientists, the thousands and thousands of scientists who build their theorizing on a globular Earth as given in motion are wrong. Are wrong. They have to be for every flat earther, even down to the basic level of consideration that the Earth's surface is in motion. So yes, it is. Yes, it has to be wrong. I have my own thoughts
well,
on it, JAs. I
you're
have my own
jumping
thoughts on it. Let me just say
topics.
this to you. For consideration, let me just say this to you. I think it's evolution is metaphor. So, in other words, we are separated. Man is separated from animal. And here we go that everything, every animal, every form of life is contained within us. We're the amalgamation of all differing forms, all encompassing forms of life. If you want to say DNA, we're told via your own reckoning that we share 40% of our DNA with a banana, something like that. So I take it as all metaphor, yes. And we are an exemplification of all the materialistic life on Earth to greater or lesser degrees. Can I just say this as well? If you eat pigs, you're engaged in cannibalism. You eat pigs, you're engaged in cannibalism. Go ahead.
What about chickens?
Yeah, well, in a sense, to a lesser degree. I think there's four main. So if you take it like that, there's different sort of percentages in terms of associations. Our prime percentage is, well, I'll put it in order as I think pigs are first, then there's apes slash monkeys, then there is reptiles, and then there is canine. That's what I think. And then let's say to a gooseberry or something like that. Yes, there is a connection, or to a squid or something like that. There is a connection, but to a lesser degree. You know what I'm saying? But we have
Well,
predominance. But it's
Pete,
mad. It's
so
within the mind of the creator. It's within the mind of the creator, right? With which proportions, which percentages do you create this exemplification of the greater expression, which is the creator?
well, Pete, question, right? So we can study the chromosomes, the DNA of other apes like chimps and bonobos and gorillas and
Yeah.
stuff, orangutans, etc., gibbons,
Yeah.
right? Why would we find, right, that our second chromosome, our human chromosome 2, is if you stick the 11th and the 13th chromosome of those apes, if you combine them at a certain region, right, you stick them together and fuse them together, then it exactly matches our second chromosome. Why would that be the case, Pete, in your view?
Well, as far as I'm aware, well, because there is a direct connection between, or there's a more direct connection between us, and that's not too hard to understand as well. You just look at the physicality of an ape and you can equate it to a human. But because there's a deeper connection or a closer connection between humankind and ape kind, or, well, I said pigs first. Pigs are first. Pigs are first before apes. That's what I would say. But why is there a connection? Because there's an established relationship. I will ask you this: is it true, JAs, or not, that we as human beings are unique amongst all other reckonings in terms of having fused chromosome pairs? Um, is that
No,
true?
no,
I
we're
heard
we're
it was
not
true.
unique, but we started studying um, these other apes, these other hominoids, and we found that we have 46 chromosomes, but they have 48. And so that seemed odd, right? For a few years, like, no, the scientists, they couldn't explain, like, well, if we're so similar to these things, that a Christian creationist, Carl Linnaeus, said that literally orangutans and chimps are actually just other types of humans. He couldn't distinguish them. But why would they have 48 chromosomes and we have 46? Then someone came up with the idea, well, that's possible if two of their chromosomes actually fused into one in us. And
That would
sure enough,
turn into 47, not 46.
no, because you get one set of chromosomes from each parent. So that means -2, not just -1, which brings it from 48 to 46.
And then what fused?
Yeah, I already said it. The chromosomes in the apes that are the 13th and the 11th, they fuse together to form what we call our second chromosome.
So humans are not unique then in terms of these fused chromosome relationships, although they seem to be, right, because they're distinct from all animals. What about plant life? Chromosome
Well, we're not unique in the
termination.
fact that we're diploids. There's tons of other animals that are diploids. Even some plants are diploids. So we're not. I mean, I'm not sure if there's another species that also has 46 chromosomes. Like I said, I know the other apes have 48. The extant apes have 48. But there could be some other species somewhere that has 46, like us.
Now, just funny enough, to bring it back to the Jesus consideration, the Shroud of Turin, the blood on
Pete?
that was identified as being specifically unique because Jesus had no seeming contribution from the maternal, or was it actually from the fraternal? That's the story, isn't it? But yeah, was there a distinction in the blood chromosome determination from the Shroud of Turin, which separated Jesus from the
They
rest
didn't
of
get any. Yeah,
humankind?
there was no such thing as getting blood from the Shroud of Turin. Pete, who would make that claim? That's
Oh,
really
Or
there's
analyzing
people
blood
here who
stains.
have.
yeah. There's no that would
Yeah.
be a fictitious. Yeah, that's a deception. There's no blood from the Shroud of Turin. Yeah, there's no such thing. It's a paint actually. I think. Nothing to do with blood. You can take DNA. If somebody touched the Shroud of Turin, they can put DNA on it, but that's because somebody contaminated it. You know what I mean? So I found DNA on. Well, you've been handling it for 2,000 years. I'd hope you find some DNA on it or whatever, right? Whatever it is. Nothing
Well,
to do with
What's
what
your
you
view
know.
on the Shroud of Turin?
the
What's your view on the Shroud of
creationists.
Turin, Pirbat?
Hang on, Pete.
It's almost
The
as fallacious as evolution.
creationists.
At least there's a little bit of evidence for
I
the Shroud
tend
of
to agree
Turin.
with you.
At least we have a claim for the Shroud of Turin, right? There's no claim for evolution. It's just we just imagine anything, right? So
Well, the creationists here are claiming that they've found blood that was haploid,
that has
meaning
nothing to do with.
only
Okay, so let them speak for
because they're
themselves. Okay, that's their
trying. Can I
conversation. That's not.
finish?
Yeah, that's not
Can I
your claim.
finish?
That's their
Can you
claim.
let
Well,
me
you're just
finish,
slandering
bro?
Hold on,
people.
guys. Yeah.
Okay, you're just slandering people. That's fine.
Hold on. No,
I'm not
no, it doesn't
slandering.
matter. It
I've
doesn't
been
matter to address
told
this.
this by people here.
Yep. Name one person.
Killian,
Okay, let's get him in here to speak this. Killian, this is you. Go ahead, Killian.
Lion, or Torah, whichever one. I don't know
Oh
exactly. It's one of those two. Torah,
Yeesh.
Foria, or
Killian, maybe
Lion.
you guys want to send me a PM because if you're saying that, guys, you're going to get yourself painted into a corner bad. Yeah.
Yeah, no
That's
You're
not a
human
good
can
thing.
live.
That's
Your
terrible.
cells can't function with just one set of chromosomes. They can't build themselves. So no
Oh
human
gosh.
can be haploid. That's a
Sheesh.
crazy claim.
Okay. So cells can only work when there's no living cells and they evolve. That makes way more sense, bro.
No, they
Yeah.
need
Anyway. Oh my
two
goodness.
sets of chromosomes for somatic cells to
Evolution
function.
says the opposite. Evolution
But
says
the
they have
people
nothing.
here are trying to match the biblical born of a virgin story. So they're trying to say that Jesus is the Shroud of Turin is from Jesus, and it was found to be haploid, only one set of chromosomes present, and that's not a human
Well, that's more
cannot
evidence than
live.
evolution. Well, it's still more evidence than evolution, though. We can just get a
You were
claim
just
for
saying
adaptation
that's
in
not true.
nature. I almost finished my sentence. Let me try one more time. If we can just get a claim for actual adaptation in nature, that would be a great start. But nobody can even explain that. Evolution is just something people imagine. So at least these shroud people have something to touch and talk about, you know?
That's funny because you were just saying that it's paint. Now you're
Yeah,
saying
that's
they
irrelevant. Yeah,
have
at least
something
they have
real.
paint. Yeah, they can lie about paint. You lie about nothing. You literally lie about all biology, and there's no claim for evolution. At least these people are making the mistake and thinking that they took blood off the Shroud of Turin. That's an honest mistake, it seems, compared to evolution, where everything is the opposite of reality. Every
That's
part
too
of
funny, man.
evolution. So if we could
That's
just get an example
hilarious.
of adaptation in nature, that would be a great start. Pete, do you want to try to give us an example of adaptation in nature? Watch what happens when you do this. It's my most fun game to play.
No. I'm on your side and this one,
Oh, okay.
MG. I'm on your side in this one, and it's obnoxious, but it is interesting that maybe within the lie, a certain truth is contained. That's what I'm about to sort of
Well,
decoding
okay.
what James has to say. You know.
Okay, then I'll just end with this then. Is that the problem is that even a lot of creationists, if that's a correct term, are still confused about adaptation, and they actually they mistakenly promote adaptation, not knowing that it's the same thing as evolution. And they'll talk about things that'll it's a fictitious deception. It's one of the many deceptions that even people that don't believe in evolution will still promote, and it's worse than evolution because you don't know you're promoting evolution when you're promoting adaptation. Yeah.
I agree. You are all sorts of confused, and they do promote evolution and just don't want to call it that.
There you go, guys. Adaptation is evolution. Even that's just so obvious. So it's a
Well,
dangerous
that's what
slippery
you
slope.
said. I said they promote evolution and just don't want to call it that. They just call it something different.
Adaptation is evolution. Is a different name. Yeah, but it's actually the same, if not more direct. Evolution can mean development, right? My cat went from a 2-ounce kitten to now a 5-pound, white fang. Great. That's actually evolution, but that has nothing to do with biological evolution or the theory of evolution. So just because I evolved, I'm now a man. I used to be a tiny baby. That's evolution, but that's nothing to do with biological evolution, right? So completely different meanings.
Yeah, there's a colloquial usage of evolution, which is just anything changing over time. You could say it's evolved. There's an evolution there, right? There's a difference between that and the theory of evolution in biology.
And adaptation is evolution. And that's why when anybody tries to give an example of adaptation, they'll always literally start describing evolution or revert back to saying, oh, it already had it. So again, you have two options to life. You have A, the organism already had the ability to survive, or B, it did not have the ability to survive. Guess what happens, Dodo, when something doesn't have the ability to survive? Pete, would you like to tell me, since you have that name? If
Well,
something
it can't
doesn't have
persist, can it? It can't
it
persist.
dies. It's
Yeah.
so simple. It dies. So guess what that means, Dodo and everybody? That means both options disprove adaptation. If it lives, it disproves adaptation. If it dies, it also disproves adaptation. Welcome to Biology 101.
That makes literally zero sense.
Yes, you have to believe in biology to understand biology. That's the point. Biology works one way. The law of biology is that all biological life forms have to have the ability, fully functioning from the beginning of its inception, to survive. The exact opposite of what evolution entails. So all of biology just absolutely destroys all of naturalism. That's why they can't give you a claim for adaptation in nature. Just look
There's
for
no
a claim for
such
adaptation
thing.
in nature.
There's
Can't
no
get it.
such thing as the law of biology. Dude, what on
I'm
earth are you
sorry, there
talking
is.
about?
There's a law of life. Yeah, there's the creator's laws of life. Absolutely, there is. This is what nature is. The word nature means design. Another word that evolutionists you got to realize evolutionists don't know what the word kind is. So you got to tell them what every single word means. They don't know anything. Just ask them again for a definition of adaptation in nature. You won't be able to get it to us.
Yeah, but no biologist takes what you just said seriously because it doesn't mean anything.
That's a lie.
You're just
That's a lie. You just
making
lied. Nope,
baseless
you just lied.
claims.
You just lied. You don't know. You can't even name one biologist.
Interrupting.
You just lied. Yeah, you lied. That's a crime. You just keep lying. Biology. Yeah, all
You're
of
just
biologists agree with me.
interrupting.
Okay, name one biologist. Name one biologist that you know that has
there's-
evidence for your adaptation.
I know a ton of
Bye-bye. That was easy.
biologists, dude.
That was easy. Yep, no names. Every time
Yeah,
it's that
'cause I'm
easy.
not
There isn't
going
even a
to
claim.
dox
It's that easy.
myself.
There's no claim. He knows zero. So the evolutionist just has to constantly make stuff up to justify their evolutionism. Again, don't even use evolution. Give me an example of adaptation in nature. See, it took him that long. Yeah, there's no. Oh, Miller did what in biology and proved
Miller,
what? That was easy.
Wang,
Yep, zero. Yeah, he just pulled up a list
That's
on
just
Google.
4 people.
The religious zealot pulled something up
those
on
are
Google,
4
but I'm
people
still
I
waiting
know
for an
personally.
example of adaptation in nature. One example of adaptation in nature. I'll take the rest of the year off.
Lenski.
If anybody wants to have a conversation, let me know. All I need is one example of adaptation in nature.
There's
I'll take
5
the rest
people
of the
that I know
year off.
personally. Disproven
So nobody.
your
So
nonsense.
no biologist at all. You can't name one real biologist. That was easy.
Wang, Eddington.
Yep. Let me know when you find work
Lenski.
from them at all. Let me know when you find their evidence and work at all. Let me know when they're a real biologist. So again, not one claim for adaptation in nature. And again,
Anyone
the
can just
creationists and
Google
Christians and flat.
Lenski's
Yep.
papers,
Google and wait for the.
genius.
Yep. So any evidence at all. So again, any evidence of adaptation in nature. Remember, nature is the key word that they have to avoid. That's all you got to do is say, where's the adaptation in nature? They will usually never give you an answer at all. It's that simple. We'll try it again in 20 minutes. Just like outer space, it's the same argument. I believe it, so I have to make up stuff to believe it. And just say the words like gravity and fossils, and both religions can be supported at all costs.
Well, let me ask you a question, MG. Is there a relationship or some relationship between ape kind, monkey kind, and man?
It's posted
On the visuals, there seems that there's some sort of
Just-
relationship. But you know what I'm saying?
Thanks for proving my point. Yes, continue, Dodo. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's on the surface, visually, it seems like there is a relationship. And if we all were created, right, individually, could we be
By the
created off
same-
a sort of central template? Is my answer? Yeah.
Well, the same creator created everything, and the variation of the creator is so vast. There's so many billions of creatures, right? We apparently have just infinite numbers. That's because there's a great variety, and they all come from their individual gene pools, and they depend on having the systems function from the beginning. So, of course, there's going to be a dog and a cat have infinite similarities, and they're completely different gene pools. But everything under the microscope, the diets are even the same. They both have eyes, two ears, a nose, and a mouth. Sometimes a tail. They milk their young. They have babies. They're very similar. Sometimes they have, everything is so similar, but they're completely different kinds. They are not compatible. They are just two separate beings from the creator. It's just so simple. Yeah.
What is humankind?
Yeah, so I
then? That's what I'm
posted
trying to get to.
two links. Right, Kenneth Miller is an American
Cool
cell
story.
biologist
Okay.
and molecular biologist, professor emeritus of biology at Brown University.
Still no evidence. Yep,
Richard
still no evidence.
Lenski is an American evolutionary biologist.
Yep, just more chanting. Yep, so more
So
chanting.
you can't admit
Just more
that
chanting.
you're wrong.
We got it. Yes, this was after the point that you
can't
couldn't
admit
point out
that you're
anyway.
wrong.
You looked up. Yep, you had to look them up.
Jay,
You had to look them up.
Jay, can you hold on a second, Jay? Yeah, I was in the back. I was taking a shit. Let's take it.
That these people are actual biologists.
Yeah, well, let me know when they have any evidence for biology. Let me know when they have evidence for biological evolution. We're still waiting for evidence. We'll never get it.
Hey, Jay, hold on a second before you respond, because I was in the bathroom and I couldn't get here. But I got to tell you, Box, because the way you're doing right now is very annoying to listen to, and it's also very impossible to have a conversation. The conversation's fine, but you can't disrupt. No, listen.
Yeah, I crushed your
can't
God.
disrupt. Listen. Good, you're gone. Somehow you're gone. Either you left or somebody kicked you out.
It's made good. Let him go.
Me.
Let him go. He's fucking laughable, dude. Like no professional would ever take that goon serious.
Right.
Okay, the conversation could take place.
Yeah, now he's gone.
We got rid of everybody we didn't like the sound of. We get rid of everybody.
No.
Yeah, guess what, dude? We got rid of him by asking him to shut up. We asked him to stop interrupting him, and he left. If that's gonna get rid of you, then you should be gone, dude. If you're gonna leave when people ask you to stop interrupting, that's on you. All right.
Now he has gone though. What did these people do, Jace? What did they find a missing link of some kind or what?
No, Kenneth Miller is an American biologist at a Ivy League university, Brown. he was the one who testified
Oh,
against
jeez.
that goon biochemist, what's his name, for the Discovery Institute, Behe, who came up with the idea of irreducible complexity. So the court ruled that Kenneth Miller literally just destroyed the idea of irreducible complexity. This was a Christian judge. I think he was even creationist, but he had to lament, right, that Behe lies and doesn't accept the evidence that biology actually produces that Kenneth Miller showed during the trial. It was the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. And Kenneth Miller is a creation. He's not a creationist. He's a Christian himself, but he understands how reality works and doesn't deny it. And so he was arguing against, because the Discovery Institute was trying to get their creationist book in the public school biology class, and Kenneth Miller was opposing that because it goes against the Constitution. Richard Lenski is another American biologist who did a long-term, it's still going on, his long-term evolution experiment where he's figuring out exactly how certain mutations occur in bacteria like E. coli. He figured out how strains evolved that can use citric acid or citrus, because usual E. coli wouldn't be able to use that. We actually define if a bacteria can't use E. coli or citric acid as an energy source. That's part of the definition of what E. coli is. So he literally showed that E. coli can evolve into a different bacteria by using by mutations that allow it to use citric acid. So
that's kind of interesting. So if you take a snowy fox out of the cold and put it into a warmer climate, will its coat change?
this is
That's the big question.
Whole different species of bacteria.
Is there any evidence though? Actual like missing link
mechanisms, right? He figured out the genetic mechanisms of how the transporter gene for citric acid, that in the presence of oxygen, is usually disabled. He showed that in this new species of bacteria that evolved from E. coli, that the gene was duplicated, and then there was a frame shift mutation that occurred that disabled the oxygen from being able to block that transporter protein for the citric acid transporter, allowing it to be used in an oxygenated environment, completely changing the kind of bacteria that it is.
Is there any evidence of one thing changing into another besides this biological, this tiny level, this small? I realize that this is all very interesting, but is there any evidence that one thing can turn into another? Is there a missing link? Is what I'm saying. Is there a missing link?
Well, I'm most familiar with either hominids, or we could go whales, or we could go tetrapods, even horses. I know a little bit about those sequences. Birds from dinosaurs. There's, like we were talking about earlier, how Darwin made the observation that the wings of a bird look just as if the three fingers of a dinosaur fused together, and made the prediction that we should find fossils in the fossil record of that transition occurring, of the fingers fusing and of feathers developing. And 2 years later, after he published that in his Origin of Species book, we found Archaeopteryx lithographica, which was a fossil dinosaur with fused fingers and the development of early feathers.
Have you seen the Eric Dubay thing where he does I can't remember the video, but it's a fucking long one. It's like 8 hours long or some shit, and there's an hour of it dedicated to this where he goes through them two dudes. They've got triple barrel names, both of them, and it's called the Bone Wars. And one hypothesized these dinosaurs, and then I think a year later they started finding the bones, but no one else in history did they? Before the mid 1800s. That's why I have my doubts on all that.
What do you mean?
Well, you can't say they didn't dig down. The ancients, you can't say they didn't dig down into the earth, because they certainly did. Quite a lot.
Yeah,
there's meant to be miles underneath the pyramids for a start.
Before
miles of
people like
tunnels.
Richard Owen, they didn't even know that extinction could occur. They thought these things were like organisms that were turned to stone by like the stare of a gorgon is in one of the mythologies of what a fossil, what they were finding. What they thought it was that we now know as fossils. A lot of them were grinded. They were they're in old Chinese medicine books, these stones that look like organisms that they would grind and put into medicine because they didn't know that they were fossils. They thought it was some kind of supernatural thing.
That's kind of interesting. Okay.
Here's a problem, right? When whatever jumped out of the primordial soup, the single cellular bacteria or single cellular organism, whatever the hell it was, allegedly, which we assume would have reproduced by mitosis or meiosis or whatever it was, and then at some point we've ended up with, male and female versions of things with specific genitalia that are required in order for reproduction. So how do you get from meiotic or reproduction through mitosis to having two specialized genders with specialized reproductive organs, one which requires the other? So if you've got a mutation to one or the other, that will just die instantly because it has no ability to find a corresponding mate in order to reproduce and try and continue the lineage of the DNA. How on earth is that explicable?
Well, it's because you're totally misunderstanding what's happening, how evolution works. Like, it's not just one organism mutating, populations evolve, but the evolution of sex is well understood. The first organism, the first thing that we would potentially even classify as a living thing is just RNA encapsulated in a lipid membrane. When RNA can self-catalyze itself already, there doesn't need to be any mitosis or meiosis processes. RNA can replicate itself already on its own. It can act as an enzyme or a ribozyme. That's how our cells currently do it still. But the basis of sex is seen even in bacteria, in single cells, where they have something called horizontal gene transfer, which is the basis of sex as we know it today, where microbes can exchange genetic material on contact. They can swap little packets of DNA or RNA with each other. But the evolution of like animal reproduction is well understood. It's not like some male of some species transforms into something else and all of a sudden can't reproduce with the females. That's not what happens.
Yeah, no, but hang on. You've kind of sidestepped my point. Whatever, without the specificity, whatever the original version of quote-unquote life, RNA, whatever you want to deem it to be, it had a method of reproduction. If it didn't, it would cease to be. So obviously it had a way to reproduce, to multiply, to replicate, whatever it did. So if it then in some way evolutionarily mutated to do something different, well then how did that just correspond? How did it, whatever it mutated to, however it changed, how was that compatible with whatever pre-existed that was allegedly a fully functioning organism of some sort? So it then mutates, but now it can just seamlessly blend with the other one? Is that what the theory is? Or how does this new thing be compatible with the old thing?
Well, right, the minutia, the details are what matters there, especially when you're talking about the first kind of what we would call organisms, the first protocells and how they replicated, which was RNA, which RNA is a macromolecule and it can catalyze its own replication. That means it can make copies of itself all on its own, spontaneously. And it can make copies that are slightly different, right? So it'll have slightly different bases contained in its sequence, the new one that it makes. And as it builds a population of these things, and they're all self-replicating with these very tiny changes, then those changes have different electrical charges, which can sequester different types of molecules. And eventually this is how proteins and things get developed, the same way our cells do it today. They use the electromagnetic interaction to link amino acids together to build proteins. That's what they began doing. But that's the basis of things. You're talking more about like how animals reproduce with sexual organs that create gametes and stuff, and you're thinking that like a male of like there's only two organisms, there's a male and a female, and like the male changes into something else and can no longer procreate with the female. That's not what happens. You have a whole population of the species, if not multiple populations of the species, where you have mutations occurring constantly, and these build up over the generations. They can all reproduce with themselves, right? And the mutations build up over the generations until one population looks completely different from another population. And then we arbitrarily define what the species are.
Yeah. All right. So cool. So if this is so gradual, so minutely gradual and eventual and slow, and the minutiae of where's all the intermediary steps? Like we got dogs, we got cats, we got tigers, we got lions, we got horses, we got hippopotamuses. Where's all the minute differentials between all these vastly similar but also vastly different things? Like there should be this kind of a vignette of species. We should be able to easily see how this got to there, because there's 10 steps between a dog and a hippopotamus, and we can see all of them. But that's just not the reality we live in, bro.
But a dog and a hippopotamus are extant species. So like there isn't a transition from one to the other because they're both currently living. There's an ancestor that they shared, and the intermediate steps from that ancestor leading to the two distinct lineages are present in the fossil record. You can look up the evolution of hippopotamuses, and you can look up the evolution of dogs. You can look up the last clade they share in common, and then the clades that diversify them from each other leading to today. You can look all that up. It's present in the fossil record. It's present in the genome, right? Some examples for like hominids.
It's a story. It's
unfalsifiable. How is that unfalsifiable?
Well, you said that there's an extinct predecessor to all these things which are related to one another, shall we say? So how do you draw the line between the Rambozoid, whatever it was 10 million years ago, and a dog and a hippopotamus? How do you draw the line between those two things when that's what I know? That's what the claim is, but it's unfalsifiable. You can point at anything that's vaguely of the same, molecular structure or physiological makeup, and say, oh well, that's the predecessor of a chicken. But we don't know that. You can't prove it, and I can't disprove it. It's just like it's a story.
Of course you can. You can find structures and fossils that falsify the evolution of it. That would show how could this dog stem from this lineage when it has all these structures that have nothing to do with what the modern day dog
micro changes and evolution. That's how it does it.
No, you would find fossils that lead to a distinctly different a different animal, right? That would falsify it. Now we go with specific examples. I'm more familiar with the hominid examples, right? So I can give you some of those, right? We have the hypothesis is that we split from the lineage that led to chimpanzees and the lineage that led to us split about 7 to 8 million years ago. Well, okay, if that's true, we should expect to find transitions of the features that differentiate us from a chimpanzee in the modern day. And what do we see in the fossil record? We see things like Auroran tuganensis and Sahelanthropus tichirensis, then the Ardipiths and the Australopiths, Kenyanthropius platyops, and we see Homo habilis and Homo erectus, all these things where the features that differentiate us from chimps are coming about step by step, where the foramen magnum in the skull is moving rather from the back, like a quadrupedal knuckle walking chimp has, that's at an angle. It's moving to the central part of the skull and just straight up and down, like it is in us. The pelvis is changing into this more bowl shape that we have rather than the chimp kind of straight up and down or sagittal kind of shape that they have. The knee, the legs, the femur is moving, pointing inwards, where in a chimp, it's kind of splayed out. If you've ever seen a chimp walk, they kind of almost like a little bit of a waddle, whereas our femurs point inwards so that our feet are directly above or directly below our bodies so that we can easily walk upright. And then features of the knee, same thing. All of these are present in these.
Is there any evidence? Any evidence of evolution?
Let me just. I've got to get out of the car in a second. Just give me. Let me just pose one thing to you, Jace. Let me pose one thing to you. I get where you're going with this, and it all. I get why I get your train of thought, and that's all fine. No need to go on explaining it. So I'm going to give you two other alternate hypotheses, right? Which would all, in my opinion, fit in with what we experience and see today. Number one. As per many religious beliefs, God created all of these things individually, specifically, and instantaneously or over time. It doesn't matter. They were all created from design. That's number one. And some of them died out. Some of them became extinct because of predators or food supply, whatever. Some became extinct. Some ended up as fossils over time. That's number one. Number two is that a bunch of aliens came down with a zoo ship and they put all of these things on here, which came from their planet, somewhere else that we have no knowledge of and no understanding of. And same scenario over time. Some died out, some survived, some look similar, some don't. How would you justify your position as superior to my other two possibilities?
Well, right, that would be quite a deceptive creator if they're making species that would lead us to believe that we came from these things. But that's only one. Modern phylogeny, phylogenetics, is a dual nested hierarchy. I just gave you the homologies, the morphology, the structural features in the fossils. We also have the genetic record where you can see where some of these changes have occurred in our genes compared to the other modern extant apes, how our hair genes have changed, and a couple other examples, how one of their chromosomes fused, or how two of their chromosomes fused into one in us. I mean, it's not a supported hypothesis, and it would be rather deceptive if you're going to propose a creator. I mean, why would you want to believe in this deceptive creator that's not really supported? You'd have to show that
it doesn't matter why I'd like to, or that's not what's on the table, JS. Why I'd like to believe that is irrelevant. My point is I've just offered up off the top of my head two other possibilities as to how we find the fossil record that we do and how we sit here today with the current living species that we do. And I'm saying to you, you have a good story. It's fine. It's a good story. And if you choose to believe it,
no worries, that's up to you. But I'm saying, how can you say your two hypotheses are rubbish? They're impossible and couldn't have happened. Mine is the only way to go. That's why I'm saying it's unfalsifiable. Is there a silver bullet? Is there a silver bullet that destroys my other two?
You're confusing unfalsifiability with your inability to falsify something. Just because you haven't been able to falsify it doesn't mean that it's unfalsifiable.
Okay, remove that word then. Remove that word.
Right?
Have you got the silver bullet?
We're proposing that these things happened naturally. Just what the record shows us is what happened. The fossils, the genetics, that's all we can see, that's all we can measure, that's all we can observe. So that's what happened. You're proposing that there's an outside force. There's a, whether you want to say it's supernatural or whatever it is, there's some kind of
But
creator.
so are you with the Big Bang.
Have to support
you are too.
that.
Don't pretend you're not. You are as well.
You have to show us an example of this creator creating something.
You have to show me. Hang on. You don't get to just monologue here, JS. You have to show. You have to show
you
me an example. You have to show me an example of matter just appearing. Like matter can be neither created nor destroyed, along with energy. You have to, in your theory. No, don't just rumpus over the top of me. My God or alien example equates to your Big Bang. Like they are all outside of the realms of our physical world that we can't explain.
We're talking about biology, things that we can see in the rock, the geological record, and in the genetic record. Right?
Which was put there by God or the aliens.
Yeah, exactly. You're saying that happened by God. Well, show us. Let's see God do it. What's his mechanism? Can we see him do
nothing
this?
explode into something.
Evidence of your claim at all?
You first have to believe in biology first.
Let's see something, nothing explode into something. Where's your evidence for that?
But this is just you diverting. Biological evolution has nothing to do with the Big Bang.
But your thing has to come from somewhere. It can't just have been here. Like mine. I'm going from origin to current. God or alien put this here, and here we are. You're going from no. Don't worry about the rest of it. We're just going to talk about fossils. Like yours is a package deal, brother. It's not just in isolation wanting to talk about.
No, it's not, man. Scientific theories are not about the origin of life, matter, and everything. They're hypotheses that explain specific things. Biological evolution pertains to biological organisms, not how matter got here, not how the universe got here, not how the planet got here. Those are other hypotheses that are also well supported, but are not biological evolution, man. I'm sorry.
So you say, all right, so no, and that's fine. So you're comfortable that maybe God created everything, but from that point, then evolution has occurred. That you're all right with that?
Well, I would say I'm not, but there are a lot of evolutionary biologists are Christian, Catholic, Muslim, Islamic, Hindu, and they believe that the mechanism God used was evolution, though they can't actually show God creating anything.
Okay, but you, as far as how water, the planet, the stars, the sun, the moon, how all of that got there, you would be all right with thinking maybe God made that. Maybe there was a God who made all of that. And then from that, there was something crawled out of the slime and evolved.
Well, nothing crawled out of it. Like,
no,
see, these are the things that turn me off to your ideas.
Metaphorically, Gaius.
I have the same standards. If you're going to propose that a God created matter and created the planet or the flat plane, whatever you want to call it, right? You're going to have to show him doing that. Is there any evidence of this? Like, you have to support your claims.
That's not my claim. It's just a hypothesis. It's not my claim. I'm trying to see where you're coming from, because these two things, like, I'm trying to work out what is your angle, because you're saying they're different, right? And I get it. Biological evolution is different to, where did the dirt come from? I get that, but I'm trying to see where you're coming from on where the dirt came from, because the two things
that would be
are kind of hand
geology.
in glove.
Geology would be the field of science that studies things like where the dirt and where the planet came from. And then when you get to planetary formation, that's where astrophysics and astronomy would begin to be the field of science that studies that kind of thing.
So from your own perspective, you say, okay, if I claimed God did it, I would have to provide evidence of that. Okay, and fair enough. But that's obviously not your position, because you're saying, well, you haven't proved me any evidence, therefore that's not my position. That logically makes sense from what you've said. So do I then presume that your position is that there was a Big Bang at some stage, and that's, the singularity became what we live in today? Would that be your current viewpoint?
Yeah, sure. A version of that. Take out the singularity and
whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, the nothing. It went bang into something. That's what you would
I go more
make
with
as the
Sean
most viable
Carroll's.
option.
I go more with the Sean Carroll kind of thing, where like there never was actually nothing. Like quantum fields have always kind of existed, and from that, the dimension
Where
of
would they have come from?
one of the dimensions that they're just eternal. They've always been there. They're just quantum fields. You could throw in the Penrose thing, where you have these kind of cycles of them. I don't know if I prescribe to that, and more of just it was always there, because time isn't meaningful in that context yet. Time arises from the quantum fields.
But sorry, can I just go by your reasoning a moment ago, Jace? You just said, "Oh, well, show God making matter, show God making the universe." Well, okay, can you actually show the original creation of your universe? Because
That
what
was
you
my
just said
point.
was pretty silly. So I
Yeah, that
show
was my
God
point.
doing it, like, okay, yeah, we'll just get up and we'll show God doing it. Come on, man, that's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah, you would have to show. You're saying that
Well,
there
then you
was
would
some
have
kind
to.
of creator. You would have to show that, right? Because all
Then
we
you
know
would have to show that
currently,
quantum created everything. Go and show it.
we can show that quantum fields exist. That's already
You
been
make
shown by
assumptions to things
physics.
that you see in this reality, and that is what you're doing.
No, we
That
make
is it.
predictions. No,
Your
we make
predictions
We
are
don't want you to make
predictions that we
assumptions.
predictions. We want you to
verify.
show exactly what you just told everyone else to do.
A cat has a
Show.
stomach. Oh, therefore I'm a cat. I mean, you might as well be part of the new generation out here. You can start comparing a lot of things. Like, I believe someone was saying it to you here earlier to you. I think it was MG, wasn't it?
He was being a goofball,
But
disrupting the
his comments were
conversation.
valid. That's
No, they
that's what you
weren't.
didn't hear.
He was trying to tell me biologists aren't biologists, because if
Well,
they
you,
don't
that's who
believe that
cares? Who
God
cares? Who cares about that?
created,
Because what he's trying to
they're
prove
not
to you,
biologists.
and we don't even have to even bring up God in this moment. What he's trying to prove to you in that moment is you guys are making a lot of predictions and assumptions, but it is not showing anything. It is not
There's no
proof of
assumptions.
anything. And until you have proof of something, like you're saying, prove and show God, you have nothing.
There's no assumptions. Quantum fields have been
You're
verified to
believing
like
in a theory that
spectacular
came from a priest
precision.
in 1917 or
It's
something like
literally
that,
the
sweetheart.
most
And you're
precise
going on that.
theory ever made by
Okay, but
science.
It is
It's
a
more.
theory.
You're making assumptions on the beginning of the universe. It still doesn't matter whether you say it's the most studied or verified thing ever. It doesn't matter. You're still making an assumption on the
You
beginning
haven't
of the
let me
universe.
finish a thought to actually explain what I
Pretty
think
sure I've
about.
been listening to you for
You've
quite a
been
while.
you've been monologuing, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, nonetheless, right, I go more with the, right, because we're honest that we don't know exactly how the universe started, right? We know up to 10 to, I think it's the minus 23rd seconds. We have
How do you know that?
a bunch of evidence and
Prove
measurements
that
of,
definitively.
yeah, we have the CMB, we have the lambda CDM predictions, measurements of the CMB, the
Sorry, Jace. Sorry, Jace.
multifaceted.
Hold on 1 second.
We have
Sorry,
baryogenesis.
let me
We have
interject.
Big Bang
Let me
nucleosynthesis
interject.
measurements.
Let me interject. I want you to show me that first milliseconds happening and prove that those things happen. I want to
No,
see those
that's not
milliseconds happening.
that's
No, you
not
just
how
asked
it works.
everyone else to
We
show God
have the measurements
creating
of
it.
these things.
No,
Right?
you
We have the
don't.
measurements of the CMB. We have the lambda CDM model and its predictions that can be measured. We have the Big Bang nucleosynthesis measurements. Like all of these things are indicating the Big Bang model.
But Jace, I want to see those first milliseconds that you're talking about. The exact first milliseconds.
That's not my problem, man.
In the same way that you want to see everyone else showing God creating everything, I want to see those first milliseconds. See how ridiculous it is to say that?
You can get a
No,
telescope
you
and make
can't.
these
No, you
measurements
can't.
yourself,
Oh
dude.
my God, Jace, that's the most
Just
stupid
yeah.
thing that an intelligent person could ever
He
You
just
say.
can make
contradicted himself. He just
you can
completely
make
contradicted everything he said. Wow.
So
talking
I can
about, man.
actually
You
This is
look at
an
the
can
very
make
first
insane religion,
milliseconds.
you
guys.
can
Wow.
make the measurements of the CMB, of the Big Bang
But he's never done it. But
nucleosynthesis
he's never. Now you
measurement.
can do it, guys. But he's never done it. You have to realize that. You can do it,
No,
but he never will do it. It's amazing.
but what I
Yeah.
want to see,
You're
Jace, is I
just
want
in
to see.
denial.
I want to see those exact first milliseconds.
He
I want to
can't
see
even
it
show
happen.
you anything.
That you're
He
measuring
can't show it
those
now, bro. Right now,
milliseconds.
he can't show it
No,
now.
they're
What they're
not.
talking about now, he can't show anything.
They're not measuring those milliseconds. Come
Yes,
on,
they
bro.
are, dude.
No,
What
you're
do you think
not.
they're
This is just.
doing?
This is just a religious chant. Can we get an example of something? Is there any way we can have a
Yes,
real
the
conversation
measurements
ever?
of the CMB.
So, is there any way we
Go
can get
talk to the
evidence?
Planck
See, he's
team.
telling me to go somewhere else, guys. Is there anyone we can talk to that's not afraid of his own religion, so we can get some
Build
information from them? He's telling me to
build the
leave the
satellite
conversation.
yourself,
See,
then.
he's telling me to leave.
Get
See,
a
he's telling me I
radio.
can't. Bro, you
Get
can't be
a
this
radio
psychotic.
detector
Yes,
yourself.
can you do any of this?
It's
Can you
not
do
my
any? Yes. So
problem
whenever you
that
do,
you
yes, it is. So
don't
if you do
want to
any of that,
verify
I'll
anything.
retire. If you do any of that ever in the rest of your life, I'll
Jace,
retire
you
I have
permanently.
an
Let me know when you
NMR.
can do
I
that.
have an
you
NMR
Best of
can't
instrument
luck.
with a
verify.
So
radio
anyway, so bro,
detector.
all you need to do is get an
So you're just
example in
lying
reality.
again.
Anyway,
You're
so
just
Stacy, the
lying
point was
again.
Stacy,
That's all
all
you
I
can
wanted was
do.
an example of adaptation in nature, and they can't even attempt to give it to us, Stacy. So thank
Now
you for
we're
mentioning
jumping
that.
topics again.
That's literally what this is about, and that's why he's scared. This is back to what I was talking about, and he still will refuse, and no one will even attempt to give you an example of adaptation in nature. We can never
10
do that.
minutes ago, I gave a bunch, but you can just
He can't. And what
pretend
was
like
that? Does
I
anybody
didn't.
know what his example? So can someone tell me what one of his examples
Hold
of
on.
adaptation in nature are? We just let people
Okay,
run away from everything, I guess. Okay.
Go ahead, the other guy. Tell him the examples I
Yeah.
gave
Is there
you.
an
Let's see
example?
how
Anybody
well
see an
you were
example of
listening.
adaptation? Anybody ever hear
It's
an
a
example of adaptation? See, he
fun
won't even let
little
me talk to anybody.
exercise.
Can you just stop, Jace? We've heard you monologue for years. You have nothing to show for. Does anybody have anything to show for when it comes to adaptation in nature ever? Send me a DM if you're not sure.
But the other guy
Okay.
should be able
Let
to
me know
tell
if
you.
anybody has a claim. Okay. Thanks, Stacy, for bringing that up.
Yeah, just go back about
So,
15 minutes. I gave examples of
Okay.
a
If
bunch of
anybody
Jace,
claims
sees
that have
anything at all,
been
just send me in a PM.
verified.
Sure.
So
So just more
Jace, me
religious
Do you
looking at
want to
rant.
the
talk about the Big Bang, or do you want to talk
anyone
about
looking at the
adaptation?
CMB cannot prove definitively that looking at the CMB is telling you what happened a millisecond into the supposed expansion of the universe. That is completely fallacious on its nature. You
No,
cannot
the
do that. You
CMB
can't.
isn't a millisecond. That would be symmetry breaking and baryogenesis, leptogenesis, Big Bang nucleosynthesis. Those are the measurements that tell you those time scales. The CMB is slightly after, but it's
Yeah,
a
but you're
prediction
saying that go
based
look
off
at the
of those other
CMB.
measurements.
You're saying go look at the CMB to tell you what happened in those first less than 100th of a second of the universe. whatever it is,
You
right?
can look at the CMB and
Oh,
then
you cannot. Oh, now you can
how would
hypothesize. No,
this
you
come
said you could
about?
prove it.
Yeah,
No,
because you're
you
not
just said
letting me finish the thought, you jackass.
you
Right? You can
you've
hypothesize
said
how would
things.
this CMB come about? And what that leads to is predictions of baryogenesis, leptogenesis, Big Bang nucleosynthesis, these symmetry breaking mechanisms, i.e. the Higgs mechanism, all of these things that you can then measure and verify, all these things are present too.
Yeah, but you can't verify that first thing of like, oh, this was in the millisecond hydrogen created, and this is when this was created. Come on, man. You're
That's what
believing
those things are
fantasy.
verifying.
That's
No,
bullshit.
you're the one projecting your fantasy onto me. We
I'm not
have
projecting any
measurements that
fantasy
we
onto you
can
other than that.
make.
You
We
can't
have
make those
measurements
measurements.
that we can make that are based on predictions. That if those predictions were wrong, the measurements would not
Is
be
anybody?
what
Are we
they
ever going to
are.
get any evidence for any of this though? Is there any? It's just a religious chant for years now from these people. There's never even a
I've
claim for
named the
evidence. It's like
evidence
so
for you.
psychotic. They can't even. Yeah, that's all they do is talk about it. They'll never show you. Has anybody seen any of this ever? I'm raising my hand, by the way. Anybody ever? I'm waving.
Dude, I've posted
I'm waving. Does
tons
anybody?
of
No. Is there any
research
evidence?
reports
Yeah.
about
Any
these things.
evidence? Right. Evidence.
Here
Is there
at
any evidence?
Gem
I
Panda
know you're
server,
still just
Brandon
ranting.
Toys server.
Yes, you're still just ranting. There's nothing to show for it
Yeah,
all. It's
you're
just all of
just
this
in
religious
denial.
ranting. Yeah, of
You're in
cartoons. You don't
denial.
even
Now you're
of you not showing
projecting onto
Evidence.
anything.
me.
It's
We're
so
This
not
is
talking
sad.
called the
about
tu
predictions
pro
or
qui.
It's
assumptions
so
or a
This
pathetic.
is
peer
called
review
the
you
tu
read. I'm
pro
talking about
qui.
evidence, Jay. I'm even
Yes.
asking you. I'm not
Yes. So
asking
when
for your
I do
predictions or
studies,
assumptions in reality.
when I
Evidence.
do studies of proteins and nucleic acids, like I study, I report them in peer-reviewed journals. That's where I report my evidence from what I've studied. So
Right.
when I
So no
post
evidence.
peer-reviewed journal
So can we
articles
show one
from
peer review?
these
Let's see
other
one peer.
fields,
Perfect. Let's see
it's
one
on
peer-reviewed
you
article.
to
One with
show that
evidence.
they
One
are
with evidence.
wrong.
I'll
It's
retire right
not
now. Show
on
me the.
me.
Okay, show it to me. I'll show it to you right now. Show me the peer-reviewed article. Show me the peer-reviewed article.
Search my name and search the
Bye.
terms
Exactly.
like
He's
Big
scared to
Bang
death. He can't even show me his
nucleosynthesis. You can
peer-reviewed
see
articles,
the
Daisy. He's
articles
scared
I've
to death.
posted.
He's scared to death of his own peer-reviewed article. He won't. He refuses to show us. I rest my case. These people are literally the most dangerous weirdos in history. I rest my
They're in
case.
the chat, dude. Stop projecting.
Nothing to show for it all. You can't even point out one thing in any peer-reviewed article in history for any evidence that you've ever claimed anything regarding your
You're
religion.
just projecting.
He'll never be able to show anything.
Sorry.
My channel's on. Here's the
Evidence.
evidence
You're
on my
Can you
channel.
projecting
talk
your
to me?
No, I'm
faults
not. No, I'm
onto
sorry.
me.
Stop lying. I'm sorry.
And
You're a
I
slandering
don't
liar,
accept
bro.
them.
You're a
Sorry.
sycophant criminal. So my
Sorry,
channel's.
man.
Here's my evidence. My
Sorry.
channel's on my channel.
I
You're
don't
scared.
accept
I'm sorry. You're
your
scared. He
tu
hasn't
quo
even looked.
qui.
He's scared to death. Now this is my point. Not only is he scared to show us his work, he's now scared to death to let me show you my work. So my channel is on my profile. You can click a link to go to my videos. That's real world evidence. I have about 250 videos of reality, including biological extrapolations and the shapes and non-shapes of the earth. So that's evidence in reality. You can compare mine to his any day. Let me know when he has anything to show for. Thanks.
Give me a bunch of talk, honestly. I mean, that's all you give me for evidence, and that's not evidence, sweetheart. Where's the intermediate beings along the way, too, that you're talking about that would have been happening and taking place, and we'd have, right, some fossils for them, too? We'd have this stuff around. We have nothing.
He can't even attempt to show you anything he's ever done. He can't even point to anything. He can't show you any. It's just all based on a religious assumptions. All you got to do is ask him, right, and if those animals all existed at the same time or exist now, what's your next excuse? And they just start over. The cycle starts over. They just start repeating all of their religious claims again, and that's all they'll ever do. That's why there's no example of adaptation in nature, let alone any evolution. That's why we're still waiting.
Show it to me that we did that along the way and we've changed. There should be some proof of that.
I don't think it's no bad thing to be skeptical, especially after the last 3 and however many years it's been when they told us all to trust the science, and oh my God, were they making some shit up? So I don't blame y'all for being skeptical. I certainly am. I mean,
well, remember, their religion is they are paid actually billions of dollars to teach this evolution and outer space religions. Nobody's teaching the XO's religion. Nobody's forced to learn the Bible, are they? But these people are forcing your children and all your family's children to learn these religions. And then their excuse is, yeah, just look into it. That's not how this works. That's why they can't even provide an attempt to show evidence for their claim. They just have to believe it. This is his religion. This is what he does all the time to justify his life. That's what he does. Talking about his religion is his religion. That's it. And that's all they'll ever do.
yeah, it does remind me of the a great man called Carrie Mullis. I think he actually won a Nobel Prize for his PCR test, I think. And he was trying to find the paper for HIV becoming AIDS, because that was the theory back in the day, or it was proven apparently. And he kept asking everyone, all the experts, and they kept pushing him. Like, he'd go to the next person, and then he met the top head guy in Paris, and they were like, "Do you have this paper?" And he's like, he just basically shunned. He just sort of fobbed him off. This is what we're.
Exactly. Let me extrapolate here for a minute since we have a moment of clarity and the chanting is over. Let's look at what the actual evolution textbook says. This is my college textbook, 2009, Douglas J. Futuyama, right? So remember, they say the Big Bang and all that stuff has nothing to do with evolution. Well, this is Evolution 101, and it says right here, before life began. Most physicists agree that the current universe came into existence 14 billion years ago. Through the Big Bang, from an infinitely dense point, elementary particles formed hydrogen shortly after being the Big Bang, then hydrogen ultimately gave rise to other elements. This is an evolution textbook telling you about the Big Bang and everything. So they are scared to death of all the requirements of their own religion. The evolution textbooks goes into the detail about the outer space magical religion. That's their foundation. The next chapter says the emergence of life. Listen to this amazing claim. These people, this is again Douglas J. Futuyama, 2009, page 102. He says, the simplest things that might be described as living, well, that's scientific, must have developed, that's also scientific, might and must, first sentence, must have developed as complex aggregations of molecules. The aggregations, of course, would have left no fossil record. Don't worry about it, we don't have any evidence. So it only through chemical, mathematical theory, laboratory extrapolations and experimentations from the simplest known living forms that we can hope, third favorite word, hope to develop models of the emergence of life. So that is the emergence of life and the Big Bang, abiogenesis is all part of evolution, and they admit that it's about hoping and it might have happened and it must have happened. Right here, Evolution College textbook, Douglas J. Futuyama, 2009. So they have to believe it. Their scientist leaders or pseudoscientists admit it's a religion. They admit they must believe it. That's the best part about the evolutionists. Thanks.
MG, that's brilliant, because I actually mentioned this earlier on in terms of, I'm going to head off now, but in terms of, if you believe the putting man on the moon, a song by REM. So yes, they have the line in it, Mr. Charles Darwin had the balls to ask, and I only figured it out last week what they were saying ultimately. Well, the theory of evolution of mankind could not have come about without the theory of evolution of the ball Earth itself, or the balls, the Earth being associated as spherical form with all of the rest of the balls in the universe. And then ultimately everything coming back to the origins itself. So excellent. I like that point. I'll say thanks for listening, and I'll say good night for tonight. I'll still listen, but I'll just bow out of the main chat. Thanks a lot. It's been a great night, and love to all, friends.
Right on, man. I'm going to try to post a couple photos from my biological extrapolations of domesticated kitty cats, tiny tigers and lions. These are the offspring of my two kitties, Cuckoo Nono, the daddy, his real name is Kafar, and his wife, Zara. So we had two beautiful, a lion and a tiger, a mackerel and a tabby cat. As you can see, if you look at the right picture, and you'll see the babies are very different. So a mackerel and a tabby that are basically tiger stripes, one's dark, one's light, can still give birth to now completely different colored kittens. So these cats that were darker, actually half of their litter are light. So even though the mother and father were darker tigers and lions, the babies were actually, some of them are bright white. And those ones are already suited for what they are suited for. So there are 6 babies, as we can see. I hope I can count. And we have 1 orange, 2 white, 2 dark tigers, and 1 orange tiger. And that's the genetic variation that's already inside of the gene pool. So 2 parents of a like look, like a breed, we have 2 breeds, can now create the variety of several different breeds. Now we have at least 4 different breeds from 2 parents. I wanted a nice dark mackerel, but I didn't get my nice dark mackerel boy. What were you saying?
They're very pretty cats. Oh, did they go outside at all?
Oh, absolutely, they go outside. Yes, the daddy has probably over 100 babies. Every one of them goes outside except one of the orange boys, and the girls don't like to go outside. But anyway, this is just a perfect example of that. 2 parents that look a certain way will make very different babies, and those babies already have advantages for certain environments. So the baby that does well in the cold and likes the bath, literally one of these white cats likes to stand in the bathtub and play in the water. It's pretty awesome. But the girls that are dark, they do not. They prefer a different environment. There's no such thing as adaptation. The different breeds are already born with their abilities, and they either already have the ability to survive and thrive, or they don't. They have to go where they can live. They can't magically change forms and adapt at all. And you're interrupting me, which is normal because
you don't make space for people to say anything.
I know.
You don't make space for people to
You're just
talk.
perversely interrupting me like a Satanist. This is my point. Everybody else is allowed to talk forever, but because I'm crushing your religion and because this is real world, you're freaking out. That's what you always do. It's okay.
Having
Listen,
a conversation. I'm trying to ask you a question, but you don't take breaks.
You weirdos have talked a lot for years and nobody's learned anything. It's about time somebody has actual evidence. You don't even have a claim for evolution.
So how can you be sure that how can you be sure that that's the father of all the kittens?
You're just making stuff up. That's the point. If I did, what would your next yes? And if I did, what's your next excuse?
How could you be sure that that's the father of all those kittens?
If I told you, yes, that's the point. And if I prove it to you that this is the father of all the kittens with a DNA test, what's your next excuse?
It's a question. I'm asking, how can you be sure that that's the father? Because when somebody shows me, a litter of different kittens,
that's the point. Now you're giving me your life story again. I know, little boy, I'm okay. Little kid, little tiny twerp on the internet. That's great. I'm trying to explain. Yes, because I kept the mother inside.
You guys have fun with this. This isn't fun.
You're pathetic, disgusting haters. Won't ever let me talk. Disgusting. It's so sad that these haters just can't shut up. People can talk for literally an hour. Ask Pete Shea. I'm on here 2 minutes and 30 seconds explaining my actual cats, my actual extrapolations in reality, and I take photos to show what real life animals do that absolutely not only disprove evolution, they disprove adaptation. Yes, raise some plants and some animals. All biological life forms have to already have the ability to survive from the beginning. The reason I know that Zara didn't have another male counterpart is because I kept Zara inside during the entire season that she was in heat. I only allowed Kafari to come in and, of course, see his wife. So we know just for the fact that we had to segregate animals to make sure we wouldn't have any confusion. And that's how we know that Kafari is the only father of these babies. And that's it. And even if I proved that, they would have another excuse. Well, this is actually, and they would just hide from it because it's never been about evidence. Remember, the entire farming industry throughout all of history depends on the fact that there's no adaptation, let alone evolution. If you're still using the word adaptation, I guarantee you're confused. I guarantee there's a problem because adaptation means evolution. So if you don't believe in evolution, you got to let all the terms go, right? Just like when you realize you don't live on a spinning magical ball, you don't want to keep saying planet. You don't want to keep saying universe. I just got to point these things out. There's levels to your knowledge. And you guys, it's good to learn something. Keep going because there's so much more for us to learn. Baruch Hashem. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of abiogenesis or whatever they call it. And it just seems silly on its face. But then again, my brain won't even allow me to entertain billions of years. Like my brain's like, billions? Like, nope. It's like time travel. My brain's like, nope. But anyway,
yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question, XO?
Please go ahead.
Bit of a change of topic, but what do you think about this these people want to find this perfect red heifer, and then
They've been doing that for years.
And then sacrifice it, make soap out of it, and then build this third temple.
It's pretty disturbing because if they would put their money where their mouth is, they wouldn't be trying to manipulate creation. You believe in God, he's going to do all this stuff, but now it's on your shoulders to make sure God's plan is correct. I don't buy it. So it's always a deception. I don't pay attention to anybody anymore, bro, because they're all liars. Bro, you believe in God, but you need to make God's creation complete. No, that means they think they are God, you see. They think they are God, bro. It's a deception. Plus, I don't know those people. Can you give me an example of adaptation in nature? Because apparently many people in the truth movement still think there's adaptation, but not evolution. And this is a huge deception. And it's why these people are running amok, allowed to talk about these crazy things, and nobody calls them out. So sorry, it bothers me.
That's interesting. I thought you'd be. I thought you were going to go with that stuff because it's Bible stuff, isn't it? So, I don't know what it is, to be honest.
That's the point, right? If they really believed God, why would they need to manipulate genetics to make a red heifer? Here's me. I'm the Bible guy. I say, I ain't going to do anything. God's got this. I'm good. Like, that's it. That's what Bible people do. Bible people say, yeah, we ain't going to try to even interfere with God's plan. You know, everything that goes wrong, actually, there's a reason for that, right? Like Romans 8, like all things work together for good. People really, I mean, I've been told that. I've pissed off people so bad, they've told me that I'm going to ruin God's plan. So I understand that people sometimes don't have faith in God. They claim God, but they don't think God has the ability to actually do what he says, which I don't understand.
I like that. Dude, Exo, why the fuck do people... I can see why people get a bit spurgy with you because you just go on and on and on. But the thing is,
2 minutes.
like, I feel like, for instance, what you just said then, that reminded me of taking somebody's foreskin, you know? It's like, God made a mistake? what the fuck is this, you know? Like,
oh no, there's a reason why. Oh, there's a reason why foreskin, that whole thing, and it has nothing to do with the mistake. It has to do with sacrifice. Actually, it has to do with a relationship with God. There's a huge meaning behind that. I'm not going to really get into that topic though right now. That would be a biblical private discussion. That's very rarely discussed. But yeah, there's reasons for everything that God says.
Oh right, so that's one. Okay, because I think that's a bit silly. I don't know. That's something else. I think that's.
Well, it's completely different, though. You have to understand what the Bible claims. If you don't know what the Bible claims, which I guarantee you don't, then you can't make a claim. See?
No, I don't. I don't know what it says, but I do.
That's right.
Thing is, like, if they came out and said something like, well, we did it so you weren't playing with it all the time because it takes about like 40% sensitivity and, you know, it's not quite as pleasurable.
I wouldn't want to talk about that.
If they came out and said that, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. But they don't. They say shit like, well, it's for health reasons. And what? Health reasons?
Oh, that's not what the Bible... Well, that has nothing to do with the Bible. So you're still listening to man, though. That has nothing to do with the Bible.
Well, that was a Muslim guy that said that to me, actually. And I was like, no, that's silly.
Oh, well, I'm just telling you that the Bible says something, and then when you discuss what that's about, then we can discuss it. It's actually about the mistakes that man makes. You see, man fails, man ruined things, so then things changed and things happen because of the mistakes that men make. So that's ultimately why all of these weird things happen, you know, in short. But I don't worry about something like that. God's given me so many miracles, I don't even wait around for those things. There's just different levels to this. Like me and Stormfire, God rocking, we're just doing our thing because we have all this work to do. You know what I mean? It's like firemen aren't going to worry about the toothpick factory. Like, I know that's cool and you can light a toothpick on fire. I'm doing something over here. You know, we're working with trees or whatever, or we're putting out forest fires. There's just, you know, like, I'm not going to discuss Bible with people that don't believe Bible. If you don't believe the Bible, right, how could I possibly explain these things to you? It took me years of believing it to go, wow, look at this, and work my way up, right? Like, I couldn't just build this house overnight. Like, me and my relationship with God has now taken 15 years of me trying, me failing, me doing everything wrong, and him picking me back up, him saving me, him putting me back on my horse, him waking me up, him bringing me back from the dead. So ultimately, I give him the credit anyway, and I honestly never question him. My only question is, what do I do next? Because he just blesses those who listen to him. And again, I'm not smart. That's why he says in Matthew 11, 25, Stormfire's favorite verse, it says, at that time, Jesus answered and said, Thank thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes. So because I'm not smart, because I'm a dumb kid and I'm a babe, God likes that about me, bro. And that's what this is about. And I encourage other people to not try to be smart and to try to listen to their creator. And that's how they're going to get smart. Wow. Because the first thing of understanding is to admit that you don't understand. If I go into anything thinking I already have this figured out, what am I going to learn? That's why these people that hate never learn anything, because their entire intention is to come to you saying that they already know it. So it's already impossible for them to learn. Isn't that interesting? So I'm just going to go along with what God says, bro, and, deal with this water issue. This is about water world to me, right? God has shown me this, that there's waters underneath the earth, above the heavens. Everything's about water, right? The earth is part of that system, but the earth isn't a system. That's what the water showed me. The water showed me that there's something else going on here, that you can't measure the earth. And that's not always about the earth, that there's different levels, right? So I'm just going to stick to what God has shown me. And I'm telling you, if you get into that Bible and start reading it, it's going to start making sense, period. Go ahead.
You know what's crazy? We have constant water in our mouth. If you're not, in a desert and drying out. But, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, man. Like, so your voice has to have water. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, we're constantly swallowing the water that our mouth produces.
Bro, how about you're breathing it, right? How about even your car runs on water? All cars already run on water. People don't know that. Your gasoline is just a catalyst to explode the water in the air. Everything's powered by water, except for some dry cell batteries out there. I mean, that's just how an internal combustion engine, the jet engine inhales water too. Every internal combustion. So it's water world, bro. When you come to the end of the earth, the waters continue, right? What does Psalm 29 say, Clay? The voice of the Lord is upon the waters. Wow. And like you just said, our voices have water. What? The voice of the Lord is like many waters. Water. The God of glory thundereth. The Lord is upon many waters. Lord sitteth king forever. I mean, bro.
His spirit moved over the waters before he created the earth.
Bingo. That's huge. Deep. Why is it deep? What's deep? Darkness on the face of the deep.
It even says, the dark of the deep waters. Oh wait, oh God, what is wrong with me?
Darkness on the face of the deep, yeah. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters.
Yeah.
Then he firmament separated the waters, right? Okay. All right, well, there you go. That's what I get hyped up about, man. So, sorry. Thanks.
Yeah. Hey, what do you think about the idea that I brought forth today, that the ISS might be in a layer of water above?
Well, everything up there is just a normal conventional vehicle. No, the ISS is just another normal conventional vehicle that we see once in a while. That's probably like a U-2 or another vehicle like that. It's extremely slow. It travels at the speed of an aircraft. They probably have many of them at different locations.
Oh, yeah,
but there are no such thing as anything that are that high at all. That's not the X-15 that has to come right back down. Somebody misused the term satellites. Go ahead, Clay.
There are time lapses where you see an airplane going in the same time lapse, into the picture, and they move at the same exact speed as the airplane, and the trajectory and the height just looks kind of similar to an airplane, which is weird,
Well, that's not weird to me. That makes sense, actually, right? But somebody said, like I heard somebody today, and the 24/7 Discord down there said, "What about satellites?" And I was talking to the guy, and I said, "Oh yeah, bro, there's no such thing. If we had satellites, somebody might use them for something, but everything is actually based on cell towers, ground-based units. That's why when I drive away from the city, I lose signal every single time. This is not rocket surgery." And then one guy wanted to chime in and interrupted me and said, "Oh no, those satelloons." And that was embarrassing, because satelloons have nothing to do with our communication system at all. Satelloons are a government DoD observation reconnaissance thing that gives them information to them, has nothing to do with civilians. So these terms are, people got to be careful, because when you say, oh, no, satellites are satelloons, that's a complete deception. There's no such things. There are completely different jobs anyway. Even if satellites meant anything, there's no such thing. Satelloons have nothing to do with satellites. So again, we got to be careful with these terms. They ain't getting up that high, Clay. They can't do anything. They don't have the power. They don't have the power they pretend to have. It's all an illusion. There is no traveling up there. They might be able to get to 100,000 feet, 120,000 feet, for a period of time. That U-2 can loiter, I guess it's 70,000 feet. It can loiter the longest. That's why it's mostly wing and a tiny little stick for a fuselage, And they've been using that since the 50s. Francis Gary Powers flew that over Turkey in like the 60s and took a picture on Mount Ararat. That's an interesting topic. My dad showed me that when I was very young. They shot him down. I think it was an SA-2 guideline missile. Shot down Francis Gary Powers over Russia, and this is, of course, the conventional story. I don't know if this is true, but anyway, supposedly that was history. But, yeah, so I just need an example of adaptation in nature, Clay, and then I can take a break for the rest of the year. All right, Clay, if you want to attempt, you're on the hot seat. Can you tell us an example of adaptation in nature, Clay? Because apparently the young Earth creationists keep talking about this, like Darth Dawkins and who else?
An example
Gregory.
of adaptation, yeah, for sure, man. So,
okay.
Yeah. So when it gets cold outside, I put on a jacket. That's me adapting.
Dang, Clay owning it fast. Dang, he got it fast. I hope everybody heard that, because that's it. That's the end of the conversation. Yes, adaptation has nothing to do with biology. It has to do with your intelligence. It has nothing to do with biology. He just nailed it. That's adaptation. Yeah, it's not anything to do with evolution, no biology. Things don't adapt in nature. That's absolutely the most ridiculous thing ever. Things already have the intelligence to live in nature. Thank you, Clay. And that's it. There will never be an example of adaptation in nature. And I'm just saying that hundreds, if not thousands of Christians still teach the fallacy as if it's because it's pseudo-intelligence, it's intellectualism. I believe in evolution, but not adaptation. Well, you failed. Go ahead,
Some
Clay.
Christians will tell you that the sea levels are rising.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, some Christians tell me that the circle of the earth means the earth is a ball, right? Right.
The insane thing is, if you look at the multi-million-dollar industry or billion-dollar industry of housing and architecture, at least, for example, in Dubai, and that's just one example, where they build artificial islands that are not even 1 meter above the sea level. Just shows you how absurd.
Hey, did you see my kitty cats earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I mean, kitty cats make kittens, and they think that's evolution. So I just had to point that out. Remember, his question was, how do we know that was the only father of those kittens, right? Bro, do you realize how ridiculous of a question that is? To desperately hide from what we're showing here, because that's just a reason to cause a disruption and to cause an issue. And the reality is, it doesn't matter if there was 5 different fathers for 6 different cats. The cats are born with the abilities already there It does not matter if I had two dads, that would be weird, right? That's not going to help adaptation or evolution, guys. You know, like if I can't figure out who my dad is, sorry guys, that's not going to help their argument. If I don't know who my daddy is, sorry, the XO is still a boy that came from his parents, and they were definitely a man and a woman. And that's just how biology works. So the cats make it fun because two parents can make 5 different colored cats, and they're already equipped with the ability to live in their environment already. And if they can't, they have to move. If a cat's born that goes, oh, this is too hot in Arizona, it's going to have to move or it dies. So both options again, family. Lovely people that hate this deception. Both options, family, disprove adaptation, let alone evolution. Because both options, one is A. A is what? It already had the ability to survive. And B is it died. Both options eliminate adaptation. You see, the third option was adaptation. That's not something that happens in reality. 2 options to life are living and dying. And that's the end of that.
All right, I got a scenario for you.
Okay.
So, is this adaptation? Check this out. So, you got a young child, and say the father of this child is neglecting the child. Now, is it adaptation for the child to seek another role model? Potentially even go a next step with it and call it like a masculine figure.
Mm-hmm. All right. The answer is no, because it already had the ability to search out a different father or someone that's not that type of weird person that neglected their child. And that's just psychological movement of the intelligence of the child that already exists anyway. It's nothing to do with biology, and it will absolutely certainly never change the gene pool. So we can't even get started on adaptation. Doesn't even start. It's already over. It's literally easier to talk about evolution than it is adaptation. Evolution is the deception, but adaptation is a worse form of evolution because nobody knows it's actually still evolution. I hope that makes sense.
Hey, Clay, real quick. I'm at work and I just had a real quick question for Clay. Is he here? Clay. You here?
Yes.
Oh, I was asking about the satellite picture, or not satellite pictures, but the overhead pictures from Google Earth, where you found those hidden cities. Can you DM me? I DM'd you, and just respond with how you found what you were looking at.
Hidden
Some
cities,
screenshots.
no. It's just what I figured out is the islands were not depicted on Google Earth, but on Bing Maps you can see them. So Google Maps is actually pretty trash. Yeah, I already resolved it, man. It was a false assumption of mine. But yeah, it's still kind of weird why Google has not yet managed to, actually give a clear insight or picture.
Okay, so I didn't hear all of what you said. You said they are places, they just weren't listed on Google Earth or something. Just DM me. I just DM me with the answer when you get a chance.
Yep.
Thanks.
All right, Clay. Well, 2 days ago, actually, a ship launched into battle. Do you know which one it is? Not into battle, but to Mediterranean.
No.
Oh, it's the Eisenhower.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard of this?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'm just going to post the pictures then. Everybody else is probably sick of this. So this ship is in this entire war, and this ship is in this video game 30 years ago called U.S. Navy Fighters. And it's the exact same. Russia is being invaded. Excuse me. The Russians are invading Ukraine. And the naval fleet is in the Mediterranean. And there's the video game right there. And now the ship, Eisenhower, the same one in the game, is there. So it took off day before yesterday. And now this entire scenario is complete, exactly predicted like Electronic Arts showed us 30 years ago. I mean, who knew that Electronic Arts was also somehow influenced by, I don't know, guys. Where do you go with this? You know,
EA?
this is just absolutely.
I mean,
Satan
EA.
likes. I think Satan likes video games. Go ahead.
That's true. But you can lose a lot of time if you get used to video gaming. But I have lost interest on sitting on my PC the whole day video gaming. I do it just for, you know, at least 1 or 2 hours maximum.
Nice.
Amen.
See, as long as if you have one master to serve, it's you know, all okay, I would say. But many people make their consumption of substances or things they do in life their master.
Is Germany still a weapons superpower or technological master?
Not at all.
Not at all.
What about the new Tiger tank? It's better than the new Tiger tank is better than the American tank. I'll tell you that. It's actually called a Leopard. Excuse me, the new Leopard, German Leopard. Sorry. But, you know, I mean, what are you going to compare it to? I mean, I bet they have some stuff nobody knows about. They're very meticulous people, right, Clay? Obviously.
And Germany is not what it used to be, man.
Well, that's okay. I know. Trust me, I know that. But no, there are still something called hardcores that are hiding. Trust me, there are many hardcores that have raised their families. You know, remember Lou Schwabenstein or whatever you guys say, like in the underground, right? Like, yeah, like the Blitzkrieg is going to come back again. You know, just like Americans. Oh, the South's going to rise, right? There's always prideful groups out there and little militias. And the Germans still got an interesting little tank force, though. They have tanks right now. I mean,
so what I realize is that Germans are very nice people, I would say.
Nice? Oh, okay. I wasn't saying that. I don't know about that. I was saying they're meticulous.
No, like very friendly people, actually. You know, polite.
Yeah, well, I am. I have some German. I've been to Germany. I have German family. Well, I used to have German family. They weren't so polite to me, Clay. They didn't want me to be in their family anymore, Clay. So I guess maybe I feel a little bit different about that for some reason. Sorry.
Okay.
That's okay though. I forgive them. In fact, no, I'm much better for that. I didn't want to stay with them anyway, so I'm much better off actually. So Baruch Hashem. Yeah, what this Israeli diet done to my. Go ahead, Stormfire.
Clay, have you seen that the movie? I think it's called. Oh damn! I always forget every time. It's Brad Pitt is a
Fury.
tank commander. Fury, that's the one. You seen that one?
No. What was that about?
It's about tank warfare, specifically. Like, you got a 4-man group in a tank, and it goes through their journey through a few battles in Germany. And yeah, just some of the scenes are some of the best scenes I've ever seen in a movie. So it's, in my opinion, it's up there when it comes to war. Yeah, you got a few badasses in there, like the Punisher actor. I think he's the Punisher, or maybe.
Dave,
yeah,
hey, please, guys, everybody, read what Dave said in the comments, please.
Which Dave? Livestream voice?
Dave China.
Oh, I blocked him for a reason.
Nice.
I think he's already blocked.
Someone is calling me a hypocrite. Okay, let me read what he's saying.
Okay,
LOL, Clay is such a hypocrite. You can hear him meshing on a video game controller buttons while he just agreed with XO. Satan loves video games. Then Clay said 1 or 2 love to 1 or 2 hours Maxo gaming. Dude has been on Discord all day and gaming. Love to see you Christians being great role models.
Yeah, how dare you?
Oh,
How
wow.
That's
you?
funny. It's funny that I can go on my Steam right now and see that I have started the game at I started the game at 20 minutes ago. Exactly 10 at 2 a.m. and 7. I have never played it the whole day. So cool story, bro.
Yeah.
You want to
And
have my
Satan likes
Dave? Do you want to have
movies
one
and
second?
music.
Dave, you want to have my Windows PC logs? I can give you like you know that the PC records like everything you do, like in which software you take your time, blah blah blah. And then I can call you out as being hypocritical by false assumption
Hey,
of
Clay. Hey, bro.
Christians. Yeah.
Do you want to see my Stargate?
Your Stargate?
Yeah.
What is that Stargate?
Bro, I'm just gonna post one picture real quick, okay? First, I'm gonna post in Livestream, and then I'll post another one in a second. Okay.
Should I make Dave even more angry? Okay, Dave, I bought myself. Listen, Dave. This year I bought myself a PC with an RTX 490. Man, I'm such a bad Christian. I buy myself a computer with the best hardware to play stupid simulators.
All right, I got a picture there for you, Clay, so you can see what the Stargate is at night. Here's my cat. My cat activated it. You can tell by his look.
What is a Stargate, dude? Is it like
Bro, I built that in 2016.
Yeah, but what is it?
That's so I could stand in the middle of it and look at the stars above me and understand my perspective and everything. It's also a nice sundial. It's good for actually holding your drink, so you can put your drink on top of the bricks. It really provides all sorts of comfort for your outdoor lifestyle. So it does many things at once, besides giving you the visuals of the celestial bodies of our shamayim going around us. So yeah, I started to get really familiar with the sky, and then after like a couple days or weeks, maybe months, I started to laugh very hard because of the experiences of being under the heavens for a long period of time. I'll just leave it at that.
Dude, so, I'll be honest with you, man. I'm very much I don't like cats anymore. Cats
okay, they're my
weird.
they're my favorite. Well, yeah, they're really okay.
I have many dreams where demonic entities masquerade as cats, doing sexual things.
Sure. Well, most demonic entities masquerade as people doing sexual things. So I don't like people. I like cats.
Cats.
No, I like people. Cats haven't done any of that stuff to people. People do the crimes in reality. So maybe cats do the crimes in people's dreams, but the most dangerous animal in existence is the human. So I'm going to post one more here in a second. Yeah, and also Jesus, he calls himself the Lion of Judah for a reason. So he likes his kitty cats. So I'm going to stick with that, man. Sorry to go against you. Yeah.
Yeah, but the difference is lions have normal eyes. The house cat is the only cat that has reptile eyes.
They don't have reptile eyes. That's not true. You have to show me a picture, and I'll show you where that's incorrect. Reptiles don't have slits in their eyes. Real reptiles have circular eyes. So the idea that cats have reptile eyes is something from media or another deception, like the globe Earth or outer space. So they're very different. Careful now.
Dave, you're boring, man. You're not even trying to be a good troll or time waster.
Poor Dave. Dave, you got to get it together, man. Time's running out, bro. I mean, you guys are just acting like this for no reason, bro. They're just like Dave, like you're gonna spend the rest of your life on the internet doing this, and I'm just posting pictures from my late childhood that is crushing your entire belief system. All I do is, you know what I mean? Come on.
So according to Dave, all Christians should be Amish, I guess. You know, like having like a horse. Nothing against the Amish people. I love them, wonderful people. But according to Dave, you know,
Yeah.
if I use any
You're hot
form
mic and
of
Stormfire, so you know.
I do.
That's good, man. If I use any form of modern electronics, I'm you know already using Satan's devices.
Okay, Clay, I posted another picture. So here's the Stargate at daytime, but I have a nighttime shot as well that I borrowed from somebody else because I don't have a time-lapse camera for the sky. Plus, it was way easier just to have somebody else do something for once in a while. So pardon me. There it is. So you can just figure out how the stars move, Clay, but you don't have to build a Stargate. That was just extra credit that I did, so don't worry about that. So when you see the stars getting closer and farther away, right, like gears, do you know what that means when we watch the celestial bodies, Clay, converge and diverge? They get closer and farther away as they turn into each other. Do you know what that means absolutely, Clay?
No.
It means that we are absolutely not moving. So just the way that the stars move at all absolutely annihilates any possibility that the Earth is moving. The time-lapse camera has one requirement, Clay. Would you like to take a guess what it is? Well, it's got to work. It cannot move. The point of the time-lapse camera is it's got to stay stationary or your shot gets ruined. If we were moving at all, we would not be able to see converging and diverging star trails like gears in the sky. So there is no such thing as Earth movement, bro. People just got to learn how these things work. Just think of if you painted gears on your. Imagine if you paint gears, right? Big Bend gears on your clock. If you start moving around, those gears are not going to start turning magically like Willy Wonka, are they? No. So the movement of the stars has specifically nothing to do with the movement of the Earth. In fact, it depends on the fact that the Earth isn't moving. I just hope this makes sense. I think Geo actually understands this. There's very few people that have gone down this road. I was surprised Brian Leakey actually observed it pretty well. But this is something that they'll run away for, you know. It's converging and diverging star trails. It means you're not moving at all.
Amen.
All right. Well, talking for 22 minutes combined on this channel today was like an eon. So I apologize for destroying the machines and the paper, and all the buildings are falling down in New York City right now, and there's Godzilla's dead on the beach because of this. So I apologize. Yep.
The buildings are falling.
Amen. Baruch Hashem.
They're crumbling down.
Wow.
You know,
gosh, can't even talk to Kosho. Kosho's got to know who's the daddy. That's Kosho's answer. How do you know that's really the dad? Okay.
Have you seen the wrestlers, the W wrestlers in the 90s saying the Twin Towers will come crumbling down in a terrorist attack?
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. 1-800-257-1234. Act now if you think anybody gives an absolute flying foxtrot about your satanic paradigm. Please call. Operators are standing by. Call someone who cares. 1-800-257-1234. Again, that's 1-800-257-1234. This is the executive officer of the Red October, 537. 2 minutes till 377 miles south of the water course. Don't forget, Clay. Blood always finds its level. Go ahead.
You know what I've realized about a lot of the zealots here for the globe?
Yes.
Many of them just want to stay contrarians because if they wouldn't, they would just, you know, never get the attention they need subconsciously.
This is actually their life. Yeah, that's their life. Their life is being a contrarian to reality. Their entire life is to produce as much energy in conflict with reality. That way they can justify hiding from a word that rhymes with it, morality, right? If you hide from reality, no worry about morality. Wow, that reminds me of a Bible verse that Stormfire read the other day. It said, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. I wonder who said that. That's very powerful. Holy moly, if there's something that powerful, I don't even understand it. So yeah, bro, they have to do that all day. They have to make fun of you. You just don't understand. That's all they say is you don't understand. And then they go, what did this guy do? What was his name? JC. JC spent an hour and 45 minutes saying the same regurgitated circular reasoning religious vomiteer that he always does. And it's just there's no point to any of it. So he just makes these claims. And that's what they do. They're like it's like a Catholic. If a Catholic priest came on here from Vatican said, and like if we allowed that, that would be the exact same thing, except we at least nobody's confused and knows that the Catholic priest is just chanting his right. And that's the problem. So when we allow, when people, anybody allow that, it does cause probably some interesting byproducts, like puppies dying, angels slapping themselves in the face, God getting embarrassed, myself getting a seizure. When we listen to these people, it definitely just proves the point that they're not interested in reality, Clay. Their entire process is to scoff. That's why they're called scoffers. They are here to promote their hatred of God.
You know what's crazy? People telling me that the spiritual fight is not real, and then because it's just coincidence, right? Normally my YouTube is just normal YouTube front page, right? Like getting my like aviation stuff that I'm interested in, some other just normal videos, right? And since I hadn't really had any impulse of lust in the past couple of weeks and so forth, I'm still a young man, so sometimes lust is a struggle to deal with, but I hadn't had any problems with it. Out of nowhere, now for some reason I constantly get videos on YouTube with for example a guy just filming hookers on the street or some Vietnamese trash and woman. It is like you can't tell me that like I have not clicked on anything of that beforehand, and suddenly my whole feed changes. It is, dude. It is so weird. How I mean. Anyways, it's just so obvious that we're in spiritual fight.
Right, and even though you right click, scroll down, like don't show this again or something, or take this off your feed, and you'll hit that over and over again, but they'll still show you. And now they'll show you things that you can't click that button anymore to say stop showing this. They don't give that option now. It's pretty annoying. I've actually been off YouTube. I stopped watching stuff on YouTube the past 2 weeks because they finally let me out of the dungeon. I'm allowed to go back to one of the Discords, and they gave me food and water, so I didn't have to stay on YouTube. So I kind of changed it up a little bit, which is good. So even though this is called Discord, at least you don't have to watch disgusting ads all day. That was driving me nuts, man. I cannot stand it. Yeah. So this is Satan's system, Clay. Go ahead.
I already have YouTube Premium so that I don't get advertisement on my phone, because sometimes even advertisement has like women's in underwear and whatnot. It's so annoying.
Bro, what are you talking about? Women's in pants is too much. Don't show me any women at all. Like that's the point. Like they'll just show you somebody that's fully dressed. It doesn't matter. Right? There's all sorts of there's shapes and things in the background. There's things I don't want to talk about it, bro. This is
but
so
even
disgusting.
today, when I washed my car and then I drove to a grocery store, it's so weird. Almost, I think it was like 5 women, like almost all the women that passed me had like weird leggings, yoga pants, and I don't even.
Yoga pants are my favorite. Love the yoga pants.
I don't even gonna take a second look, because I know if I'm gonna take a second look, I've already lost in my mind, right? There's there's nothing new that I'm gonna see under the sun, right? So, as a man, this day and age is literally, this is such a war on our mind. And I know how.
I don't know. What are you scared of women in yoga pants, or what's going on?
Well, I'm more scared of
disgusting.
I'm more scared of my fantasies that have already been corrupted through my abuse of years of pornographic consumption. It completely rewired my brain, and now I'm in a state of clearing that rewiring up.
Well, you're like an alcoholic who now is scared to take a sip of beer. I mean, if you just had some self control in the first place, you'd be fine.
But as a kid, you don't have self control. You know, you're just gonna do it every day almost. And then with the pleasure of having the internet, it's
Everything in moderation. You gotta have moderation with anything.
Dude, as
Otherwise,
a kid,
you end up
I
like
didn't have
God.
had
Except for God, throw him out.
as a kid, I had no moderation, man. Nothing, dude. I just did what I wanted to do, man. But there's a reason for everything.
Yeah, Clay, people want moderation.
Yeah, but we're not
except
kids
for
anymore.
God.
Now we're grown adults. I mean, I don't see what's bad about a woman in yoga pants. God created the woman. She's beautiful. I don't know what you guys
You're saying
scared
pornography in
about.
public. You're saying pornography in front of children is okay?
Dude, nobody fucking said that.
Yep, that's what you're
What
getting
kind
to.
of
Yes,
weird ass?
that's what sounds. That's what you talk. You talk about
Crazy
these things all the
straw
time. Yeah,
man
that's
is
you. That's you. That's what you talk about. You talk about defecating on God like yesterday, and now you're talking about how it's okay to watch the human body in public, in front of children. That's your claim, bro. So that's your religion. Yep,
Bro, no one said anything about
That's you. That's you. Yep,
Okay.
that's you every day.
First of
every
all,
day you start saying disgusting things. It's absolutely disgusting.
First of all, no one said anything about children. You brought the children into this. We were just talking about looking at a woman in yoga pants or panties or something, which I think is a beautiful sight for the most part. Second of all, you're the one that said the Lord, the earth coming out of the water is the Lord. So I asked you when I pee, if you pee on the ground or if you take if you're camping and you take a shit on the ground, are we shitting on the Lord?
Well, the only thing I wanted to say, but I couldn't really say it, is just it is really not the I personally think a woman's much more attractive and interesting if she's dressed modestly, like covered up. It's just it's just more interesting for me, but that's a personal matter. And another personal matter is just because I'm a weak man, I know that yoga pants are just very, a very nice reason to look at it a second time or third time or fourth time, and then have some imagination or whatever going. That's just a me thing. Actually, a woman that just came from making sports in a gym, having yoga pants or whatnot, it's okay. I mean, it can happen. It can be that she just come from having a training, But in this case, it's just about me, I personally just I'm just saying it's a very if you want to be a man that is a little bit weaker, when it comes to self control, like I am. It's a very hard time to live in, right? You would agree, right? That's just what I'm trying to say, Jeremy, right? You would agree.
Oh, they're pushing it. They're pushing it hard. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like woman,
Absolutely.
and the other thing is, I really want to find a girlfriend, but every time I find there's a woman, they don't define like you talk to them, and it feels like they don't really define themselves from the inner intellect and for who they are personally. They stand in a certain way. They show you like they try to make you look at their at the things, the outer things, but I'm not that much interested on the outer things. I can already see them. Okay, they're there, cool story. Tell me about who you are personally. I don't really care about all that other outside stuff. And to find a woman that defines herself from who she is personally, from the inside as a person, instead of staying in a certain position to show her butt cheek or whatnot, is very hard to find nowadays. That's very depressing side. I mean, there would be one girl that I know that I really want to talk with, but she unfortunately, and I think there's a reason why maybe she is in the US right now, gonna come back next year November, so maybe there's a reason why there's still this big gap. But I'm still in contact, But anyways, Jeremy, you're getting my point, right?
I get your point. I just don't think there's anything wrong with looking at God's beautiful creation of a woman's physique. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're specifically designed like that. so that we find them attractive, so we have sex and then have
Well,
kids. Like that's the whole thing.
yeah, we're looking at it or whatnot. It's not a problem, right? But if it for me leads to having sexual having weird fantasies and then coming home and then it goes on and then it leads to other sinful desires, that's a bad thing I'm trying to avoid, right? I'm not saying this is something for every man. If you're a strong man, you can objectively just look at a woman and then you don't really think much of it. It's okay, But I mean, I also look at a woman. I would be a liar if I wouldn't look on her obvious part in a second. But I'm not gonna look a second time, right? And like stare or look behind her or whatnot, But yeah, I would agree. Yeah, looking at it is not wrong. It just depends on if you're starting to lust directly. I think that's kind of like wrong. Maybe she's married or whatnot.
They do push this sex thing big time now. All the girls want to blow up on TikTok. Sex sells, so there's that. That's how you get somebody to watch your television show if there's a lot of sexy scenes in it. I hear you, they're pushing it hard, but I mean,
I'm just
you gotta have
who pays for it, like I mean there's girls making millions of OnlyFans. Which are the men that like put their like there's like billions of video materials on the internet for free that almost no difference to it. You see the same thing. Why is it that there's so much profit in this industry? That like who are these men? That's what my big question.
Interaction.
There's always been
That's what it is.
There
it's
always
interact.
There's always been a huge profit in the sale of sex, so to speak. Look at prostitution is one of the oldest occupations in history, isn't it?
That's true. I mean, it has been talked about a lot also in the Bible. Yeah.
The most important thing is that it takes a strong bond between a man and woman to raise children in the proper way. That is what's important.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And there's evidence that when children aren't raised in such conditions, well, bad things happen.
It's all about the kids, man. Absolutely. I don't know what the fuck XO was just talking about. I never said no shit, nothing even like it, but definitely all about the kids.
The childhood is a very important thing, I think. If there's something traumatic in a childhood, it can really affect you as a person. Dude, this is sick. Dude, I didn't even know that this creature exists. Look at this, man. A bug that is drilling into a... Dude, that's crazy. Haha. It almost looks unreal. Have you ever seen that? Weevil drilling an acorn. Dude, what a weird looking thing. Dude. See, the thing I love about creation is just the silliness of some things, like not a negative way, just the way how funny some things have been created by the looks of it. It's just, I mean, why do we find it funny if he hasn't created it to look funny? You know what I mean? Like he wouldn't have given us the ability to say this animal looks hilarious if he wouldn't had the intention it to be a funny thing. You know what I mean? I mean, look at penguins, for example. I mean, what is a penguin such a silly, funny-looking creature, and the way it acts acts exactly how it looks like. And don't tell me that that's just some pure humor from the creator. I mean, it could be a false assumption on my side, but I think he has some good humor.
I bet you could come up with something like that for every animal, even something kind of normal looking like a bear, you know.
I mean, if I look in the mirror and look at myself, I'm gonna say some good humor.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm just joking. No, it's just fun, man. You know, like all the different species. It's just wonderful. It's such a funny, wonderful creation. Anyways, it's way too late. Almost 3 a.m. I should go to sleep. I really need to fix my sleeping schedule.
Good night, Clay.
It's not too bad.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams are made
You
of
can
things. Points of
you can
blue.
still wake up at 10, and that's going to be plenty of sleep. That's not that late.
That's true. Luckily, I need to work at 4 p.m. tomorrow, so yeah, I can have some rest. Anyways, good night.
Okay, night. So tired. That's what I say to the kid when he yawns like that. Like, time for night. So tired.
Yeah, I'm with you with what you were saying there before, Jeremy. I don't see why EXO was going on about pornography of a girl in yoga pants. I mean,
Yeah, what
so
the
then going
fuck?
to
That was a crazy leap he took right there, right?
yeah, one out of left field, as they say. So what is going to the beach an orgy or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. He makes it weird all the time. Well, yesterday he told me that the earth coming out of the land, the earth that comes out of the water, that's the Lord. He said that is the Lord. The earth that comes out of the water. So I had some weird fucking questions for him because that shit seems weird to me. So I asked him if
Well,
if I
No,
take a poop
I'll
on the
make it
ground, am
simple.
I? What's up?
It's ownership. The earth is the Lord's. He owns it.
Well, that makes more sense than what XO said. Sure.
well, if you say that the earth is the Lord, then you would have to say that every human or every animal and everything is the Lord, but then you would get called, that would be called blasphemy, wouldn't it? To claim that you're the Lord. So if you're claiming that the earth is the Lord, well, then everything that came from the earth is also the Lord. That would
I
fit,
don't
wouldn't it?
know. Oh man, it gets weird.
Yeah.
You can't say
Actually,
the
it's not
earth is the
a.
Lord because then every time somebody goes camping and they, well, dude, if you say the earth is the earth is the Lord, and every time someone pees on the ground, I mean, what are they doing? You go camping, and you go pee on the ground near a tree outside. You know, what are you peeing on?
You
It's weird,
are
bro. He
peeing
made it
on
weird.
the dirt that the Lord owns.
Yeah,
Very
that's
easy.
reasonable, but to say it is the Lord is like now it's weird.
And all in existence is peeing and shitting on the Lord. Maybe the Lord likes it. I don't know. But then
I
you'd
mean, I just wouldn't have said that, but
have to call that a weird form of fetish pornography, wouldn't you? So that's a bit much.
maybe that's what he's into. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Nixo's not a stupid guy by any means. He's a bit of an extremist, though, in his view when it comes to that, and that's fine. He's allowed to be, as long as he's not hurting anyone. be an extremist in your views. Don't push it upon me. Don't, as long as you're not hurting anyone and you're not forcing anyone to believe what you believe, then it doesn't really matter, does it? Do what you want.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh yeah, I'm with that, bro. Do you?
were you guys in here for Jason SE's last debate when SE's like bringing up the Sigma 5 galaxies?
What was that, a few days ago or a
No,
week
what
ago
was
or
it?
something?
Dude, yeah, it was so funny, man, because I'm like sitting there listening to him, and SE's like, this is the, he's like, look at this study, this is, he's like, bro, it's 5 sigma. And Jason's like, do you even know what 5 sigma is? He's like, yeah, it means that it can only be wrong to 1 to the 13 billion 0.5 chance, or some crazy, just ridiculous number. And then Jason's like, well, I play my study, and it's 5 sigma too that says that one's wrong. It's like they're playing Pokemon cards.
Yeah, well, it's like earlier as well. Jace was like, I don't know, I think he said it to XO or to someone, I can't remember who it was, but he's like, oh, can you show me God making the universe or whatever, or making the earth? And then I jumped on, I'm like, well, can you show me like the actual moment of the creation of this first, millisecond of helium and hydrogen and all these things being created? Can you actually show me the expansion of the universe? And he's like, oh, well, yeah, we can. I'm like, no, you can't.
You know what's really funny about it too is, aren't all the like when they look at the galaxies, aren't they flat? Like they're like the Milky Way galaxy is flat.
Oh, they got space. Space is flat. The universe is flat. They're flat universes.
Yeah,
That's the geometry of
Yeah,
space for these guys. It's flat.
Imagine an explosion that was flat.
Yeah,
planar. It's planar. It's geometry. Flat's not a geometrical word, even though it means the same thing as plane. But whatever. They're planar universes.
A planar explosion. Like, how does that make sense to anybody?
Well, it's the same as the solar system. I mean, how does it make sense that you could have, like, I mean, any single thing that we could ever kind of create ourselves, apart from maybe if you had like a steel beam and then you put 5 objects apart from each other on that steel beam and then moved it in a direction and everything would stay there. But how can you have things that aren't attached to each other, tethered, so to speak, and one of them be moving at a speed and then all the others keeping up exactly with it? Everything that we could demonstrate would show that those things would have to be lagging behind. How could they be in perfectly along a plane, moving with that object they're attached to?
Oh yeah, dude. Like I know. Yeah, there's just so much stuff that doesn't make sense, and you have these like arrogant people that just are like it's literally a cult. It's like scientism. They're just like, oh yeah, we, like with all this arrogance, like, okay, it doesn't make sense to me, but whatever, buddy. I seen this, like, they were talking about how, I guess, okay, like if you had the force of, like if you had buckets of water and you spun around, like centrifugal force or whatever, like the way that relativity describes that is ridiculous. It's like, what does it say? I forget, dude. But like, I heard it and was like, what the like? Who came up with that? Do you know what I'm talking about, Jeremy? You're like a physics guy, aren't you?
Oh, I'm a fucking physics guy, all right. And this relativity thing is fucking retarded, like straight up, bro. I don't know if you've been hearing what Xanix's been saying, and even Bacon's backing it now about what happens when you drop something. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, Alan from Space Audits was explaining like centrifugal force or whatever, like basically like you on a gravitron. And they invert it because if they don't, relativity doesn't make sense.
Well, relativity doesn't make sense for many reasons. One of them is they don't have. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask you, what has Zanuck been saying? What you was just saying, the craziness of what he's been saying.
Yeah, they're saying that when you drop something, the thing doesn't fall. The ground raises up, accelerates up to hit the object. It's fucking retarded.
Wait, what?
What? Huh? So Zanuck's saying that that's a legit thing now?
Yeah, Bacon was trying to back it the other day. I don't know how on board Bacon is with that, but yeah, I mean that's some relativity shit right there. Like we can't get a third person's.
Sorry, bro. I was just going to say the only way that could even possibly work is if it was a flat Earth, because how could you have a round Earth? Because the Earth can only be moving one particular direction, which means only one side of the Earth or one part of the Earth would have to be able to do that. The only way you could even have an upward moving Earth and everything falling, the Earth moving up, would be a flat Earth. Couldn't work on a ball.
No.
Because how can the Earth be moving upward in every direction?
Well, it could, but you'd have to have the ball get bigger.
Yeah, that's right. It would have to be constantly expanding.
Yeah, if you had an ever expanding radius, then sure, cool, you got it. But if you have a static radius, like there's a gap that has to be closed. There's two objects: the thing you're dropping and the ground. They have to get closer to each other, right? So there's two options. There's like 3 or 4 options. One of them is retarded. One of them is reverse dark energy, which is where the space shrinks in between the objects. So that's one. Then you could have the thing actually drops to the ground. That's 2. Then you can have the ground raises up to the thing. That's 3. And then you can have they're both moving at the same time. That's 4. Yeah, like 4 options with that.
Yeah, but the upward moving Earth, that only works on a flat Earth. That just can't, like, unless you said, unless the Earth is expanding constantly at 9.8 meters per second squared, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of the things. Relativity puts you in this position. See, now, if we wanted to find out if that was true, you can get a third party perspective. You could drop things down. You can see if the radius has changed.
Yeah, you're roboting a bit. Sorry, bro, you're roboting. I don't know if you're roboting for everyone, but you're roboting for me.
Or if the things are actually falling towards the ground. But in relativity, they act like you can't have no objective reality and get that third person point.
I think you cut out, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Did Jeremy cut out?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. We'll let him know when he gets back. But yeah, it's like there are. Who is that? It's not Brian's Logic. Beyond the Imaginary Curve. The Scottish guy. He's now pushing the whole upward moving Earth thing. And he's got that level-headed William and Kate or whatever. That guy who I thought was really good at one stage, and now he's fallen for it as well. But I don't know. I guess there's a few people around that are starting to preach that one.
I mean, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. You cut out probably about the last 30 seconds of whatever you were saying. You were roboting and stuff.
Yeah, dude. Dell, his thing of the Earth moving up, he doesn't even have it accelerating up. He's got it moving up at a constant rate, which means that doesn't even explain things falling because things are falling at an accelerated rate, not a constant rate. So that doesn't even help the things falling thing.
Yeah, I've tried to have that. Because have you seen that channel Level-Headed William and Kate or whatever, where he goes out and he does street activism? Have you seen that guy?
No, I never heard of him.
Okay, yeah. Well, I've watched a fair bit of his stuff. He goes out and he starts with 3 questions, and he just says, "Oh, let's test your common sense," and he has people come up to his table, and then he just chats with them, and then he gets to the whole flat Earth thing after he works out. He shows them, gives them a few questions. But yeah, he's now started pushing that whole thing, and so I've had some discussions with him just on his comments, and I'm like, yeah, but how does it work?
What's he
Because
doing?
it's meant to
Making
be
history points?
accelerating.
No.
He first of all he shows 2 pictures, and he says one's a painting and one's a drawing. Oh, sorry, one's a painting and one's a picture. Can you tell me which one? And then when the people go, "Oh, this one," he goes, "Well, actually, they're both paintings." But what I'm trying to get here is that you just trusting what I said meant that you chose one, right? So you should never just trust what someone tells you, and just by looking at a picture is not showing you anything. So he's basically getting rid of all the pictures from space. Which is his next one. His next question is about the nature of water always finding its level, and he has a bottle. And he has 2 pictures. He has a bottle with colored water, and he shows a picture of the bottle just in normal position, and then he has the bottle upside down, and he holds it in a particular way where people have to kind of think about what he's doing, and he goes, which one is upside down? And he goes, when we know that the nature of water to always go down, which one of these pictures is upside down? So then he gets people to, basically go by the thing of water finds its level. And then he shows 2 pictures of, he has a ruler and then blue water level, and then he has a ruler and water curving, and he goes, which one's level? And they'll pick the one that's actually level. And he goes, oh, do you realize that 95% or 99% of us have been convinced that the second option is what is level? And then he says, and do you know what I mean? Do you know how you've been convinced that? And then he says, do you believe the Earth's a ball? So they're 3 good questions, 3 good things I think that he does. Gets people thinking to start with, and then he goes into the conversation.
Yeah, sounds neat.
Yeah, level-headed William and Kate. You can probably better to go back and watch some of his older stuff, because I think it's been about the past 2 months now he's been starting to talk about the upward moving Earth.
Isn't that a
But that was
college?
the thing that yeah, he goes into colleges and does just sort of
I don't
sits on the
understand. I
street
thought
and
that
stuff
was
as well.
William and Kate. I thought William and Kate. I thought that sounds like a college, the name of a college, but his strategy
No.
It sounds kind of because I actually insisted to 24/7 a long time ago, 5 or 6. Gio might remember. I insisted that they do something like that when new people come in, that they ask them 3, a series of questions to gauge where they're at before they start pummeling them with like the fringe of the fringe, theories. It's a good tactic because it allows you to like really gauge where they're at before you start uh, giving people stuff that they're probably not going to receive, most people. So
Yeah, I think this
is the channel's called William and
upward,
it's called Level with Will and Kate or something.
yeah, something like that. Level-headed, I think it is level-headed with William and Kate.
That's why I like you
I can
playing.
find it.
Unlike Jeremy, you're a pretty level-headed guy.
What's wrong with Jeremy, man? I think he's good.
I know it's because it's just like the Will and Kate thing with the pictures. Jeremy tricked you into thinking he was cool, but you can't be deceived.
Okay,
Right?
first of all, you're like Will from Will and Grace. Okay. Second of all, I don't know where you're going.
How are you so quick? How are you so quick sometimes, man? That's pretty funny.
Because I'm a flat earther, dude. We're always quicker than you guys.
I can't knock that. That's pretty good.
Yeah, you're right there, though, Jeremy. Because that's what I was saying to William. Like, well, how can you have a constantly accelerating Earth going upwards? Because by now it would have to be doing billions of miles per hour, and it would have to be going up by 9 meters per second every second for eternity.
We'd be going at light speed since you've been born. We'd be going faster than light speed. The problem is with Dell's thing is it doesn't even account for things falling. He's only got the Earth moving up at a constant rate, so it doesn't even help.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's just silly.
I admit this. I'm not trying. I don't want to butter him up, but Jeremy's making a good point.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. It's exactly what I was trying to say to William. Like, I mean, if you can't just have it continuously accelerating, and then if they're trying to say that, well, it only goes at the one speed, well, then that doesn't actually count for what we find in reality, because we all know that things do accelerate. But my question is, how long would they keep accelerating for? That we don't know. We don't have any 10-kilometer deep vacuum chambers to drop something in. So how much does it keep accelerating for? How long for?
Gets me. This might not. What's wrong with my mic? Hold on.
Is there an answer for that, Gojo? Do you know? Like, because it's always something that puzzled me. Like, well, okay, so we say it falls at 9.8 meters per second squared, but where does that end? Does that go forever?
Yeah, you're gonna have to give me just 20 seconds. Can you hear me right now? By the way.
You got 3 seconds, bro.
Okay.
No, you're done. It's too
Okay.
late.
Well, if you
It's
can
too
hear
late.
me right now, then that.
No, we're not listening to you anymore, man. You had 3 seconds. Go on.
Well, hold on. Let me just switch computers real quick.
Damn slow globies.
Switch computers, though. Excuse us, bro. Bro with 10 computers. He has all these computers because he's actually a Jewish troll.
Hey, I'm back. I just got back to hear you say that. And all Jews are trolls, so that's redundant to say that. But I'm just kidding.
They are when they got 10 computers that they have to switch between.
Now I don't know what's up with my laptop. I'm not gonna get into it. It's pissed me off because I just reset the whole thing and it's still on the fritz. So, but I have a different laptop and I'm using it now. Is my mic okay?
Yep.
Okay. Oh yeah, right. So you said about the acceleration and all this. Actually, it's kind of interesting because a question. It's not really an answer to your question. It's kind of another question for someone else, even. But uh, what's crazy is like if you drop something from like let's say 100 miles high, it's not only accelerating towards the Earth. There's also a derivative of acceleration because acceleration is the derivative of velocity with respect to time, and a jerk is a derivative of acceleration with respect to time. That means that the acceleration is changing over time. And if you drop something from 100 miles up, there's not only acceleration downward, but the acceleration is changing the whole time. So there's actually there's multiple things happening there. But you're asking, will that continue? Yeah, if there's a gravitational uh, force, if you will, the gravitational acceleration, there's nothing to stop it. You know what I mean? Even if there were nothing else in the universe except for the Earth and you were a billion miles away from the Earth, you would you would continuously accelerate towards the Earth until the Earth stops you by smashing against you.
And so if we could actually pass through the center of the Earth and we fell through, would we then reverse back and fall back towards the center?
Yes.
Or would the center somehow magically grab us when we got to it?
No, you said it right. You would you said exactly right. You would let's say there was there's a video about this actually. It's kind of interesting. It's from Silence Asylum. They do kind of a video about it. But if there were a tunnel that went all the way through the Earth, and let's say you jump through that tunnel, yeah, you would accelerate towards the center, and you would actually pass the center because of your momentum. But then, yeah, you would once you pass it, you'd be accelerated back, so you'd start slowing down and then start falling towards it again, and that would probably happen continuously until you
You'd be Perpetual motion machine, man. We could run electricity off you.
No, you wouldn't. It wouldn't happen perpetually. You would be like a pendulum. You know how a pendulum swings back and forth, and it slowly swings less and less. You know what I mean? So you would
Yeah,
swing.
yeah.
You would go down. Yeah,
It's a cool story. We all know it's not true in reality, but it's a cool story.
it is a cool story, and it is. A lot of these stories are sort of unbelievable or fantastical or whatever, but because there are consequences of the physics that I believe in, I have to believe that they're actually truth. You know what I mean? Like these are just consequences of where the physics leads. So
So obviously, if we had the Earth that was as described, and you had those things, then yeah, it would work that way.
okay, well, I mean, if you agree with that, then we're fine. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a good place to be. Is just to Bacon was saying this the other day, and it was a good point. So he said it much better than I will say it, but he was saying, you're like when you set up the parameters, like let's say you're using Newtonian mechanics to set up the parameters, you can actually come up with the conclusions that leads to. You know what I mean? Like you can actually determine what consequences come about from that. And as long as you can accept that, you don't have to necessarily accept that they're true, but you do have to accept that if these things were true, this is what would happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, then that would have to go in the reverse way as well, and you would have to accept that if we are on a flat Earth, things will disappear bottom up. We will have a horizon, and all of those parameters that go with the flat Earth are true, things that are denied.
Well, when you say things will, the way you worded that, it sounds like you're saying things because what happens with observations of the horizon and the distance and stuff like that is sure they're not consistent, but there are rules that are consistent. Like on the globe, there's the horizon is always going to obstruct something behind it. What's not consistent is the distance to the horizon. Whereas with the flat Earth, there's not exactly a reason for a persistent horizon. You know what I mean? There's
Well,
no.
there is. The atmosphere is the reason.
So you're saying visibility, like how the weather details they say,
Yeah.
oh today's visibility is this. Okay.
Yeah, the conditions of the day, which change daily.
But that would bring a horizon, or that would just make things
both.
Not okay. But I could see that making it so that you can't see things at a certain distance. That makes sense for that, but it doesn't make sense that things would get cut off at a certain distance because visibility. Okay, so let me say it like this. Well, real quick.
Yeah.
Let me say it like this. If you have a very tall thing like a mountain, like Mount Everest, visibility will tell you that you can't see Mount Everest. Like if you can't see 20 miles because of visibility, you can't see anything, 20 miles or whatever, right? Like you wouldn't be able to see something that is extremely far away just because it's big. You wouldn't really be able to see anything after a certain distance. Whereas,
You're sort of misunderstanding what I'm saying a little bit though.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so the best way is to give you an example that I've given many times before. I'm not sure if you've heard this one, but so as an example, I have footage of 6-inch camera height looking 15 miles away and being able to see virtually to the ground, maybe 2 meters above, because I can see a shore break, a rock shore break that is at most 4 meters high and on average is 2 to 3 meters high. And I can see that rock shore break. That's from a 6-inch camera height, 15 miles away. But then on another day, from the same camera height, looking at the same thing, more than 150 feet is blocked. So what I'm going to describe to you now is that if I watched a container ship, which is about 130 feet tall, if I watched a container ship move away from me on the day when I could see all the way down to about 10 feet at 15 miles, that container ship would only be 10 feet blocked at 15 miles. But on the other day, where 150 feet is missing at 15 miles, that entire container ship would be out of sight. It would have disappeared bottom up.
Well,
Did you understand what I'm saying there?
I do understand, but I have to say this. I hope you don't find this annoying, but we have to understand that we're separating from talking about visibility because we're not really talking about visibility yet. If you're describing something,
Yeah, no, but this is what I'm saying is, yeah, when I say visibility and conditions of the day, I'm not meaning like what they say as far as how far you can see through the air. What I'm saying is the conditions of the day and the medium that we're looking through at the level that we're looking at it through, at the height of wherever we are, what we're looking through. So it's the medium
well,
we're
yeah,
looking through. Not when I say the conditions of the day, that's what I mean. Not the visibility of the day, because they're two different things.
okay. Well then it's fine. I was talking about visibility as like how the weather people describe it, but if you're talking about how the conditions can change because of the refraction and stuff, yeah, I understand. That's what I'm saying. The distance to the horizon will vary, and that will change the height that you see certain things at, and that will change like the amount of that you can see of it and all that kind of stuff. I agree with that. I agree with what you said. I just
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can go from one day, and this is where I'm going through Wolfie's stuff at the moment, and he keeps showing the Bathurst lighthouse, but the Bathurst lighthouse is 12 miles away from him, right? He's looking at it from 2 meters, and then he says, "Oh, well, if anyone can show me the land underneath," and it's like, well, okay, I'm looking at something 15 miles away, which is 3 miles further than Bathurst lighthouse is from him. I'm doing it from 6 inches high. He's doing it from 2 meters high, and I can see almost right to the ground. So whose observation is showing something more than the other? Because then
well, I
also
mean,
I can show on a different day the complete opposite, where 150 foot's blocked, and there should only be about I think about 90 or 100 feet of curve, but over 150 feet's gone. So you got
oh
a
yeah,
150-foot swing.
yeah. I'm not sure you've heard this before, but it may be counterintuitive, but it's actually kind of the lower you go, the more you can expect extreme cases of refraction. Um, even though even 2 meters is still kind of low, 6 inches is certainly very low. And here comes Jeremy with some bullshit. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why the guys in the ships, when they want to see farther, they get real low. They don't climb up to like something, a crow's nest or anything. They get real low to the surface of the water. If you want to see
What a
farther,
clown.
we don't climb trees and look out. We get real low down to the grass, and then that
Listen,
way we can see farther.
listen, genius. What I said was not you can see further by getting lower. That's not what I said. Blaine was listening. I'm sure he remembers what I said, which was that you get more extreme cases of refraction. And what I mean by that is not that you consistently see further as you go lower. What I'm saying by that is you get more extreme cases of refraction, which means you get variable distances for the horizon. Not just close, not just further, but closer. You get widely varying.
Here's an interesting. Sorry, Coach. Here's an interesting one for you. So on the same day, I can be at 6 inches, and we have that thing that I've mentioned before, the Buddha. And from 6 inches, I can see the Buddha above the land. So the Buddha is 31 miles away. The land's 15 miles away. The land at the point where the Buddha is about 100 feet high. So I can see the Buddha above that land, but it should actually be below the horizon. It should be under that. Should be not only the land should be blocking it. It should actually be under the horizon. But then when I go up to say 5 feet high, the Buddha is still in that basically same position. Then I go to 20 feet high and look to the same spot from the same angle, and the Buddha is still in the same position. It doesn't change positions. It should change positions.
Yeah,
Well, that's the whole problem. Go ahead, Kosha.
No, you go ahead, man, because you might make sense on this one. Go ahead.
Well, I'm probably going to make more sense than you are. In fact, I'd put the farm on it. Anyways, I don't even know what I was going to say now. What did you say again? Say that again, Plain.
Exactly.
Okay, so we've got
this is your best guy, man. This is a top 10 flat earthers.
Oh, I remember. Hold on. Just everyone relax.
the Buddha one.
I remember. The Buddha monks in your trunk. Turn the bass up. I remember. The thing is with making these long distance observations is we're not getting an actual position. What would end all this bickering and nonsense over refraction and where is this thing would be to get an actual position with something tangible, which is very extremely difficult.
Wow. You know what? I agree with that, dude. And Plain, let me just tell
What do
you,
you mean by that?
you don't ask him that. He's been saying this dumb
Okay, when
shit for
you
years.
and it's the truth. When you look out there, things are not in their actual position, right? You can tell because you can have it just be static and things will move. Skunk Bay, the oil rigs, and we know things aren't in their actual position. Maybe they are sometimes, but we don't know when that time is. The way to do it to actually get an actual position would be to make something tangible so that refraction is no longer an issue. You know what I mean?
Make something tangible. What do you define that term? Make something tangible.
Like if I were to leapfrog rulers or spirit levels or some kind of straight edge object on a wall and draw a line every time I leapfrog it, that line would now be, in a sense, tangible. You could make it tangible.
Something. So okay. So you're just. Oh, okay. So you're just saying
non-optical.
Like
But honestly, Professor, it doesn't make sense to you because it doesn't make sense. I've been listening to this for years. He's saying that when you look at something, when you look at anything, it's not in its actual position. And when he's saying that, he means that there is a chance to see something in its actual position. You just got to figure out when that is and how that happens. It doesn't happen.
Maybe.
What you're saying doesn't make sense, man.
It probably does happen because George Hanichuk and Jesse Gordon and a lot caught the horizon above level. So unless it teleported or some shit, there was probably a point at which where it was above level and below level that it was in its actual position. Maybe, who knows?
Yeah, but its position. When you say its actual position, you're talking about relative to your eyesight. And so what he's really saying is like when you look at something level, the same elevation. So basically, if you look at something in your crosshairs, in the only way that it would be in your crosshairs is if actually you had a straight line that came from your crosshairs to your device all the way out to the thing, then it's in its actual position, right? So you're basically saying
Hold on, you're butchering this. Pretend you have a gun that can shoot perfectly straight bullets, no drop, no wind, nothing. It's a perfectly straight bullet. If you had your crosshairs on the top of the oil rig one day, and then you just waited, that would move. So one day you might hit it or you might not. It's moving all over the place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, things are always different. So like even when I'm looking at and I see that Buddha, like kind of the level of it changes every single day. Every day that I can make an observation of it, it's kind of in a slightly different place in relation to the horizon.
The thing we need to do with the tangible thing.
Rarely.
The tangible thing we need to do is is make some kind of straight line somehow. Then you get a water level or water underneath it, and now you can tangibly take a tape measure, put it up against the line, put it to the surface of the water, and actually see. You don't have to do any long range 10-mile observation thing. We can just put the tape measure to the thing and see. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the force the line type thing really is the best experiment. But where would we be able to find a stretch of beach that no one ever goes to that you can literally get something that will be, say 8 inches over the water and have that go for 3 or 4 miles?
Perfect question. And I'm gonna call back to Flatten Destruction and tell you to watch this. Watch this, guys. Jeremy's about to get fucking triggered. There is a way to do it. It's
this is where nothing happens.
What's it called again, Jeremy? It starts with a G. It's only 3 letters long. It's called GPS. And you can
it's
definitely
called GAY is what you are, okay?
Dude. So quick. You so many quick. You have so many gay clicks on you, dude.
Same elevation anyway.
The problem with GPS is that it's subject to refraction, which is what we're trying to avoid. It is.
It's not
Why would you lie to
local,
everyone?
because let me tell my buddy.
Explain. Oh, tell us why you're lying. Okay.
Let me tell Plane why it's not subject to refraction. Because what I'm talking about is not just normal GPS, run of the mill GPS. I'm talking about differential GPS, which makes corrections, makes base data corrections, which means just like Jeremy says, I wish we could know where the actual position of this thing is. Well, a base station has an actual position that's referenced in the the datum that GPS uses, and they make corrections for the measurements that GPS is giving that actual position, and it gives those same corrections to your device. And so by doing that, you can actually get sub-centimeter precision positions using GPS. And if you do that, you can indeed construct a straight line, a very long straight line. Doesn't matter how long. It's going to be a straight within the parameters of sub-centimeters, because that's how the precision is. That's pretty fucking useful in doing something like a forced line. Because if you can construct a straight line that's like, I don't know, however long you want it to be, you can measure the surface of the Earth in reference to anywhere along that line, and you can make measurements, and that's extremely useful if you have any sense. And they make corrections, by the way, before Jeremy buds in.
Yeah.
They
How
make
did it?
corrections. They make corrections that will include the corrections for any kind of refraction or anything else. That's what gives it sub-centimeter accuracy.
Yeah. How did they get the actual position for the GPS to know how much to correct by?
Because, like I said, imagine you have a base station, which is basically like a place where nerds had set up a position that is known in the datum. So it could be like a college, it could be a surveyor's house, it could be anywhere. There's a position, there's a place there where the GPS unit is placed, and it's a base station. People can use that base station. What they do then is, because a GPS device is placed there, that GPS device will collect data of its position, and it will tell it where it's at. Now, if refraction is giving it errors, or anything else is giving it errors, it's going to be off by, I don't know, meters, inches, whatever. It's going to be off in some direction. Let's say it's off straight up in the air by 2 meters. What's going to happen is, if you use that base station data with your GPS receiver's data, it's going to apply those corrections to your measurement. And if you do that over time, like it takes a few measurements to really get it accurate, you do that over time, you're going to get an accurate position for where you are that corrects for any errors that would be taking place, including refraction, to give you a sub-centimeter accurate position. It's used to construct buildings, and it's used by surveyors all over. When you know what? Here's the thing. When Bandsaw had called the surveyor, he asked him how to construct a straight line, and the surveyor told him exactly this method. He said use. The surveyor told Bandsaw to use differential GPS.
Show you roboting.
No, you're roboting.
Sorry.
You're roboting.
Sorry. Professor. Kosha.
Hey, Kosha, I got a question for you, buddy.
Let's make sure. Let's not play.
No, apparently.
Plain, you are robotic. Yeah, you are roboting a little bit, plain, just so you know. But go ahead, Professor Silly.
Okay, so the refraction is like, refraction gets minimized with altitude, correct? The higher up we go, less refraction.
You gotta trust me. I'm only like, Jeremy's argument about refraction is so annoying. It's so persistent that even though I've already told him that refraction is not an issue with even ordinary GPS, I really have to, because he doesn't stop. So he persists with it. So I tell him that even in the case where it comes up in whatever way, it's corrected for in differential GPS. But I know your point. It doesn't come up. It's not an issue with even regular GPS.
When I watched your presentation on it, one thing I did notice was that you said like one of the data sets we had access to and the other one we didn't, right?
I don't remember. Did I do a presentation? If I did a presentation on it, yeah. So okay. So let's say, for instance, in you live in Canada or United States. It doesn't
I'm in
matter.
Brazil.
Where? Brazil.
Brazil. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool, man. Okay. Well, regardless, there's different datums, and so in America we have a whole. It's called GlowNet. No, it's not called GlowNet. It's called. I can't remember what it's called at this point, but it's called something, and it's a collection of surveyor datums, and there's public access to it. Some of them you have to pay for, like if you want to use it in real time, but they'll give it away for free if it's an hour old. And like I said, those datums, that's just the surveyors collecting GPS positions of those base stations, and so that becomes public data, and like in sometime less than an hour. And so yeah, you collect your position yourself. So let's say you collect it for about an hour. You collect a position for about an hour yourself, and then you take the same hour that you collected data for of the base station's correction data. If that makes sense. So yeah, you're right. They're like half the one set of the data you're collecting, and the other set of the data you get from the whoever it has control over the base station, because they're the ones collecting that data.
Yeah, but
That
can't
makes sense.
the U.S. government just manipulate the GPS data whenever they want? Because it's theirs and they can fucking do whatever they want. So if this was a world of conspiracy, or the U.S. was in on the globe conspiracy, wouldn't it be to their advantage to make the data look like a globe?
Yeah, perhaps, but then what use would it be? It wouldn't be useful for telling, because the whole point is that it gives us accurate positions of where we are. If they were just manipulating it to give us fake information, it wouldn't be a useful tool. But it does give us useful information. So, you know what I mean?
Sorry to jump in on you guys like this. I haven't been here that long, but from the topic that you guys are talking about, my brother he worked for one of those tech companies, and that's one of the things they did is they did machines and algorithms for detecting positioning across the globe. And so what he was telling me is that he was telling me like these companies, they can do the X and Y, but they can't really do the Z axis. And his company was trying to do the Z axis with the elevation. And he was like telling me how his company was like even more accurate than Google.
They use GPS. It doesn't sound like they're using GPS if they're doing X and Y, though. They're probably using some other. Are they using something different than GPS, like some sort of radar thing?
So his job, he would go to the cell sites, and I'm sure they had like some equipment at the cell sites to help out their platform. But his job was to go to the cell sites and compare the cell site data with his own measurements.
Okay, yeah. So they were probably using like a sort of pinging sort of thing. So it's like if you were using cell towers in the same kind of way GPS uses their thing, then yeah, you're exactly right. Like if let's say you had 3 or 4 cell towers and you were using it in the same way that people try and use GPS, you would just end up with you know kind of like a range of a distance of where they are, but you wouldn't really have an accurate elevation where they are. It could be um well, that's only if you have 3. So if you have 3, yeah, you'd have a position, you'd have like a distance from that it could be, and that wouldn't really tell you the elevation. So that makes sense. But that's not necessarily using GPS though, right?
I believe it was using their custom equipment and algorithms and mathematical equations at the cell sites.
Yeah, your brother's on the south side. That's hardcore. Listen, the point is, this whole argument would be over if it wasn't for this refraction business. So, I mean, call me crazy, but I think the way we need to end this is to use something that's not subject to refraction. And we all know GPS absolutely is subject to refraction. That's not even like I didn't make that up. You can Google it. Is GPS affected by refraction? Everyone Google it.
Yeah, but the whole problem is you're not crazy. You're not even slow. Like I said, you're quick, but you're extremely stubborn. And like a woman, you don't drop your point, dude. Like if you have a point, you'll belabor it forever. Okay? And this refraction
Well, it's a
point,
good point.
it's not a good point, dude, at all. Not even slightly
Good,
good.
I love you.
I crush you guys. I
fucking
crush you
love
guys on refraction. Last time I talked to Zanuck about refraction, I got him to admit you guys never get an actual position.
Dude, Jeremy and Kosho should have a radio show on God. Like, it's just, your guys' interactions are unreal.
Dude, he would kill me. He would actually kill me probably. He gets so pissed off. Remember whenever we talked about that Coriolis thing, dude? He stopped being my friend because of that. About the reference frames. He stopped being my friend because of that argument. He's too stubborn, dude. He's not. You said what?
I said you probably deserved it.
Oh wow, wow. I don't remember what it was.
He did.
He made a point. No, I did not. Why don't you make your reference frame point to this guy and see if he agrees with you.
Bro, that leading to target Coriolis argument is filthy, bro. That's the sickest shit you ever heard.
Oh yeah,
that's the best argument anyone's ever come up with.
Now you're a robot. I don't remember what the argument was, but you made this point, and that's the thing is he used to do this thing where he would build up in his head that he had a good argument, and the problem was it wasn't, and so it's not my fault that he got mad at me because it turned out it wasn't a good argument, but it's whatever. It doesn't matter. Hey, listen, let's get back to the GPS. Like I said, the correction data.
It's the best. It's the best argument. No, it doesn't matter.
Dude, Jeremy, you got to reset your internet.
Yeah. Anyways, who's the new guy though? Yeah, go ahead.
What if my friend and I climb two 13,000 feet mountain peaks, and they're 200 miles away, and I can see, and I can zoom in on that area and see like a mirror flash from my peak, like really far away. Would that be possible on a globe?
200 miles, you said?
Yeah, 200 miles.
13,000 feet?
At 13,000 feet, both peaks, like mountain peak to mountain peak.
We already know that's possible. We have the Canagoo observation.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. You know, the way I describe it is not even like mountain peaks or hot air balloons, but the thing you have to determine. Okay, so imagine that the Earth is a globe, and imagine two people are in two hot air balloons or on two mountain peaks. It really doesn't matter. What allows them to see each other if they're that high is that the spot in between them is the horizon. So really, you just have to split that distance in half. Split that distance in half, 100 miles. If from 13,000 feet, if you can have a 100-mile horizon, then yes, they both should be able to see each other even without refraction. Does that make sense? Because they're both looking over the hump. Like if they're both that high, then they can both see each other if they're both looking over the hump. You know.
Except if you use the Canagoo observation. Except if you use the Canagoo observation without refraction, it debunks the globe.
But what about a mirror flash? Because a mirror flash is line of sight.
No, it's the same thing. I mean, a mirror flash is the same thing as line of sight, but line of sight is the same thing as seeing each other. Like if they both had extreme telescopes or whatever you want to call it. I mean, a mirror flash would just be the same phenomena. It's just a lot. It's just capability of seeing each other.
Okay.
Like think about it. So if somebody was 100 miles, so if they were on the 13,000-mile mountain and they had the mirror, then somebody 100 miles away on the surface should be able to see them, assuming that that the horizon can be seen 100 miles away. And if that person on the surface can see the mirror flash, then a person on another mountain 100 miles more away should be able to see the person on the surface and also should be able to see the mirror. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I gotcha. But like, okay, but in your opinion, like the high altitude observations are harder to debunk though, right? Because you have less there's less variables, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, you have more consistent
No,
fraction.
no, dude, it's super easy. All they got to do is say refraction, and they think they've debunked us.
No, that's not all you can do because what happens is after you reach a certain altitude, you can't use the excuse that refraction is that variable anymore. You can use standard refraction, and so whatever observation you make, it really should be the geometric horizon with standard refraction and not very far from that because you're not really going to get it's not going to vary by much as it will on the surface. So actually that can be used. That's why higher elevation distance views are actually good evidence.
Well, how high do you have to get?
Okay, my bad. My bad. Instead of saying just regular refraction, standard refraction, either way they can just say the light's bending however much they need, and anything you see is debunked in the distance.
I said no to that, but go ahead, Professor.
Well, what altitude do you hit that? How high do you have to get to that? That low of variables, like where the refraction is minimal.
Yeah, it's not a hard number, but a lot of people will give you differing numbers. But I like to say like 100 meters, 100 feet, or something like that. Like I'm fine with saying 100 meters. That will definitely like there's a certain range that once you get that high, you can be safe to assume that it's going to be standard refraction in almost all cases. Barring any extreme conditions. But some people will even say lower than that. But I think it's safe to say 100 feet or 100 meters, two very different heights. But
Yeah, so they're still going to say refraction. They're still going to say refraction. They're just going to put the word standard in front of it, and it's still about the light bending. It's the same thing, the bending of the light.
yeah, but if you say standard refraction, then you can just do the geometric horizon equation, which is like the square root of the height in feet times 1.22, and then make that miles. If you can just say that, what's times 76R, and if you're making that claim, that's an actual claim. So if you get high enough, I will actually make that claim. I'll tell you that observations made from those heights will only give you distance of horizon.
Have no way to back it. You have no way to back that claim up because you have no way to prove on which way the light's bending.
What?
You have no way to prove. You make a claim that the light's bending at 7/6R. You have no way to back that claim up. That's a baseless assertion because you have no way to back that up.
I'll tell you what, give me pictures taken from elevations, from a plane, from the top of a building, from anything, and I'll show to you that they're consistent with that equation I just stated, which means that they are the distance to the horizon equation with standard refraction. They don't vary wildly like the black swan or other stuff like that. They actually are consistent with that equation. And that it can be shown because all you have to do is find pictures. But you can find stock footage, find anything you want, and I'll show you that the horizon, like the what's that, the Red Bull jump. Like, oh, it's Planet New Mexico.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
New Mexico's the whole planet. That means that
okay, but that doesn't mean that the actual position of the thing you're looking at. Like I said, you have no way to back that claim up. You're on a fool's errand, a wild goose chase, if you will.
Oh shit! I was using the wrong computer as push to talk. Yeah, I had to let my cat in. My bad. Yeah, the only fool's errand is the task that you asked me to do, dude. Like your stupid roulette bullshit. But it's not a fool's errand. I've made this a claim a long time ago. I've said to people, and no one does it for some reason. But I say, just send me pictures. Just find the pictures from a plane. Find pictures from the top of a mountain. Find the pictures of wherever. Felix Baumgartner. And I'll show to you that they're within the range I just described. Like, I mean, if you can show me otherwise, that would be interesting.
But how do you prove that that's the geometric position of the thing we're looking at to back up your claim in which way the light's bending? You can't do it.
You don't have to do that. Let's say, for instance, you're looking at it from the top of a building.
Well, this whole thing is based on, bro, this whole thing is based on making a geometric claim off what we're seeing. Of course you have to do that.
No, what I was saying is all you have to do is take the elevation of the observer and then take the furthest thing that they can see in the image and hopefully know in real life how far it is from that observation. And I'm telling you, it will be consistent with what I just said. So look for something on the surface, the furthest thing on the surface that can be seen from that observation. And that will tell you how far the horizon is from that observation. Anyways, it's
Okay, it doesn't tell you anything about the geometry, though. It doesn't tell you anything about the geometry, though, because you're looking at a not actual position that we can't back up if that is the actual position of it. So there's no way you could actually make a geometric claim on an apparent position that you can't prove where its actual position is.
It brings us back. See, Professor, this is what I was talking about. This is his whole thing, dude. About not knowing where things are, and you can't actually know the actual position of things. He's been making this argument for a long time. You can't actually know, dude. Yeah, dude, you can know if you're on the Empire State Building. The first thing, the first thing you can see is the parking lot to Rye Playland or some of those theme parks in New York. If that's the first thing you can see from the top of the building on the surface, you can actually know the actual position to the actual furthest that you can see, and you can measure what that distance is. If that's it.
This ain't about measuring distances. This is about measuring height from a horizontal. Listen, I got Zanuck. I don't know who knows who Zanuck is here, but I got Zanuck to admit that they can never get the actual position of objects. And now Kosho's in here saying you can. Would you like me to set up a debate between you and Zanuck, Kosho?
You just made that name up. Nobody in here knows who that is, dude. You just made that name up.
Everyone knows who Zanuck is.
Why didn't you say that then? I don't know if you guys know who Zanuck is. Like the most infamous globe. Yeah, Zanuck's one of my best buddies in this community, so no, I'm not gonna debate.
Well, he says you can't get an actual position, so who's wrong, you or him?
You.
Wasn't an option.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. If I had to rank the ballers that I would, if I got an answer from Curved, he'd be number 1. Jace would be number 2 or 3, and Zanuck and Jace are tied for 2 and 3. And I'd defer to them for any answer. That they would probably have the right answer. I'd have.
They're the strongest.
Okay, so Zanuck says we can't. So Zanuck says we can't get an actual position. So you're deferring to him then.
Fair enough.
Okay, so you can see.
I never disagreed with that, dude. I just said that your argument is dumb. So I'm saying it doesn't make any sense.
Why you're trying to make geometric claims on apparent? You're trying to make geometric claims on apparent positions. That's crazy.
Oh, it's not crazy. Here's a geometric claim.
It's crazy.
Here's a geometric claim. The furthest that I can see from X height is X distance. That's a geometric claim that I'm making, okay? And you can make that claim based on observation. You can observe something and you can actually determine what's the furthest distance you can see. That can be known. What you're talking about is determining the elevation angle of something, like the elevation of something in the distance. Which, if it's too low, then yeah, you can't really be accurate. But if it's above like 30 degrees, you actually can be accurate about its position. I don't know if you know that, dude, but you can actually make determinations of elevation angles, things above 30 degrees.
Okay, but we're not going to make any geometric claims based on these long range observations where we don't have an actual position, right?
Oh my god, this is what I'm saying, dude. This is what I said at the beginning, dude. Yeah, I did this. Never mind. This is what I had to do with my girlfriend. So I used to just say, "You're right, man," because you're not gonna fucking stop.
Why would I stop? I have the winning argument, and it's the truth. It's the truth, bro. You think I don't like having an actual position? That doesn't make me feel better at night. I don't sleep better knowing we don't have an actual position.
Yeah, but you're
this whole
saying
thing
that
would be. What's up?
You're forgetting that I just told you that you can't actually look at an actual position and see what the actual distance is. But you're saying something very specific, different than what your stated claim is. You can get an actual position. You're talking about determining the actual elevation angle of something that is close to your eye level. That's what you're talking about. So that's, I mean, I guess you're right.
Who cares about the distance, dude? This is about if things are dropping in the distance or not, geometrically. I don't even know what you're talking about anymore. You're off the rails there.
So I've been here for over 20 minutes trying to catch up, and I'm still trying to catch up with you guys.
I was trying to bring you back up, man, because you said you're the new guy, Europa, or actually Europia. Yeah, man, rap with this guy for a second, Jeremy, because this guy seems cool.
No, thank you. Because I've been here for over 20 minutes trying to catch up on what you guys are arguing about, and I'm still trying to figure it out. One of the problems that
we're
the
arguing about. Well,
that's one of the major problems.
Listen, I'll catch you up.
That he keeps interrupting.
My bad. I was going to catch you up, but go ahead.
You make a good point, though, man. But catch him up, Jeremy.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
No, you catch him up, dude. I mean, I already agreed with you, dude. We're not arguing. I already agree with you. You're right. Catch him up.
We're talking about making a geometric claim on an observation. That's what this is all about.
Be more specific. He's talking about so when flat earthers and globers were making observations in the distance, the globers will say that sometimes things can appear higher or lower than than they would in other cases because of refraction, right? And Jeremy's argument is well, he can tell you his argument.
Yeah, my argument is that you have no right to tell me if things are higher or lower than their actual position when you don't even have an actual position to begin with. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, but wildly retarded, because if you can see something raising and lowering due to refraction, then you can tell that it's definitely lowering. It can definitely be lower or higher because of refraction. But
I'm not arguing that. Dude, I'm not even arguing that. I know things can be higher or lower.
Are you caught up now, man? I'm telling you, there's no reason to catch up to that argument. It's a crappy argument. You'll notice that no other flat earther makes it, so there's no point in even.
I don't know why. I don't know why they're not making it. It's the best. You think you're going to do better than get Zanuck to admit that we don't have an actual position? There's no doing better than that.
Jeremy's no actual position argument is a fantastic argument. There's a reason you guys can't answer it.
We're gonna Bob Dole back in the house.
Got you by the balls, and you know.
True, seek the flat Earth.
Bob Dole's cool. Yeah, he's back here. But yeah, they're gonna agree with Jeremy because he shares their position, and he's got a lot of passion for it. But they don't care how retarded it is. But they're on his team.
I agree with his position because it's the logic of it, which is that it follows logically perfectly without any logical rebuttal, which is if you don't ever actually know the position that it's starting in, you don't actually know how much it's moving away from that position. It's pretty simple, actually.
I've already stated that instead of using elevation angles, just because they help your argument persist, instead use distances because a distance can actually be known. So when someone says we can't actually know the actual position of something, well, if you're talking about the distance, you actually can know the position. You can know exactly how far away you are from that thing. So when the horizon varies from day to day, if you're only marking the distance along the surface that you can see, these are actually determinations that can be made. This is my point.
Yeah,
it's a much better point than his. Well, by looking at, let's say that you're only looking at parking lots, which are definitely along the surface. You could determine how far away is the parking lot from you. That is the furthest point you can see by knowing how far away it is from you.
Are you claiming that you can eyeball distances accurately?
No.
The answer you just gave me to my question was looking at things. It sounds like you're saying you just eyeball it and you can know the distance. How is that not what you just said? What?
I'm saying that you can eyeball how far you can see. So you can eyeball what is the thing that you can see, and then you can look on a map and see how far away it is from you. So you can determine what the farthest point you can see is, and then you can later determine what's that distance from you. That's what you can do.
So what you're doing is you're separating out the observation from the distance. You're just taking someone else's word for it then. That's all you're doing. What you're doing is you're seeing an object in the distance, and then you're opening up your storybook, and someone tells you a story about how far away it is, and you say, yep, okay, I accept that story. And that's fine. You can do that, but that has nothing to do with determining the actual distance away from that object. You still don't actually know for sure. You just accepted somebody else's determination or somebody else's story about it.
Right. But for the Bob Doles,
this ain't even
for the
about
Bob Doles out there, you can look at the thing that you can see, and then you can take a 10-foot chain and leapfrog it to that point and determine how far away it is. Okay?
Great. Now do that to the horizon.
Bob, this ain't about distances, though. This is about
I know
where things are.
About. He's the one who decided to change it. I understand that. He just told us exactly what he was going to do. He explained that he was going to change it from your argument to something else because he can't actually answer your argument. He didn't say it in those words, but he told us straight out exactly what he was going to do while he was doing it.
Kosho, how about distance to the horizon, Kosho, with no land involved, no objects involved, just sky and water?
Sky and water, use buoys.
No objects. How do you know? No objects, just sky and water.
Okay, so what the learned man buoys. Yeah, exactly. The learned man will actually use positions that can be actually placed. So that's why I said a parking lot, because they have parking spaces in it. So you can actually see, wait, that's the actual last parking space I can see? That's the very last one I can see? I can determine the distance to me in that parking space. If you use buoys, let's say you have an infinite amount of 10-foot far away buoys. Buoys are 10 foot away from each other. You can place them in the water, and the furthest buoy that you can see, you can then determine how far away you are from that. This is what I'm saying. You could use things that you can't do that with, but then you'd be wasting time. Okay? But I'm not talking about wasting time. I'm talking about actually looking at things that you can determine the distance to.
Yeah, but the whole point of this exercise is to find out if the Earth is curving away under you or if it's a flat, level plane.
So if we take buoys as an example then, I have a buoy that's 4 miles away from me, and every single day that the water is flat, and even if it's not completely flat, there's just a bit of 15 to 20 centimeter camera height when the horizon should be less than 1 mile away. But I can see that buoy every single time. There's not one time that I can't see it, provided that it's relatively flat, the ocean.
I got you, man. But you went away for a little
So
bit.
that's no, I was listening on YouTube because my internet was shit. And
We did hear.
I'm mowing the lawn and stuff. So
I'm strictly talking. I got banned from 24/7 for mowing the lawn, not answering a question. But that's a side story. But I'm talking strictly. I'm not talking about low observations. I'm talking strictly about observations above 100 meters or something. We can go back to talking about the lower ones, but my claim is that if you get to a certain height, you can actually determine that the horizon is consistent with the distance to the horizon equation and then standard refraction. That will actually give you a pretty close range to where the actual horizon is at above that elevation. But I agree with what you're saying. If you're too low, then you'll get wildly varying distances. Yeah.
but like you were saying as well, you'd still need to have something as a reference point, because by just looking at the water and the sky, you can never know how far the horizon is. That's impossible.
It's be a guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it would have to be a guess, because we can just use the example, and it's going to be from lower observations, but obviously, I've got observations from 28 feet high where the horizon should be 7 miles away, but is less than 4 miles away, and then observations from 6 inches high where there's a ship at 12 miles away and the horizon is behind it. So that's a pretty massive swing in where the appearance of the horizon is. So if those things weren't on, if I didn't have those markers there, you would have no idea, because it looks the same no matter what. The horizon always looks the same.
You've agreed with me before, though, that
back to mowing the lawn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want
Sorry.
to. Just very quickly, I'll just say you agreed with me before, though, that that the horizon is variable at the lower heights. Like they're not useful. Using the horizon observations at lower altitudes isn't useful in making a determination on a flatter globe, for the reason that it's extremely variable. You did agree with me about that before, didn't you?
Yeah. I agree with that. That's what I'm trying to point out to everyone. But even Zanuck won't say that. Like, you're the only glober I've heard say it. Zanuck still uses his observations of a plane at 8 miles away to prove the curve. So and from 3 feet high, so he's still going down that road. And my road is saying, well, I have the actual visual proof to show that it means nothing. And even Zanuck is still going down the road that looking at something going over the horizon from 3 feet high means something.
Okay. Well, I have to say, if that's the argument, the one between you and Zanuck that you're describing, by the way you described it, I'd say you were right in that argument. Yeah, it's not useful. It's not a useful proof or anything, because it's the same sort of thing that could, it could be variable. Give you any determination. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, then you have to realize that you saying this currently right now is very new. And this is only happening because of people, not just like me, people well before me, showing the observations of, things well beyond and things well below what we should see examples. This has been obviously this has been a hot topic for years. And you're the first person I've ever heard say that.
Well,
that's the topic.
I tell you, there's flat earthers in here who will tell you that I'm not. But maybe they won't. I don't know. But 'cause I'm sure that I'm not the first person to say what I've said, which is that at lower observations, it's too variable to make a determination. Terry's in here. There's other people. I'm sure that they know a lot of globers do say that. But
yeah. Okay. I could agree with that. But then once again, we have someone like Zanuck, who you said is in the top 3, still pushing that idea.
My top 3, yeah. But I'd tell you something,
Your
Zanuck,
top
just
three,
like
yeah, but we all know he's out there.
my friend Zanuck is an extremely competitive person, and just like Jeremy, sometimes he might have an argument that he just likes it, and so he might use it because he likes it. But he might he might agree off the record that yeah, it's not the best evidence because it's so low to the surface. But
Remember that movie
Yeah,
in
so you
Saw when they
have
were chained to the pipe?
Wolfie still pushing it. They're all still pushing it. Sorry, Jeremy, go. It's all
no,
good,
go
bro.
ahead. It's fine.
I'll go
Go,
on
go, go.
mute. I've got.
I think Jeremy said he's
No,
in the movie.
no,
He's got Saw
no,
happening.
man. I've got to keep doing what I'm doing anyway, man. Sorry, bro. My phone battery's about to die anyway, so I've got to put it inside on charge. Anyway, see you guys.
Let me just say to Rakia just showed up. I apologize yesterday. You got a little nasty between me and you, and I left. I apologize. That's it. But yeah, go ahead, Jeremy. You're gonna say you were watching Saw or something?
No, you remember the room when they were chained to the pipe from the first Saw movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to put you in that room.
Why? That's it?
Because, dude, that's it. I just want to put you in that room and give you a hacksaw.
All right, dude. Well, I guess.
Hey, I had an idea.
Man,
I had
hope
an
it's
idea,
better than his
Jeremy.
dumbass idea that he just.
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with his idea. It has not. I'm wondering if something like this would work to help convince people. Basically, okay, you make two poles out of metal. Okay, two straight poles. You can make them in like 3-foot sections, and then like weld them together to make sure that they're perfectly straight. Nothing wrong with them or anything. Just perfectly straight poles. Okay, and you stick them vertically a set distance away from each other. Then you get a chain that I guess you wouldn't put them vertically yet in the ground and like set them in place yet, but you get a chain that you can slide a link over each pole and then pull the poles so the chain is just perfectly tight. Okay, so it's making a straight line. Then plant the poles in the ground. Okay, then take the chain up and off of the poles and lay it on the ground, going from one pole to the next pole. It shouldn't be able to reach both poles enough to link it because there should be the Earth's curvature pushing the chain up near the center, near the middle, causing the chain to be shorter than where those two poles are.
Oh wait, let me get this straight. You said that you make the chain as long as the distance along the surfaces between the poles. That's right.
No. You make the chain long enough to where pulled tight, it can slide both the end links over the poles. Then you pull the poles tight and plant them in the ground so they can't move. Then you lift the chain up off of the poles. Okay.
I got you. No, I see.
And
Oh,
then
okay,
when
so
you set the chain on the ground, it
the ring is
shouldn't reach
attached.
both poles.
Yeah, the ring is attached to the chain. I see what you're saying. So the ring, there's two rings. They're at the ends of the chain. The chain's on the ground at the bottom of the poles. Then you just pull the chain up the poles. That's actually kind of interesting.
Because whenever you place the chain on the ground, then the hump of the Earth should be pushing up on the middle part of the chain and basically causing it so that the chain should not reach both ends like it just did on the poles, because now it's got part of the length being pushed up by the curve of the Earth. If it does that, now we have something. If the chain can still reach both part of the poles, just like it did when it was on the poles, we know the Earth did not curve and cause it to shorten the chain.
But the chains should be longer, not shorter.
Yeah, it can be chain or cable. Either experiment wouldn't make any difference. It's the length at the top and the length at the bottom.
Yeah, just to be clear, one more time, Bob.
You'd have to not slide them off the top. You wouldn't be able to do that if you put them in the ground. You'd have to be able to unlink the end parts to get them off the poles.
Does the chain start at the bottom or the top? Just to be clear.
It doesn't matter where it starts. You just put a part of the way down. As long as you can pull the chain, you just got to pull the poles until the chain is absolutely tight. Like you can't pull it anymore. It's making a straight chain.
What length of chain is it?
I mean, that would be something you would need to determine. How long do you want to go to do the experiment? The longer you make it, the more obvious the results would be.
Well, you're going to have more sag as soon as you reach about 3 or 4 meters.
With like a not strong or not sufficient amount of pull, but I would think that you'd be able to rig something up that you could continue tightening it or something like that.
You'd need an excessive amount of force to pull it tight enough to even consider it to try to get near straight.
You use like really thin wire or something, but something that's not stretchable. And use if you use helium balloons. If you use helium balloons, actually use a chain. Use a chain and put helium balloons all along it so that you can, bypass the sag.
You'd need it more in the middle to help reduce sag. Yeah.
But yeah, if you start at the bottom, if you start at the top, like if the chain is the length of the chain at the top, then it will easily be able to slide down the poles. But I would agree that
so you'd have to
start
do
at the bottom.
it the other way. You'd have to start it closer to the bottom and then be able to unlatch it, because you shouldn't be able to get it off the top. I guess if you can slide it right off the top, then there's a problem there too, because the poles should be basically facing it away from each other on a curved earth.
Yeah, that depends on the length of the poles, though, too. Like if you want to make them maybe 20-foot poles or 30 or something,
It wouldn't necessarily be an easy experiment, and it wouldn't necessarily be a cheap one, but it might be one that would be significant.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that you probably have to modify the experiment a little bit, but keeping the same idea.
Well, there's measurements of bridges, not drawbridges, but suspension bridges that had to take this into consideration because, like I said, the bottom and the top are two different distances.
Steel stretches, so when you're drilling when we're drilling oil wells, and we have the drill stem, which is really thick, I don't know how thick it is, maybe inch thick pipe. The drills and they're all threaded together, you torque them up. When you're tripping the pipe in the hole, you actually account for all the steel stretching for it, for your depth or whatever. There's a formula for it.
This is the dumbest experiment I've ever heard of. How are you gonna lift No, dude, it's the logistics are unlogical. Anyway, how are you gonna lift a heavy ass chain?
I think maybe you are focusing in on the word chain way more than is necessary.
Yeah, that's like I said. Even a cable would do the same experiment.
Well, let's put a fucking fishing line string. How about that? Fishing line.
It's like in computer science. You have the abstraction, and then you have the different implementations of that idea.
You a programmer, Europia?
Hey, so you're gonna actually need something that's going to be long enough to where it actually not enable you to lift the rings out of the poles. And we know 1 mile is 8 inches per mile square, but that would mean that on both sides it dips 4 inches each pole. It would dip 4 inches on each pole.
Right. So you would need. So basically, the poles should be facing away from each other.
Well, yeah,
By
because
that
isn't that what
amount.
they say? They tilt, right? Or they lean. I'm sorry, bro, but they say it leans, right?
Yeah, basically it would be leaning or going like almost diagonally. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be as severe as what you might imagine in your mind. It's the 4 inches or whatever on each end or whatever. But basically, what you wouldn't be able to do if you had a strong enough thing that you were able to pull tight, okay, and keep it not sagging in the middle somehow. What you would have is you would then need to be able to, if you tried to slide it up off of the poles, you would be trying to stretch that non-stretchable thing by 4 inches on each side to get it off of the poles properly. If you can't do it because of how many extra inches you need, well, now we know there's obviously a curve that's causing these poles to face away from each other, making it so we can't slide it off. If they slide off just fine, well, now we know the curve isn't doing what it's supposed to these poles, and there's an issue with what we've been told.
No, I think that's not even going to work, because what they're going to say is, well, you didn't account for and you didn't build your little experiment to automatically take into account for the leaning of the poles, because on a flat earth, the poles would be perfectly vertical, right? Vertical to plumb. But what they think vertical to plumb is at the location, it's vertical. But on a globe, because there's a curve in a different reference frame, they'd be leaning. So
But what we're doing with this, though, is we're accounting for what they're saying the poles are doing. That's the whole point, is that they would say that to us they'll look straight, which in the experiment they would look straight vertical. But in reality, according to them, they're actually pointing away, which, if what they're saying is true, these poles should be doing that in the experiment. It should match their claim perfectly for what the poles should be doing in reality and what they should look like to us. It'll match both just fine. The thing that's going to be the telltale would be when you attempt to slide the chain up off of these two poles that are allegedly pointing away from each other. You're not going to be able to get, I said chain because a chain is generally a rigid thing unless you put, too much force and it breaks or whatever. But you're not going to be able to get 4 more inches on each side of the chain. It's not going to happen. That's not how a chain works, right? Now we might figure it out. But
I'll tell you a good one. Hey, hold on, Bob Dole, real quick. Before you go, whoever was going to go, just let me go 10 seconds. I think what would be even better is take longer poles, high poles, and a short chain, and it'd do the same thing.
Yeah, of course, but that's what I was going to say. So let's say that you decided to use a mile-long chain, and you decide to use 10-foot poles. Now, I can tell you what you would need to be. The margin of error would have to be less than 3/100ths of an inch. So that means that the poles can't, because if this is a thin enough pole, the pole can bend a little bit, and the chains, if they're weak enough, they're not rigid enough, they can expand slightly. So you would have to make sure that you were not letting that happen within the margin of error of 3/100ths of an inch. If you could accomplish that, this test actually would be doable. But I don't think that that's accomplishable.
no,
I
see,
think
that's the
I
thing.
think
That
that
we
the
actually
pole-
wouldn't. If we're doing it for a full mile, we have 8 inches that we need from the chain that we wouldn't be able to get. It would be really simple to show that the Earth was curving.
The 8 inches is not.
All I heard was 10-foot pole, and I thought of Jeremy and a light bulb and your mom. And 10-foot pole.
You got a dirty mind, my man. But regardless, the problem is the longer the chain you use, the more expanding it's going to be allowed to do, because you have more, because you have more. So even if it's expanding slightly, it can happen over the longer distance. And if you decide to use a shorter chain or whatever thread or whatever you're using, and a longer pole, then that range is going to allow. So the taller it gets, the more the poles are going to be able to sway. And even a building will sway less. I mean, more than that, right? Buildings can sway far more than 3/100ths of an inch. So, like I said, that's for a mile. So, even though I like this test, it has parameters that I think are slightly impossible, like to reach some of these parameters to be able to accomplish.
Dude, that the steel would stretch, bro. I promise you. Like when you make up drilling stem, it's like 1 inch thick steel pipe with like crazy the strongest threads that ever machined. Like we're literally like when we hit TD, you're calculating for pipe stretch at the end of your total depth.
Right, and you guys don't even go down that far, right? About a half a mile, right? Quarter mile, 1,000 feet.
No,
What's the
well, I
deepest you
mean,
guys dig, or
no,
bore, whatever you call it?
oh,
What are
bro,
you, an oil driller? What are you, man?
every formation's way different. So like if you're drilling in Bakersfield, it's really shallow. If you're in Texas, you could there's a lot of shallow oil out there. Then you go out to Oklahoma, you got some deep hole. Like dude, every formation's different, but yeah, I mean you could drill thousands of feet down in some spots. Yeah, yeah, dude,
Well,
and not like, that's not even,
aren't
and
they
that's
that
not even.
accurate to where? Watch, hold on. Aren't they that accurate to where they can like bore sideways?
Yeah, you set a shoe, you mill a window, you kick out, blah blah blah. Yeah, but what I'm talking about is I'm just saying like I'm just saying I don't know, whatever. That's just the thing. Like that's literally like if you would think like, "Oh, I have this steel whatever. It's this exact size." Well, once you start adding that shit together, it's not this exact same size. Like it stretches out.
Dude, I got brownies at home.
So, man. Yeah, but I was thinking about the poles swaying. So you could actually, if you could use a tool that measures the swaying of the poles to make sure that doesn't cause an error, like to measure the error in the swing of the poles, but still the expanding of the steel or whatever it is you're using, you'd have to make sure uh, that it wouldn't expand by a certain amount, or at least be able to measure that. Or you know what? What you know what you could do? Although it would kind of be redundant, but what if you just measured, like even though you know it would expand? Let's say that you did something and you did this test, you measured how much they swayed, and you measured how much the thing expanded. You could just measure how much it expanded by. So if you measure it at the bottom and at the top, even though it expanded in order to get to the top, you just measure the length at that point. It would just need to be extremely
Yeah,
accurate.
like if it was expanding, it wouldn't go back to its original size after you got it off of there, right? You could just measure to see how much it expanded. Yeah.
No, it would. I mean, measure it when it's at
what
the
about a hole between each pipe or between each rod, a small hole with a laser and a detector to like see if it's straight.
Hey, what about anchoring them to where they don't fucking move? How about that? We can make something that doesn't move.
No, buildings are anchored to the ground. The Empire State Building, the World Trade Center,
That's
these buildings are
not what
anchored to
I'm
the ground.
saying.
They still sway.
Dude, we're not going to build it that high.
Listen,
You think we're going to be building
listen.
a
Here's the
structure?
latest.
That's the
Go
latest
ahead,
and the
go
greatest.
white.
What's the latest and the greatest?
Go ahead, Jeremy. You got it. Floor's yours.
Yeah, the latest and the greatest thing that I came up with for one of my harebrained schemes was to you chisel a friggin' cylinder out of granite, quartz, or something that's diesel, like truck diesel, right? You make a cylinder out of this shit, right? So picture you got a toilet paper roll just laying on the ground so that the curved part is touching the ground and then the flat parts are on either end. You know what I'm saying? The flat parts of the cylinder is perpendicular to the ground. Then
Yeah, we understand what
what
laying it
you
on the
do
ground
is,
but
what's up?
yeah, we get what you mean by laying it on the ground. Let's keep going.
I'm just making sure we're all up to speed. Now, what you do is you hang a plumb line on the side of the cylinder, the flat part of the cylinder. You hang a plumb line on that, right? And then you trace that. Now you have a straight line, right? The plumb line's straight. You trace the plumb line onto the side of the cylinder so that it's, going halfway, cutting the cylinder in half, basically. You got a straight line now. Now, what do you think the next step would be?
Go home? I don't know.
Somebody take a wild guess on what we're going to do with that straight line. What are we going to do with the cylinder?
See if it's halfway on the other end.
Negative.
Go to the other end and look through it. Well, the fucking just
Negative.
tell us why did you drill
That's
a fucking
terrible.
granite hole? Yeah, well, go ahead and tell us your dumb
That's
idea.
stupid. What you do is you roll the cylinder 90 degrees, or however many degrees it is, until now the line that we had on there from the plumb line is now horizontal. You've turned that line horizontal, and then you put water up to it via a water level with a micrometer on the top or something, and boom, we got our answer. Easy peasy. You just need like 100-foot granite cylinder. That's all.
Dude, wait a minute.
Meters.
Why can't, dude? Okay, so there's all these pipelines everywhere. There's like the California aqueduct, or the Los Angeles LA DWP. They have an aqueduct, and it's like, dude, it's fucking miles and miles, hundreds of miles. And guess what? It's like almost all gravity fed, right? Like so, like. Even the the LADW, I keep saying LADWP, the LA aqueduct. In fact, like, so I used to work for these cocksuckers. Like the aqueduct's super fucking old. It's from like 1901 or some shit. And so like we were trying to fix it because it's all fucked up. And they couldn't figure out how they made it level. So anyhow, like they made this fucking robot, this like basically it's called a pig, but you send a pig in pipes. And they made this robotic pig that's like cuts out the inside of the aqueduct, and then it has it's like this, and then it welds on the inside. It welds so they can fix it because they literally cannot figure out how they made it so like on that perfect level. But like, isn't that's like a complete fucking, that's everything we want. Like we know it's pretty much level or the gradient of it. We know the size of it. Like it's flat as shit. It goes for fucking miles. Like, wouldn't that be like something you could use to take measurements with? And it's the same thing in Alaska. Alaska, the oil pipeline in Alaska is all gravity fed. We have like three pump. We only have like a few. There's only a couple pump stations for all of the Alyeska pipeline. So, like, wouldn't that be, like, some super fucking supreme measuring points for this shit?
There's also a couple of.
I don't.
Go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead, Kosho.
I was just gonna say in California they have sewage. There's what do you call those sewage systems that work in the same way, don't they? Like they have like that waterway that does that, where it's like it decreases in elevation or decreases in angle or whatever consistently, so that it can make sure the water drains or whatever. There's a guy who did it.
Dude, I'm telling you, the LA aqueduct is like, it's hundreds of miles, bro. Like it's like, I mean, dude, I don't know how long the longest section is, but I guarantee, I can guarantee anything. I'm Bender, but no, like there's at least tens and tens and tens of miles of just flat ass aqueduct, man. Like that would be that gives you a baseline, right? Just put some shit on
It's not
top.
level. Hold on, it's not level and it's not horizontal. It's flowing water, right?
Yeah, but I mean, dude, like I'm talking like the gradient for it is so minute. Like I'm telling you, like
Yeah, but
it's
what do you
there.
do with that though?
Well, wouldn't you be able to like if you knew the grade of it, you would know like, okay, for every 10 feet of fucking aqueduct, we go down 10 inches. Like it's fucking set in stone and steel. Like it's there. We know it. So we know if we set something up, like it would be kind of like an undeniable measurement. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't it?
I don't even know what we're measuring. This
Well, I'm
thing
saying
isn't
like
flat.
refraction in the curve. Like if you did some measurements off the pipelines.
But we're trying to measure to see if level's horizontal. So you either need something horizontal or something level, and that pipe isn't either one of them.
Yeah, but you could just like it. You would know the grade, and so at one end you could measure it. Like, okay, we're right here, and we're going this far, so we know over there. We just need to shim up like 10 inches or whatever the fuck it is, and then you would
And
have, huh?
and for people who don't understand, when he says grade, it means slope. Go ahead.
We know what slope is. What's the formula for slope? You know the formula for slope?
Who, me?
No, the guy that just said slope. Do you know how much a horizontal line slopes?
I mean, dude, I haven't done this stupid math since a long time ago. But I'm just telling you, like, I think that the pipelines would be a great place to do a measurement because it is like it's a measurable. You would know the grade of it. You could shim up for it. Um, I don't know. Like, I think it would kind of fucking end some of the debate of it. Am I wrong? Is this not a good idea?
I mean, I just don't see what we can do with that because, like I said, we're trying to measure if level is horizontal. So that pipe is graded; it's not level or horizontal. So I don't know what we can do with that. But does anyone know the formula for how much a horizontal line slopes?
For what do you mean? How much it slopes when?
Yeah, what's the formula? Well, what's the formula for slope? Do you know the formula for slope?
Rise over run? What are you talking about?
Isn't there a formula for how slope happens? How much a horizontal slopes or something?
Okay, dude. Listen to me, man.
How much is a horizontal line slope?
This is a good commercial for what happens when you smoke too much weed, dude. Listen to me, dude. Horizontal lines don't slope. That's one. Two is if you have a horizontal line and it has some mass or some weight, specifically some weight, the weight will cause it to slope, and that's going to depend on the weight. So your question is missing parameters. Okay.
Okay, so here's the definition of slope. You said horizontal lines don't slope, right?
Yeah, that's a fact. Yes.
Okay, here's the definition for slope. A surface of which one and or side. Sorry, my bad. I had a little dot on my screen. My screen was dirty. Hold on. A surface of which one end or side is at a higher level than another.
Okay.
A rising or falling surface. So you said horizontal lines don't slope, which means they don't have a higher level
My goodness
than
gracious.
another. One end doesn't have a higher level than another end. So does that coincide with the globe?
Ah.
Does it, Kosho? I mean, come on, let's be real.
All right, you're making a point now. It's not a bad point, but it's not. I don't get where you're going with this because Yes, it's true. If you have a horizontal on the globe, yeah, technically there will be a slope. And so that's so let me get it straight. So what you're asking is there an equation for how much the Earth's surface uh uh how far away it moves from the horizontal? And yes, of course,
So
that's 8 inches per mile squared.
so you're saying horizontal lines do slope now?
Just shut the hell up, will you? You're talking about the Earth's. You're
Okay.
talking this.
Talking about a horizontal line and the slope of it.
Yeah. If you have a horizontal line and you're talking about the Earth's curvature, and so the elevation of the thing, yeah, that's the 8 inches per mile squared.
So horizontal lines do slope.
I gotta go to the store, dude.
Okay. This is the weird kind of shit you get wrapped up in when you're talking about these topics with these guys. Horizontal lines don't slope. You can look it up. There's zero slope to a horizontal line.
Okay,
Rise
Jeremy.
over run. Hold on, real quick. Rise over run also doesn't work on a globe because you could do it with a ruler and a basketball and see that you would clearly be at a different elevation. Go ahead, what were you saying?
Anytime he talks, I'm actually going to need a translator. If you guys can.
Who, me, Europa?
I need a translator for Jeremy.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying, like, I get the rise over run. I understand the pipeline isn't exactly level, right? But dude, like, why wouldn't we be able to just measure the grade of it and know, like, at this distance, like, it's this much lower than this point? Like, you would have like, it would be set. Like, it would be a known distance, elevation, all the shit. How is that not fucking working, bro? For like I don't know, to like measure refraction or whatever, and try to actually some good observations, and you know what I mean? Like, dude, especially the fucking some of these pipelines are miles and miles and miles long. You don't think that would be? I just don't get why that. Can anybody tell me why that's a fucking bad idea, or doesn't work?
The reason why I wasn't saying anything about it is because I don't like to just jump to conclusions like either way, for or against it, without pondering the idea first. And so you're like introducing new variables that you just have to take into account, and you're saying just take into account the grade as you're doing it.
Yeah, if you have a pipeline, if you have a 10 mile length of pipeline, and you know that it's like to if you have a 10 mile length of pipeline and you know, okay, it's gone down, from here to there, it's gone down 10 feet, or 20 feet or whatever, then you could adjust for that and take measurements, right? Like, what's where am I off on that? And you would even have a fucking like you would even have like a station, like, I don't know. I think you could use that thing.
Yeah, I was trying to think and visualize it. So what I was visualizing it is I was visualizing it both on a flat Earth and both on a globe, and seeing how it would work out. And yeah, I mean, it sounds sound to me.
Dude, these Jace hates dude, it's literally they're literally like ostriches in the sand. Or ostriches sticking their head in the sand when it comes to laser interferometry tests. They're just like, no, no, I don't see it. I don't see it. Like the notion that you could measure a gravity wave, but not the motion of the Earth is just it's retarded. I can't conceive of thinking like that. Like that's reality. That's bizarre. Ugh.
I'm not sure I've ever heard that one. If you want to elaborate on it, I'd be curious.
Well, yeah, they have that. They have this. Where the fuck is it? I forget the name of the thing, but anyhow, they have this stupid. Um, they have this device that they're literally like they can measure a gravity wave go through it. They can. For what the name? What the fuck is the name of it? But anyhow, you know what? I'll fucking send you a thing on it. But dude, it's just ridiculous. It's like, oh, you could detect a gravity wave, but not the motion of the Earth. Like, unfucking real, dude. Like, it's just stupid.
Yeah, I just Googled it for you. It says laser interferometer.
Yeah. It's this giant ass fucking one in like I forget where, like Tennessee or something. They have a name for it. It's like whatever. I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, it's like so sensitive it can detect a gravity wave, but they can't detect the motion of the Earth, bro. Going 1,000 miles, the rotation of the Earth, spinning 1,000 miles an hour. Like the fuck, bro. It's just wildly stupid.
Whoa. Silly, let's not insult other people's religion now.
Dude, I swear, dude, every time I listen to Jay Ace talk, I think he's like I could just imagine him wearing a skin mask. Like he's just tries to sound like science Batman or something. I don't know. So bad.
I like that. He's one of my good friends, so be careful. But yeah, Science Batman, that's actually not bad.
Whoa, your mic is really bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
I'm on my
not.
cell phone. I'll refrain from talking for a minute, but I just wanted to say that about Jace.
You coming back to your normal mic after?
Yeah, I am. I just had to go get my girlfriend beer. I'm a slave to my girlfriend for some reason. I don't want to get into it. But yeah, I'll be back. Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna make a suggestion, but we're on YouTube. I probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you have to be careful with your words.
I'll just say this real quickly. How have you been, Terry? I haven't talked to you in a long time. What's going on?
Not a lot. Just hanging around, trying to keep things chill, not get too overly stressed out about things.
That's good stuff. Hey, maybe it's personal. Maybe nobody knows, but has anybody heard anything about Bandsaw? I think
No,
there's something personal that went down, but yeah, he's been gone.
yeah, just completely off the radar.
I really hope everything's all right, whatever it is. But yeah, I
Yeah,
totally get it.
yeah. And I've even been off the radar off my YouTube. Haven't been even doing that lately.
I have that buy one get one free, any sandwich, anytime thing that I figured out how to do the code. Which sandwich should I get?
Did you say sandwich? Oh, I got no idea. Your sandwiches are over there are weird.
They're weird over there. I've been to McDonald's in other countries, and actually in Bahrain, the McDonald's they have actual chicken at the McDonald's. You can actually get an actual healthy chicken. It's crazy. I don't know.
They
Maybe
had
you guys have.
lobster. They had lobster at the McDonald's in Maine.
What? No shit.
I went to Maine. Yeah, they had fucking lobster everywhere, dude. There was they had hot dog stands in New York. Out in Maine, they had fish stand. It would be like a hot dog bun filled with scallops, shrimp, or lobster, or whatever.
Yeah, in general with gas station food, it's hit or miss. You gotta be careful. He's asking about sandwiches. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. I had one place put banana peppers on them, which was cool and all, but they didn't dry out the banana peppers, which made the bread soggy, and that sucks. Me personally, I just try to stay away from ham usually. Get a turkey sandwich. Yeah, I had this one gas station. Their coffee was like really, really bad, and so I tried to take it back and get a refund, and they said they wouldn't refund me. And so what I did is I pretended like I tripped and I spilled it all over the floor and walked out.
So another neat trick. I realized even though I did I cracked the code for the buy one get one free sandwiches. I noticed at McDonald's at least, you can just give them any code and they don't even care. Just make one up and give it to them, and they're gonna put it in as a promo. They don't even care. They don't do nothing.
No, man, please, no. Not McDonald's. You're killing me.
So I don't like McDonald's. I actually haven't eaten McDonald's in a long time. I don't like eating McDonald's. I'm working on the Chick-fil-A code because the Chick-fil-A code is much better. The Chick-fil-A code is you just get a free. You don't have to buy one get one free. It's just a free sandwich. Those sandwiches are better, but I haven't cracked it yet. Yeah, it's a little bit more complex. But like I said, McDonald's, you don't even need the code. You just tell them you have one. Yeah. So I'm just. I'm Jewish, so when it comes to making decisions like beer, when I go buy beer, I determine what I want by figuring out the alcohol content and the price ratio and the taste. So it's like a very complex decision. And same thing with food. I go for the price and the quality. So if I can get basically free food, even if it's McDonald's, I'm going to do it.
Well, I'm not Jewish, and I still do similar.
So you were never going to get a ham sandwich, were you? I don't know if you eat ham or not.
That's the thing. I don't buy ham.
Osho's Muslim. He doesn't eat pork. He's Muslim.
I eat pork. I have a philosophy. I don't know why a lot of other Jews don't do this, but if you go to someone's house and they make you food, I'm not going to turn it down just because of my religious or traditional whatever. So I don't buy pork or bacon, but I do eat it, yeah, all the time.
Okay, what's the topic here?
You guys weren't talking. That's the topic.
Oh yeah, how much slope is in a horizontal?
That's what you want to talk about, Jeremy?
Yeah, do horizontal slope?
It's zero. Zero slope.
Horizontals have zero slope. Exactly. Perfect. I know. Do you know what the definition of slope is?
He just says it's rise over run. Delta X over delta Y.
Yeah, so there's no elevation increase or decrease. That's what you would need for it to have slope, right? An elevation increase or decrease?
Yeah.
Yeah, and horizontals don't have any elevation increase or decrease.
Objection asked and already answered.
Yeah, well, I'm just making sure because this is weird. Because if you think we live on a globe, you have to think there's a increase or decrease in elevation with a horizontal. So, I'm trying to figure out how you can hold these two opposing views at the same time.
Are we getting into the horizontals level argument?
No.
I told you guys earlier that anytime this guy talks, I need a translator to understand what he's talking about.
My words are crystal clear, my man. It's crystal clear. There's no horizontals don't slope. That's pretty it's pretty evident.
Yeah, I've been listening to you for a long time, Jeremy. You make as much sense as what you are now as what you've always done.
Well, I mean, do we all agree horizontals don't slope? What am I not making sense about?
Well, number one, it seems like we're on a break while dude is running to the store. So, I mean, just take the opportunity to reset your internet because you're kind of breaking up every time you talk.
We're not on a break because Kosho went to the store. What the fuck, dude?
It's intermission. We go and get our ice creams and food and everything.
Then Kosho goes to the store to get some chili, and now we're on a break. Like,
yeah. I like the conversation. Dr. Silly, whatever his name is, brought up. I'm not at my computer, so I can't see what his proper name is. So that's another topic we could talk about after.
What was he talking about?
He was saying about movement.
Sewer pipes?
No, he was mentioning about the movement of gravity waves, something detecting Earth's movement, something.
With LIGO?
No, I can't.
Yo, Dr. Silly Pants, you hear?
Yeah, that's him, yeah. I asked it randomly there a few minutes back. Did you notice my roles different again, Jeremy?
Sorry, what did you say?
I said, did you notice my role is different again?
I don't even know who are you.
You don't know who I am?
I can't look at my screen right now.
Oh, Terry.
You sound like Bandsaw's little cousin.
No, no. Terry, he shouldn't remember me.
I know who you are.
You have to remember, he's got one eye, and so it's like he thinks that you have better hearing, but he doesn't fucking tell the difference between any voices, dude. He can't tell the difference between anybody.
Have you ever seen the movie Daredevil with Ben Affleck? I'm kind of like that. I use part of my hearing for vision.
Use your other senses to know what you're doing.
No. That's the opposite. He doesn't even understand how Daredevil works. Daredevil, his hearing is increased because he can't see. Jeremy's saying that because he can't see out of one eye, he sacrificed some of his hearing now, too, to make up for it. That's what works, man.
No, I don't talk a lot, Jeremy, so that's probably why I'm not as known as much in the circles. But there's people that do. There's people do know me,
We did have new people jump into the voice chat. I mean, if they want to bring up a topic, what do you guys want to talk about?
Yeah, new people are always welcome.
I mean, this guy, you're a new person. You said you're new to the server?
Yeah, I've probably been here less than a week.
Well, you are new.
Well, you seem cool. You seem cool, man, and keep it up. I can't tell. I mean, you seem like you must be smaller than him. I don't know. He hadn't stated whose side he's on, so I don't know.
Yeah. Don't insinuate that he's whoever he is.
You're right. You know what? I think he's on my side because we both agree horizontals have no slope. Maybe he's on my side.
Oh, okay.
Europia. Well, whose side are you on?
I'm heavily globe skeptic. I mean, I haven't gone completely down the flat Earth rabbit hole.
Quick, get your way out of there. Get out. Put a lid on it. Escape.
What's up?
I said, put a lid on that hole and escape from it. You don't want to go down that hole.
One of the things I saw recently that I thought was pretty interesting was, let's see, have you guys seen the argument, the experiment, the measurements the dude made using the inverse square law and the irradiation of the sun? And he plotted it on the graph.
No, I haven't seen that.
No, using science terminology. Sorry, I'm a glober. I don't understand all that.
the inverse square law of light you're talking about?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting.
Who did it?
Oh, sorry, just some random video on BitChute. But apparently, what he was doing is he was measuring the irradiation of the sun over the course of the day and plotted it on the graph, and then kind of showing how I guess his argument he was making is that the sun isn't like millions of miles away because of the graph of the irradiation equation, because it would violate the inverse square law.
That sounds interesting.
That's more than anything fucking Jeremy's come up with. But yeah, when you say that word though, I don't really understand that word. You mean like it's like sort of like the brightness, or like the does it have to do with like the brightness of the sun?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look it up.
Well, he didn't say luminosity. He said something else.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he said he was measuring irradiation. But no, I mean, I'm not like an expert either way. So I mean, you guys don't really want to listen to me, because I mean, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I wouldn't have a clue what you're talking about when you start using scientific terminologies, and don't bring math into it either, because I'm terrible at all that.
I like new stuff though. I like stuff I haven't heard before. You know, I like arguments that are fresh. You know, then you can actually tackle it without already knowing the answer. But yeah, I mean, if you don't, I mean, I don't want to put you out, but if you know where to find that video, if you would post it in the chat, that'd be cool.
Yeah, it's always good to start from the ground base of certain things if we want to talk about stuff. We get to you start talking about it at the top level, or you're sort of going backwards.
That is a good question, though, Terry. Yeah, so seem like a smart guy, a lot of smart flat earthers, by the way, but you do seem like a smart guy. So I guess to Terry's point, like, what are some of the basic observations or the basic evidences that appeal to you?
Is the other guy still around?
Yes, for the video. So I was looking it up. I mean, you guys can. I mean, I just came here anyway to listen to what you guys are talking about and ask questions to kind of get some understanding.
Well,
Okay,
questions are good.
I don't mean to put you on the spot then.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. But questions are good.
Sorry,
Well,
you
just
said
let me know when you get
post the
back.
video, and I was just looking up the video for you.
Sorry, Kosho was just asking you what kind of brought you to it in a way. What other kind of things have you seen that make you question things?
Or not even question, just what interest.
I mean, I had pretty heavy background of science courses when I went to university, but I mean, even still, you know, because it's not my area of expertise, I had no problem, for example, telling my roommate when he was asking me about it, you know, that globe is just a belief, because you know that's not my area of expertise, and I don't know. I'm not scared to say I don't know, but it took me a long time to get into the topic. And some of the things that kind of interest me were some of the observations that people were making in the flight paths, and also some of the observations on the ocean about how far we could see, that we're like seeing too far, and what people are doing with like the Nikon cameras. And now, admittedly, that could be manipulated, but I thought it was interesting.
You mean like fake? The video's fake, you're saying?
Or misrepresented of what
They could
we're seeing.
misrepresent like the conditions that they were in. I mean, they could be telling the truth. Unfortunately, I don't live near an ocean, so I mean, I can't like go out and like repeat what they're doing. So I can only go by what people are saying.
Well, I mean, despite the conditions, what they're seeing is what they're seeing. Yeah, I mean, you have no way to validate it. I understand that, but I mean, it's definitely repeatable. It's not like we're doing something on the moon where you can't go repeat it, or in space or something. You know, it's right here on Earth. And they've been repeated multiple times, multiple various different locations. Like I said, though, all this is kind of a moot point because you can never get an actual position on the thing you're looking at, so it's kind of like irrelevant on whatever you're seeing, because if we see too far, you say refraction, and that's it.
Dude, I think the best evidence is just the laser interferometry, because they've like between Date Miller, Ruong Wang, like all that shit that Alan went through, like they can't prove the motion of the Earth, and in fact, all the data points to the opposite, that the Earth is stationary.
Well, if you've ever heard my oh, my bad, go ahead.
Well, I don't mean to monologue, but I mean, there proves the Earth. It shows that the Earth is stationary, and then on top of that, you know, you just like have all these like you just basically you have all these people just clinging to their fucking Big Bang relativity bullshit. They can't let it go.
Exactly.
Have you ever heard exactly? I know. Have you ever heard my my Coriolis argument with the leading to target thing for the movement of Earth?
Oh my god, dude! You're gonna be a fucking old man telling your great grandchildren like about this 1,000 times. But Grandpa, you already told us this.
I mean, I'm about to call Delta or American Airlines or something. So
What is Coriolis?
it's called Coriolis, the Coriolis effect. It's you know, if you're on a merry-go-round and you throw a ball, the ball actually goes straight. But if you're on the merry-go-round, it appears to curve. But in reality, it's actually going straight. You know what I'm talking
Come
about?
on, man! You're not the best person to explain Coriolis. Listen, dude. Take away what he just said. Coriolis is simply it's the deviation of the path of an object. If you're on a moving frame, it's the deviation from the path of an object as viewed from that frame. So, like you said, on a merry-go-round, the path of a ball, even if you throw it straight across the merry-go-round, the path as viewed from that frame is going to appear curved. And so that's Coriolis, is the deviation if you view it from that frame. So when he says like the actual path, all this kind of stuff, he's going to confuse it because there is no actual path. They're both actually the path.
So what Kosho just explained was that when you watch a plane, that plane should deviate from the path of the Earth, but it never does. It always stays in line with where it was.
Yeah, planes are not a very good example because you need something like a projectile.
Yeah, that's just a silly argument, though.
It's not a silly
argument. It's a silly argument, though.
No, listen.
How is it not a silly argument? I mean, obviously, if something's in the air for hours, there should be a deviation compared to something that's in the air for seconds.
Can I give you a very quick example? Yeah. Very quick. This might make sense. If you are a runner, let's say you're running on let's say there's a straight 26-mile path, like a marathon path. You're a runner, but there's like the wind is pushing you to the side, and there's like an acceleration that it's doing this. I say it's doing this like, I don't know, 1 foot per, minute. Pushing you to the left, 1 foot per minute. Well, as a runner, you're making concentrated effort on each step to balance yourself subconsciously. So you're subconsciously correcting yourself the whole time to keep a straight path. And so this is why a plane or any other controlled path is not a good example to look for Coriolis, because they can constantly correct for anything that is causing them to deviate from their path. Right? So this is why I say a projectile or a ballistic is a much better example, because it cannot correct itself. It will, if it's deviating to the left or the right, it will do that despite the fact it's trying to keep on a straight path.
If it's flying north to south, then it needs to deviate itself at 1,000 miles an hour, or 800 miles an hour, or 700 miles an hour. It's going to need a pretty massive deviation to do that. It's
so
not just a couple of.
It sounds like you guys have already heard Jeremy's argument, but I've never heard it.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, Jerry, make your argument. Well, we were just explaining Coriolis, so sorry about that. But yeah, now that we have Coriolis established, go ahead, Jerry, with your world award-winning argument.
Yeah, I haven't heard it before either. So.
Oh, I thought you have heard it before. I was actually going to ask ask for a translator.
I haven't heard Jeremy's example, so it would be good to hear.
He just put in the text tomorrow.
Yeah,
He doesn't want to do it now.
It's probably getting a little late for him.
Oh, it's late over there. Is it? What time is it over there? Oh, 11:19. Yeah. That's East Coast.
I can tell it to you, although I have refuted it already, but take the merry-go-round, for example. Take the merry-go-round as an example. And let's say the football or drone is on the merry-go-round, okay? If you look at the shortest path that the drone can take, even though it's experiencing Coriolis, the shortest path would be, his idea is that the shortest path is the shortest path regardless. So it's like if you can draw a straight line in free space to the position it's going to be, that should be the shortest path. Whereas a plane will take the shortest path across the surface of the Earth, which is actually going to end up curving in free space. So his idea is that planes don't take the shortest path if Coriolis is a thing. But he might be better at explaining it. I might have butchered it. I have some pictures that I've made that can explain it, but that's basically his argument, that planes don't take the shortest path if they are experiencing Coriolis.
Oh, that makes sense to me. I get what he's saying.
Yeah, like right.
Their trajectory isn't accounting for Coriolis. Like if they know if the Earth is spinning, they're like, okay, I'm gonna fly for 5 hours this way. I better point over here so that I land there. Okay, that makes sense.
That's his argument. That's right. Why not? It does make sense. That's why he likes it so much, because he thinks it makes sense. And yeah, the first time you hear it might sound like it makes sense. Yeah, but. Because like if the Earth is rotating, then eventually in 5 hours it's going to be in that new spot. So the plane should start off aiming for that spot that it's going to be in 5 hours, and then it will actually be going the shortest path. This is his argument. But when I get inside, I can easily explain why it's not the case.
But you guys claim
the conservation of momentum. Sorry, go. Here I go.
But you guys, Kosha, you guys claim that the atmosphere is in lockstep, correct?
If there were no wind, then the atmosphere should be in lockstep with or more or less in lockstep with the Earth, sure. But wind is the evidence that it's not exactly in lockstep. But I understand what you're saying, so hopefully you understand my response. That yeah, if you forget about the wind, yeah, the air should be in lockstep.
I don't really get into the whole weather systems deal, but I thought it was like a difference in like air pressure and like a difference in temperatures.
No, I think they think that the atmosphere is in lockstep, and that the wind is just the slight deviation, because it's like it's 1,000 miles per hour or whatever, right? So like the deviation, like the wind is just the small deviations from the 1,000 miles per hour, lockstep atmosphere. So I think what they're saying is that like because the planes, like I'm like the aerodynamics of it, like that's what, like the plane is locked into that atmosphere. Is that how you guys think of it, Kosha?
It seems like if you have a cold system and a hot system like colliding and creating like tornadoes and hurricanes, then on a smaller scale it would create winds. But I'm just
Wait, can you say that again, Europa?
I mean I could have swore that when you have cold systems colliding with like hot systems of different temperatures like colliding together, I thought that was the explanation for like tornadoes and hurricanes.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's the reason. That's the reason what we have wind. Yeah. So that's the reason why it's not in lockstep, is because of pressure differences and things like that. So we don't describe it as being in lockstep. Yeah. But if it weren't for that, then yeah, it would move with the surface, we'd say.
I don't know if this has what this adds to the debate or whatever, or not that we're debating, but I actually heard recently that they're saying that that's how they thought that the cold and hot air mixing was what caused the tornadoes. But I actually heard that recently they found that it had more to do with electrostatics, and that they noticed they somehow measured some kind of like electrical charges at the base before the funnel even gets there. Like or they're measuring some kind of electric phenomenon on the ground before the funnel gets there.
So you're saying that's basically another win for Witsit?
I think I think that the Earth is way more dependent on electricity and magnetism, way more than we've been led to believe. Um, it makes sense.
I remember when I was younger, my thought of what people would have imagined why God existed was because of the electrical nature of the system that we live in. And that, imagine when there was no actual electricity apart from lightning, there was none of this, like people back in the past would have been sitting back, looking, thinking, feeling that power and that energy actually amongst the earth and wondering, well, what is that? And then creating God. That's what I used to think when I was younger. Just like to elaborate, we would have obviously felt that extreme power all around us, and we would have been way more in tune with that when there was no actual other things going on, no other electrical impulses or no EMFs anywhere around us. So, ancient people, thousands of years ago would have actually been feeling that electrical power all around them. And that's kind of where I used to think, oh, well, then maybe they got that mixed up with feeling this power, knowing that there was something going on, and then coming up with God as far as that was concerned. But that was just something that I was thinking as a youngster.
Well, that's what I think. I think that's what I think makes the flat Earth debate such a topic, because, like, if you can, like, what makes it such a crazy topic is that if you think, okay, no, we're in a closed system, space is fucking fake, they've been lying about all this shit. everything's a fucking lie, and the Earth is a enclosed, flat plane, stationary system, then you can't. There is no debating, God or what. You're just like, okay, this place has a creator. To me, at least. I mean, I don't see how else you could interpret it if that's your worldview.
Yeah, I think it's like how David Weiss kind of basically says the same thing, and he's like, well, at the end of the day, once you come to the realization that the Earth is flat or a topographical stationary plane is obviously the better way to put it, then you have to come to the realization that there is a creator. And then your relationship with that creator is what you then go into. You take your own research down that road, however you want to make that relationship yourself. But there definitely is a creator. And the difference is that if you're thinking that you're living on a ball, you can believe in a creator or not believe in a creator. But once you come to the realization that you're on a topographical stationary plane, there is only one answer, and that is that there is a creator. You can't get away from that.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be more specific even. If you're not in the endless abyss, that is an accident in space that just, evolved from rocks having sex that made fish monkey people, and you're in the center, everything is built around you, and all the other things. Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
I mean, you learned our model pretty good. Pretty good.
You like my
Fish monkey.
Yeah, the Earth exists because rocks had sex. Yeah.
No, people.
How do you know they didn't have sex?
No, the rocks had sex, and then they made little baby rocks, I guess, that turned into little other things, and then those things turned into fish things, and then the fish things turned into monkey people. Yeah, it's all legit. It's science. Scientism.
Inanimate objects turned into biological life. Yeah, of course.
Super
Let me give you
legit.
So you're talking about chemistry and then biology. That's interesting. Basically, you're saying that our model says that chemistry then what's the word? Emerged. So from chemistry emerged biology. Okay.
No.
No, that's what he just said. He just said inanimate objects, inanimate processes had eventually led to biological processes. And I think that's pretty fair. That is what our model says, and it makes a lot of sense.
No.
Sense that a bunch of minerals and so forth turned into objects.
Yeah, you're missing the layer of.
You let them get away with all of that, and that's what you respond to?
Well, the stuff they said was crazy, but the stuff that Plain had said about inanimate objects eventually biology arising, when those words sounds fantastical, but if you use the words I use, that chemistry processes, which minerals and inanimate objects abide by, as well as everything else, chemical processes, from that emerge biological processes. And what's crazy is actually nuclear processes. Actually, from that emerges chemical processes. So it's like, yeah, there's a layer to how things work. You have nuclear processes that creates chemical processes that creates biological processes. Makes perfect sense to me.
If you don't mind, I was gonna respectfully disagree with them that the topics of flat Earth and religion are completely separate. Because I was atheist for a long time, and to start believing in the Creator took a little bit more evidence than that. And even then, once you start believing, once you start seeing the bits and pieces of the evidence, which religion right? Kind of begs the question.
Yeah, I don't think it's about going towards religion, but it's about understanding that if the Earth is as we believe it to be, and through evidence that we have gathered, obviously, if it is flat or topographical, stationary plane, the only answer is that it can be created. It can't just spontaneously erupt. Something had to put it there. Whatever that is, something had to put it there.
I respectfully disagree with that position.
So it just spontaneously appeared?
They're just two completely separate issues, in my opinion.
Well, bro, how do you get, like, there's literally cells in your body that are the equivalent of, like, living in upside down world, rolling, like, basically, I mean, like, shit that, there are cells in your body that does, like, ridiculous shit. Like, you think that, I'm like, some of the engineering of it is just describing it that well, but, like, my best friend has a PhD in computational neurophysiology. He has, like, 50 patents. He's, like, fucking brilliant. And one time he was like, we were just talking, and I was on the biology, like, in a brain, and it's fucking insane, bro. Like, there's no way you had a Big Bang, and there was chemistry, and it made that. Like, dude, that's not a fucking accident. That's, like, crazy, intense engineering of a machine. That's not fucking that's not a random, I put some, that's like, that's the most fantastical.
That has got to be a fallacy. I'm not sure what fallacy it is, because we're talking about, believing in flat Earth, and then that's automatic and God. And then now you're bringing up a completely different topic.
Flat Earth isn't, because I'm saying flat Earth is that, because it all ties in together, because when like, the are next to a vacuum, blah blah blah, all the bullshit we know, the Big Bang, chemistry just made biology, which made, like, dude, it's like, there's no way, man. Like, the evidence point, and, like, there's, like, I'm saying, like, the Big Bang, evolution, all that shit, like, we're all an accident. There's no way. It's like,
and so then
it's
would you
insane
call
to
it
think
a false dichotomy to say that really the only two options are this universe and everything in it was created by something, or it just spontaneously erupted in somehow, just out of nothing? Because, I mean, what other options?
I have another option. Well, this is just my best guess. I mean, it's not about belief. Flat Earth isn't a belief, it's just a loss of a belief. And then you're left with your base axiom. So it's not a believing in flat Earth. I'm not sure.
The base axiom is a belief.
Well, you can call it your base axiom. My personal direct experience is a stationary level Earth, just like anybody else. Right? So that's what you're left with. That's all you can really, if I'm sitting in a chair, I don't have to believe I'm sitting in a chair. Right? That's just your direct experience. But as far as the other option goes, you can call it pantheism, whatever you want to call it, but it makes more sense, to me at least, that they're part of the psyop might be. I'm not saying it is, but to have the creator suffer from us, like a god in the sky that's like looking down and judging you, and that might be what they want us to think. when actually everything's connected. Thing is God, right? There's only one thing. We're all one, right? And part of the tie-in with what you were just talking about is the microzyme, which I keep talking about, and this is the at the heart of the terrain versus germ theory. They microdestructible node of electrical energy that they couldn't destroy. They tried their best to like every means necessary to try to destroy
Cool.
these things,
I
and they
actually have
couldn't.
not heard that. I've only heard a little bit of training
Yeah,
germ theory,
Antoine
but I haven't
Béchamp
heard what
and
you're talking
microzyme
about.
is something they really don't want us to know about because a lot of people know about terrain and germ theory, but they don't know why that was like Antoine Béchamp found these things, and there was people that followed up with microscopes that were at the heart of the cell was this uh, electrical intelligence that's connected to all the other cells. Because if you have, like, think about it, when a body's being made, some of the cells need to make a heart. Communication and symbiosis and synchronization between themselves and everything. I mean, microzyma permeate all organic and inorganic matter, and this is it's everything.
I mean, I disagree with your conclusion, but I agree with some stuff. But it makes me think of the famous
Everything is vibration, frequency, and that quote. Everything is frequency, vibration.
I think he had mentioned something about if we were actually allowed to, like, science was actually allowed to lead that we would make a great leap in science.
No, it was about the ether. I know the quote you're talking about, but also don't judge what I was saying about the microzyme until you look into it. I'll have to send you the links. But this is what they found, and what the energy is electric, meaning it can morph into whatever it needed to be. And then when it was morphing into the attacking the infection in the body, they couldn't say that they didn't want to say that the body was healing itself. They wanted to say that the body was being attacked, but we're not going to talk about that. Anyway, but this is the thing.
Say again.
A viral reaction to an infection rather than a virus that comes outside from the body and gets inside you. It's a viral reaction to an infection, right? It's inside your body healing itself. Even if Google will tell you that microzyme
I'm not completely understanding
the microzyma at the heart of every cell, making it pleomorphic, and then changing in whatever it needs to be to attack an infection or do whatever it needs to do in the body, which is kind of like a process that you might call a fungus, whatever it is, like a yeast. And y'all links on it. It's a deep study. But it's just interesting because the whole idea about the God being separate from us, I think, might be part of it. I mean, even the Christian faith says that God's within all of us, right? All of it, right? And that's what they really don't want us to know, because if we saw each other as part of ourselves, we might not have this materialistic, nihilistic way about going about our thing. That's all. That's the third option. You know, the creation has intelligence, but the creation could be this intelligent being. All of it together is that intelligent being.
Take in everything that you said and absorb it.
Just a theory. but the microzymas seem to be very real.
Yeah, when you guys brought up this topic initially, kind of the first thing I thought of was Michio Kaku and his book. I forget the exact name. I believe it's called Flatland, about how to the inhabitants of Flatland, we appear as gods because we're in a higher dimension being. That's just what I thought of when you guys brought this topic up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to sound all preachy, but to me, like when Coach Show says like it's just random chemistry that made biology. I mean, to me it doesn't make sense. It's insane, like to think that it was just random accident out of chaos. Like that's just to me that's the most fanciful thing.